running this project, and at the same time, they're doing a lot of light up Navajo, and then also they're doing the other construction. But at the same time, that we asked them that if they could finish this off before the holiday stores in Thanksgiving were coming in. So we called them up if they can do anything with under his leadership. So he rearranged it and also contacted Dalcon substation, Dalcon NTA district office, and sure enough, we got a prompt response on it, and before the holiday starts, they completely safely completed the construction, and we have seen a lot of people that never seen using the electric and getting their electricity into their homes, and they were really very happy about it and sending us a lot of thank you letters and texting and also calling us the Alcon chapter. So, and today I think they successfully completed all the construction work in the Alcon area. So it was under the management, the leadership of Mr. Hobbs and also Mr. Rex Kuntz. So let's appreciate that, and all the people, the construction crew that safely light up the John Dro's power line. So I'd like to recognize them this morning, and then also they're working in Greasewood area and Antelope Trail. They're working on that too. So I know that they're very limited in kind of construction part of it, but they've been doing everything they
Time.
can to help us and doing at the same time doing the Navajo light up. So I'd like to recognize under the recognition of Mr. Walter House and also Rex Kuntz and all the rest of the NTA staff and
Time.
NTA crew. So I'd like to recognize them this morning. So it
Point
can.
of order, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Karate, point of order.
Thank you. She has delegates. So the point of order is the delegates have approximately 2 minutes. That's the delegate is beyond that time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And remember, delegates, I did indicate that you have 2 minutes on the recognizing guests and officials. I did indicate that within as we got to item number 2 on the agenda. So be mindful of the 2-minute recognition of guests and visiting officials. I did with that, and I did call time when the time lapsed at 2 minutes. So with that, moving on down the line, any other delegates that need that gonna recognize any guests and visiting official? Going once, twice, 3 times. Moving forth. We'll go on down to the line. Item number 3 on the agenda. Review and adopt the agenda. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to the staff to read the agenda into the record so that we can get the record onto the agenda read into the record. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. This agenda is for the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Nomination Council special meeting via telecommunication, Wind Route Navajo Nation, Tuesday, December 27th, 2022 to Wednesday, December 28th, 2022. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Otto So, Speaker, 24th Nomination Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are no journals at this time. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business A, legislation 0232-21. Old business B, legislation 0240-22. 7, new business A, legislation 0221-22, B, legislation 0231-22, C, legislation 0234-22, D, legislation 0253-22, E, legislation 0254-22, F, legislation 0262-22, G, legislation 0263-22, H, legislation 0265-22, I, legislation 0266-22, J, legislation 0267-22, K, legislation 0268-22, 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for reading the agenda into the record, Mr. Rico. And moving forth on down the line, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion. Motion by Honorable Paul Begay.
Second, Delegate Buer.
Motion. Second motion made by Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Well, with that, we have a motion in place. We have a by Honorable Paul Begay and a second motion held by Honorable Elmer Begay. Well, with that, I'm going to turn the agenda over to the body of the 24th Navajo Nation Navajo Council member committee of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Any addition and deletion to the agenda at this time?
Yes, Delegate So, this is Delegate Cardi. What's the
Honorable
amendment?
Brady, Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So I would like to ask the committee to consider a consent agenda. And in the consent agenda, if I could add, apologize, let me grab the legislation numbers. Legislation letter D, 0253-22, an action relating to health, education, and human services, and the Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and supporting the Utah State Indian Child Welfare Act. Letter E, legislation 0254-22, an action requesting the state of Arizona and the state of Colorado to develop, in consultation with the Navajo Nation, an Indian Child Welfare Act to be enacted under state law. Letter F, legislation 0262-22, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Amber Canisbach-Crotty, Delegate Region, Chapters Cove, Tolina, Sugar Hills, Red Valley, Cute Springs, Viklabato, Gadiai, Tolkon. Letter G, legislation 0263-22, an action related to Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., Delegate Region, Chapters Crystal, Fort Defiance, Red Lake, Sawmill. Letter H, legislation 0265-22, an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Elmer P. Begay, Delegate Region, Chapters Delcon, Indian Wells, Keystone, Whitecoat, and Greasewood Springs. I apologize, Delegate. Letter I, legislation 0266-22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Vince R. James, Delegate Region, Chapters Gettito, Cornfields, Ganado, Kitnachee, and Steamboat. And letter J, an action or legislation 0267-22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Regional Project Plan for Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.'s Delegate Region, Chapters Tachi, Blue Gap, Many Farms, Noslini, Silani, Cottonwood, Low Mountain. Letter K, Legislation 0268-22, an action related to Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Eugene So, Delegate Region, Chapter Chin Lee. And I apologize, I missed under new business, letter B, Legislation 0231-21, an action related to Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving a memorandum of agreement between the Navajo Nation and the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation for the Lower Highway 89 development, authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to accept a gift of the Lower Highway 89 land from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise and submit an application to place the Lower Highway 89 land into trust under Public Law 96-305. That is my amendment. And I'll yield back the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a proposed consent agenda, which Madam Chair has motion. And under this motion, the consent agenda will be as follows, will be added on, and will be item D. Staff, I'm sure you guys wrote this down. Item D is legislation 0253-22. And then letter E, legislation 254-22. Letter F, legislation 0262-22. Letter G, 0263-22. Letter H, 0265-22. Letter I, 0266-22. Letter J, 0267-22. Letter K, 0268-22. And letter B, legislation 0231-22 are meant to be set for consent agenda, and the motion has been set by Honorable Madam Crotty, Chair Crotty. And these 9 legislations will be added to the motion to be a consent agenda. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a second motion. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. With that, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee, any questions to the proposed consent agenda at this time?
Speaker, yeah, this is Delegate Brown. I'm navigating through the other meeting computers here. I wanted to check on legislation 188-22 to see if that was on our agenda. 188.
Honorable Brown, that 188-22 is at council.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Brown answers the questions. Any other questions pertaining to the consent agenda at this time? Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Going once, twice, and 3 times. Staff, can you proceed with roll call vote?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Speaker, can I ask a point of information or clarification on the consent agenda that's proposed here? Is it items B, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K under new business? This is not affecting item B under old business, correct? I just got finished presenting my legislation at Budget and Finance, and I need clarification on this vote.
Thank you very much. It's new business B. It's not old business. That's on there.
Okay, perfect. I vote green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Proceed.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates that voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. That changes the vote to 18 delegates who vote in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Honorable Otto So not voting.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion carries for amendment number 1, consent agenda, adding item D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and B to the consent agenda. And motion carries with 18 votes in favor, 0 opposed, and with chair not voting. And with that, we'll go ahead and move forth. Good morning, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Shana, for being on the call, and staff, please let the his vote and his voice on Naabik'íyáti committee reflect that he is present on this teleconference meeting at this time. And then with us in the council chamber also is Honorable Edison Wanika, who has joined us here, and again, Honorable Paul Begay, and myself, who are here at this time. So yeah, finish and again. Moving on down on item number 3. Any other questions to the agenda at this time? Honorable Eugene So.
Chanele, 24th Navajo Nation Council Speaker, Honorable Otto So. I would request to include on today's agenda for the 24th Navajo Nation Council debate legislation 0268-22, 0238-22, and 0233-22, if in order. Speaker Chanele, thank you. Reserve my time. Speaker So, Delegate Halona.
Good morning, Honorable Halona. Thank you for joining us. And staff, let the record reflect the Honorable Halona is on the line. And back to amendment number 2 proposed by Honorable Eugene So. So right now, the 3 legislations, which legislation can we go ahead and proceed with? Let's go back to Honorable. Let's go back to Mr. Emmanuel Rico.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. 0268 is already on the agenda and is part of the consent agenda. 0238 and 0233 are both, we still have not received the committee report from Budget and Finance Committee. So once we receive that, the delegate may suspend the floor rules and add to the agenda. But at this time, those legislations are not ready for Naabik'íyáti. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rico, for shedding light to that. Honorable Eugene So, your legislation 0268-22 is on the consent agenda. And that item on the consent agenda is item K. Madam Chair Crotty, Honorable Madam Chair Crotty has moved forward with the consent agenda, and your legislation is added to that consent agenda, 0268-22. 0238 and 0233, we have not received a committee report. But when we receive the committee report, you can go ahead and move on from the floor to add on item to the agenda later when we receive these documents, and staff will reach out to you, Shannon. Honorable Eugene So.
Nale, share all this. Thank you.
Another. Alrighty then, moving forth on down the line, we're gonna go ahead and go
This is-
to
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellow Hair.
Delegate Yellowhair. Yeah, this is the Speaker of Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, she just Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Kuro yet. Bonnet Zara, Kuro Dish Kisiki, legislation number 0259-22 that is related to a subject to a CDFI, a big agenda be so I'd like to ask through you, Speaker, to check by Mr. Manuel Rico. Big a torpedo, so he has so thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Shana, that particular legislation has not, we have not received the committee report yet. And this will go with the same issue that Honorable Eugene So had, is that he had two legislation that were enacted on by the committee prior before the Naabik'íyáti committee, but that committee has not signed the committee report, and Naabik'íyáti committee has not received that document yet. So upon receiving these documents, we will reach out to you to indicate that we received it, and then from there we could you can add this on to the agenda from the floor later.
Thank you, Sir. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Moving on down the line, any other Honorable Chairman Henio, you have the floor.
Good morning, Station. Hello. Requesting from Manuel Rico if 241-22 is available for Nabi.
Okay, Shananda, the committee report is not, we haven't received the committee report yet at this time. So upon receiving the committee report, we will go ahead and proceed. And you can add the legislation on when the committee report is signed, Shananda.
Just FYI, I am driving into Winter Rock now to sign the committee reports from the BNF committee from last Wednesday, and also have it signed in a short time here.
Okay, Chairman, we will wait for those committee reports. There's a total of 4 of them. Looks like that needs committee reports. So we'll go ahead and wait for that. And members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, you can add those legislation on from the floor when we get these committee reports here. So with that, moving on down the line, any other addition and deletion to the agenda that is that we have at this time?
Speaker, so
Honorable Carl Slater, you have the floor.
thank you. Committee members, I want to make a quick announcement. Budget and Finance did pass legislation 23922 out of the committee this morning, and I'm going to request to suspend the 4 rules and add that on once Chair Henio has signed the committee reports this morning. That legislation allocates funding to 56 chapters and senior centers for internet. Due to expiring federal grants, we'll be picking up some of the slack there. So I just respectfully request that you affirmatively consider that legislation and add it to the agenda once it's signed later today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater. 0239 will be consider once we get the committee report from the prior committee before Naabik'íyáti committee. And sounds like Budget and Finance Committee has passed that legislation, so we'll go ahead and proceed with that. And at that time, we can suspend the full rules and do the addition to this current agenda. So with that, Shananda, let's go ahead and move forth on the item number 3, which we are discussing the agenda review and adopt the adjourn of the agenda. Alcohol. With that, any other addition and deletion of this agenda at this time, Shananta? Not hearing anything. Go once. Twice.
Speaker, does Delegate Brown have a question?
Honorable Brown, you have the floor.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to make sure, Speaker out of 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Rico, if you could keep me updated. I understand my ARPA FRF legislation is the 5-day comment period will end tomorrow, right? Not today, so I can add this to the Naabik'íyáti tomorrow, correct? Thank you.
Yeah, it ends today.
Thank you very much. Your legislation is in the 5-day comment period at this time, Honorable Brown. And tomorrow he will be able to suspend the full rules and add the your legislation onto the Naabik'íyáti committee. We'll go ahead and proceed with that, and we are looking at that, and we will get a list out to try to see what legislations we can add on that are ready for committee action tomorrow, and we'll try to work on it as a one add-on. That way we put all the addition in to the agenda again tomorrow. And then with that Chichedo or Tijado those now Ash, Honorable Brown.
Yeah.
Hokushina, moving on down the line, any other questions proceeding regarding the review and adopt the agenda, item 3 on the agenda at this time? Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council. One once, twice,
Chair,
and
Speaker, Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Chair Wood, Speaker. So I have a question to DOJ and our Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Barbrath. I have a question. So I know that we're adding the consent agenda to some of the ARPA's legislations. I believe there's about 7 delegates that have that on the agenda. If we approve it, I know that DOJ is working to get more project going. So I just want to have a question to if it's possible to add another DOJ eligible project to ARPA legislation at the NABI as an amendment, and if it goes through and if we get all these legislation to Navajo Nation Council, can we make that amendment if DOJ provide us another eligible projects for these chapters? This is my question.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and refer that to Legislative Council. Dana, are you on the line?
Good morning, Speaker and Navi Committee. Yes, I'm on the line, but unfortunately, I did not catch that last question from Delegate Begay.
So Dana, Honorable Begay is indicating that we are going to take action on a couple of items pertaining to the delegates' individual regional plans that they're going through. And they have a legislation going through the process, but they have another project coming from Department of Justice. And if it's determined to be eligible, so let's say by today at 4 o'clock, they have a legislation on that's going through. They're wondering if they could apply and that new project to the council to address that as an amendment at the Navajo Nation Council session. Dana?
Yes, that could be amended at the council. Yes, that can be amended at the council. We just need all of the documents for the amendments, which will be the DOJ's review documents, along with the appendix and all the documents that go to that. If we could get that, the sooner we can get that, the sooner we can get the amendment going. Keep in mind that to do that amendment, we need to do change a number of things. So the sooner we get it, the better. Thank you, Speaker. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dana, for providing that guidance there. So, Honorable
Speaker,
Ms.
so this
Ms.
is Speaker.
Ms. Lowe?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to add for Delegate Begay and all the other delegates information. We have about 30 reviews that are due this week. So if there's a particular project, a delegate with legislation on today's agenda or going to council is interested in making an amendment for, if you can please let me know, and I can put that to the head of the review stack. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowe, for providing that information. So members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, if you have a pending legislation that's going through the process and we're at council, and if you have a project that is that could be added on, just make sure you communicate with Department of Justice, Ms. Lowe, and particularly Dana, so that information could be provided. And that way, Ms. Lowe can prioritize the ARPA reviews that are being continued to be reviewed today. Also, Honorable Begay, you can make an amendment at the Navajo Nation Council once your documents are put in place, and just make sure that you work with Ms. Lowe's office. You make sure you work with Dana's office. Make sure that all the documents pertaining to the project in the appendix are included, because it sounds like a series of language has to be amended within the legislation in order to make an amendment. So, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, Shaway. So thank you, Dana, and also Ms. Lowe. I think we're expecting one from Griswold chapter. So thank you.
Moving on down the line again, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Any other addition and deletion to the agenda at this time? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Staff proceed with roll call vote. Or move with second reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have one amendment to the agenda. Amendment number 1 is to include a consent agenda. Items to be on the consent agenda are new business B, legislation 0231-22, D, legislation 0253-22, E, legislation 0254-22, F, legislation 0262-22, G, legislation 0263-22, H, legislation 0265-22, I, legislation 0266-22, J, legislation 0267-22, K, legislation 0268-22. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for the second reading of the agenda, the proposed agenda for today's Naabik'íyáti committee on December 27th, 2022 at 8 a.m. Tuesday. And then into Wednesday, December 28th, 2022. With that, staff, go ahead and proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, what's great. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Paul votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote is green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So is not voting. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up.
Yellowhair votes green.
Excuse me,
Delegate Yellowhair
Honorable
votes green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting for Naabik'íyáti committee. So with that, Shananta, as we move forth on down to the line, our agenda has been set. Staff is working on modifying the agenda, and that agenda will be emailed out to each and every one of you members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So you have the updated agenda in your presence. With that, Jananda, we're going to go ahead and move forth on down the line to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. None yet, and no journals are ready at this time. Moving on down the line, number 5, reports, there's none. And with that, we're going to go to item number 6. Before I proceed with old business, let me go ahead and indicate that okay, so with that, we're gonna go ahead and go on to old business legislation, the old business A, legislation 0232-21. Staff, can you go ahead and provide the information pertaining to this legislation? This legislation was heard on a certain date. Action has been made, a referral has been made on this legislation. So I'm going to turn time back over to Manuel Rico to go ahead and give us information pertaining to this particular legislation at this time. And the sponsor is Honorable Seth Damon and co-sponsor Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Manuel?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0232-21 was on April 19th, 2022. The legislation was referred back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee for further discussion from the Navajo Nation Council. It was at Navajo Nation Council before the legislation at Navajo Nation Council was also tabled. Let's see. Was tabled, and after it was brought back during one of the council sessions, that's when on April 19th, the legislation was referred back to Naabik'íyáti for further discussion. That was made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So at the time, and second by Honorable Edison J. Wanika, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker Pro Tem, Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting. At the time, that was a request by Speaker Seth Damon to refer back to Nabi as he needed more time to work on the legislation. And I believe there was some community outreach that was being completed. Since it is a referral back to Nabi, we will just need a motion and a second to address the legislation. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'll read the legislation into the record. Tracking number 0232-21, in action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council, approving oil and gas operating agreements between the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company for Tohatche Wash, Beautiful Mountain, and Porcupine Dome. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Naabik'íyáti Committee that recommend a due pass and legislation is referred to the Navajo Nation Council. You also have a committee report from the Navajo Nation Council where the legislation was tabled. And you have a committee report from the Navajo Nation Council that referred the legislation back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Legislation has been read into the record. And this legislation, information pertaining to backtracking this legislation, which was referred back to the to Naabik'íyáti Committee by the Navajo Nation Council on 4/19/22. And the information had been provided by Office of Legislative Services. So we need a motion and a second to proceed with discussion pertaining to this particular legislation. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Hold on. Is Honorable Damon on the line? Or co-sponsor, Honorable Elmer P. Gay?
Good morning, Dylan. No, I'm on the line. Delegate
Okay.
again.
We have the sponsor and we have the co-sponsor on the line. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move forward with the the motion. And I believe I called for motion earlier, and Honorable Eugene So has called for a motion there. No, correction, Jimmy Yellowhair. I'm gonna go with Jimmy Yellowhair with the motion. Calling for second motion.
Eugene So.
Second motion by Honorable Eugene So. With that, since Mr. Albert Begay is on the line and committee members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any questions to this particular legislation? If we don't have any question, I'm going to go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor to present. You have 20 minutes.
Yeah, good morning, Dylan. Chairway, Speaker. So, yet been other members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee too. So yet should be smart on the Senate. Other should the NATO. So it's a house in Soto. Other is not signed down. People that are on the line. So yet conditions. Good morning, each and every one of you. We have a legislation as a co-sponsor regarding this legislation. So we all know that we have our own Navajo Nation oil and gas company for so many years, and with all this respect, that at one time, Navajo Nation, and which was operated by another company in later somewhere around the Navajo people and our own Navajo attorneys, and they start drafting their own regulations and by all the BIA regulation to have the Navajo Nation have its own oil and gas company. So fortunately, they took this long now to be operating our own oil and gas, which we have within our own homeland. And still today, they still have other companies coming into our homeland to extract oil and gas. So now we're moving forward into to have at the same time, that there was a helium that became available in this within our own homeland, so again. So we didn't drill for it, but it comes out of the ground by itself. So within our homeland, that there was no resolution, there was nothing that was passed to have this helium available within our homeland. But fortunately, so spiritually, and then also with mysteriously that this helium became available within our Navajo Nation homeland. So with some discussion and inquiries with the Hathalis and the grassroots people, the discussion was made on how to go about it. What's the best way that we know to have this type of elements available, and how to use it and when to use it, and how much do we have to use it, and how do we go about it. So through that, there was a ceremony done, and offerings were done, and today that's how it's been discussed. It. So just a background behind this. How we could to go forward again, and what is the best way, and what is the safe way of using this element, this helium, and then with oil and gas, continue with our Navajo Nation own company we have. So so I believe that I have some agents that are on the line, Mr. El Sosi, and then also Mr. James McCurl. So I'll give the time to them. So and speaker. So
Thank you very much. You're going to turn some time over to Mr. Liqueur and Mr. Alsosi. So with that, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, are you on the line? Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, Mr. James McCure and Leonard Alsosi. Are you on the line?
Yeah.
Star
Speaker,
6.
Speaker So, this is James McClure. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. McClure, for being on the line. Honorable Elmer P. Begay has turned some time over to you for his presentation, and it's a 20-minute time, and you can proceed. I'll let you know when time runs out. Proceed, Mr.
Thank you.
McClure.
Thank you, Speaker. So I apologize. I was having problems with my phone. So Yatahe and good day, Naabik'íyáti Committee and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Also, just want to also convey that I hope all had a Merry Christmas and were able to spend time with your family. It's been, I just have a few comments I wanted to make. It's been 3 years since we first discussed helium exploration on the Navajo Nation with the RDC, Resource Development Committee. Over the past 3 years, we've strived to be extremely transparent with the business opportunity. This includes numerous meetings with the communities of Sanasti and Tisnospas, where these operating agreements are located, and several workshops with the council delegates. Most recently, we held a public helium summit in Shiprock to answer questions where we brought in representatives from GE Healthcare and MRI and various oversight groups within the Navajo Nation executive branch, which included the Minerals Department, Land and Water Resources, and also invited and included the Bureau of Land Management in our helium summit. As you may recall, during our first discussion in January on this legislation, we were asked by the council to work with the Department of Justice and formulate an agreement for all community donations at the Sanasti and Tisnas chapter. Now, while this effort remains a work in progress, we are hopeful that approval of our operating agreements for helium development will allow the donation agreements to be finalized at the chapter level. Since January, there's been much public debate over these operating agreements, and a tremendous amount of misinformation has been presented either in social media or in the Navajo Times with letters. I'd like to address a few of those. First, signs saying DOTA or no helium. This is very frustrating since helium is in the air that we breathe. Also, there's currently helium production and new drilling on the Navajo Nation as we speak within assets formerly owned by Tacitus and now Intech, and also Capital Operating Group. Some of this production and drilling lies within the Sanasti chapter. Another piece of misinformation is signs saying no fracking for helium. Well, this is not an issue for our development. We have no plans for fracking these geologic targets. Signs that say NOG will pollute Mother Earth. NOG is passionate about running its operations with the highest ethics and standards, and especially when it comes to protecting the environment. We will work with all oversight bodies to ensure our operation is conducted with no impact to freshwater zones and properly mitigate emissions. Signage that claims helium is harmful. Well, helium is an inert gas used in the medical and semiconductor industry. Inert means it is deficient in its ability to react with anything. It's non-toxic and is non-poisonous, although some have claimed that it is. It will not contribute to climate change like some have claimed, since it's its own element and not linked to carbon. Claims that NOG will drill hundreds of wells are not accurate. NOG did indicate possible locations within the agreements that could exceed 100 wells, but those are possible locations, not actual locations. As we have progressed our studies, we've been able to provide focus to our efforts and expect much less drilling than originally thought possible. Exploration efforts will help define the details of the gas reservoir, and we will strive to develop the resource with minimal surface impact because that is the most economic strategy. Additionally, some have claimed that NOG is a failed enterprise, and this is definitely not a true statement. We have been generating strong earnings over my tenure at NOG and over the last few years as a result of new projects in the Desert Creek field and in the Anna field. You couple that with our hedging program of over $85 a barrel, and our earnings continue to grow over the next year. This is not a failed enterprise, but rather a growing and very profitable business for the Navajo Nation. We provided external audited financial statements annually to the council, which can assist your education about NOG. Now, resolutions of support at the chapter level were obtained by NOG in 2018 to 2021. However, those have been reversed over the past year. The root cause of this action has been an aggressive campaign by opposition groups to reduce the voices of support and only allow voices of dissent. Specifically, a chapter meeting in Tisnas Pas asked representatives from NOG and Minerals to exit before any debate on the topic. This is not a transparent process and should be questioned. To combat this practice, the chapter of Sanasti recently conducted a petition drive to truly count local level support for helium development and was able to obtain over 270 signatures compared to the 40 or so voters who helped reverse previous resolutions of support. The effort to conduct the petition drive has been met with attacks on social media. These have included attacks on myself and NOG's board chairman, and this is very disheartening. A quick recap on the agreements. NOG and the Navajo Nation Minerals Department plus the DOJ negotiated terms of the operating agreement and those were finalized in 2021. This calls for exploration of helium on approximately 30,000 acres with 2 agreements within the Sanasti chapter and 1 agreement in the Tisnas Pas chapter. An existing well that the Navajo Nation owns, this is called the Z well, lies within the Tisnas Pas chapter and will be the initial producer of helium. It will be tied into a pipeline that runs near the Four Corners Monument and takes gas off the nation to the Lisbon plant in Moab, Utah for processing. So there'll be no gas emissions from this development. The agreements will provide details on the bonus, royalty share, payment in lieu of tax, and scholarship awards that will be paid to the Navajo Nation upon approval. Upon approval of the operating agreements, NOG will pay over $800,000 to the nation for an access bonus and scholarship commitments. Royalty payments from these three agreements could exceed $115 million. And if all of the helium is developed on the Navajo Nation, we currently estimate over $1 billion of potential royalties to the nation. NOG plans to invest over $75 million in capital to develop these three operating agreements. We also have agreed to provide donations to the local chapters of that approaches $4 million, and this is double what we had discussed in January. In conclusion, helium is in short supply and demand, and that shortness continues to climb. This makes helium a high-priced commodity, and the Navajo Nation is blessed with a large abundance of the inert gas. We believe our wells will be short-lived when compared to oil wells that you may see in Aneth, so the tenure of this development will be short. And NOG, which is owned by the Navajo Nation and its people, was established for the purpose of developing oil and gas assets on the Navajo Nation, with helium being one of those goals. We ask for your support in passing this legislation forward to the full council for a vote. And with that, I can answer any questions when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liquor, for your presentation. Honorable Elmer Begay, do you have anything to add to the presentation? You have about 7 minutes, six minutes to your presentation at this time.
Yeah, Jawed, Speaker, so I don't know the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee then. And also, I'm not sure if Mr. Elsos is on the line. Maybe I could give him another time to speak on this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Elsosi, Leonard Elsosi, are you on the line? *6. You can hear me. Press *6. Mr. Leonard Elsosi going once, twice, 3 times. Don't hear him on the line. Did indicate that press *6 also. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, documents from Navajo Oil and Gas that was received has been emailed out to the 24th Navajo Council Naabik'íyáti community members for your review pertaining to the presentation at this time. So with that, Mr. Albert Begay, turn the floor back over to you. Your other agent is not on the line.
Thank you for that, Chair Wade, Speaker. So other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and then people that are on the line. So I just wanted to ask my fellow delegates. Just like I mentioned it, that this is, I guess, a blessing that happened within our homeland, that these kind of resources that became available, if you could think about it, that's happened spiritually, mysteriously. So we, as of today, with the net people and how the best way, the knowledge that we have with our authorities and our elderlies, what would be the best way to utilize this resource for the next how many more years to come. Our way of thinking is that I believe that our Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company are doing the best way of providing this resource for the Navajo people. And I believe that we're not here to damage any maybe the any environment. No sando ya the aro kojo ka halonigi do bi halonigi. We're not here to damage that, so we're doing the best we can. So that's how we're going about it and trying to do the best we can. And at the end, we are here to provide services, and then also to how this resource can be available, and who will be the rightful way to use this, and then also the rightful way of um, providing some assistance to the people that are in need of help. That became available. So one thing that I could say that is this helium can be used in the hospitals. People that are in need of help, and we can save some lives through with our own resources. If you could think about it, who in this world, and who just in this within our homeland could provide that to save a life. That so that's one of the things that I could think about this resource here. We have some board members, and then we have a shareholders to this organization called like I always think about is what Speaker So talks about is that so many people, so many our Navajo youth that utilize this fundings to get their school and to get their education, and they became they graduated with some career that they have as they utilizing these funds for as a scholarship. So I ban hika is what each and every one of us, and then also some of these fundings were already used to provide some assistance to all the Navajo people for so many years now. How do we go about it if this kind of a resource that is available within our homeland? So Navajo Oil and Gas are doing the best they can, the best knowledge that they have, to continue to serve with this resource. So so that's why I'll end this. If there's no other agent that I have that are available for as this morning. So Speaker, so maybe I'll end it here.
Time. Thank you very much for your presentation, Sir Honorable Elmer Brigay, and the members of the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Leadership, Mr. McClure, who's the CEO of Navajo Oil and Gas. And with that, 20 minutes is up, and we have Madam Chair Quadri in the queue. So at this time, Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you. She has delegates, so I appreciate the time. And tonight, Delegate Begay for co-sponsoring this legislation. I'm going to ask first, as co-sponsor, what has been your conversations with Delegate Damon regarding this legislation as a prime sponsor? We've had conversations with Delegate Damon regarding the legislation, and he had agreed regarding on how to move forward with this legislation, getting input from community members. and giving time for this agreement to be developed. Could you give some insight? It's been 9 months, and Mr. McClure reported back to this committee that there still is not a written process for either what we're going to call this community benefit fund, this donation fund. And so if you could give me an insight as co-sponsor of this legislation, where are we at? How have you worked with DOJ in developing that language? And then what is the response from Navajo Nation Oil and Gas as a wholly owned Navajo Nation entity in developing and approving language on behalf of developing this opportunity for the community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn the floor back over to sponsor, Honorable Elmer Begay. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Joe, around the Delegate Crowdy, that Yat Apene. Your question regarding the any discussion that we made with the former Speaker Damon. We do have meetings, and we talk about the how we could address some of the issues we have with the community, and it's been almost 2 years that we've been having meetings, community meetings, attending community meetings with community members that are out in the areas like Sanosti. There are questions regarding this the uses of helium and our own Navajo Nation oil and gas. And the continuation of in speaking with the Speaker Damon, we know that he's not going to be available today. So as a co-sponsor, we talk about how we can continue this. So he agreed that we should have a co-sponsor and continue the discussion with the community members on these questions that they have. So one thing that we have these available is we have a board members. The president to that is Leonard Alsosi, and he's the one that's been out there very active with the community members, and we know that there's members that are out there that are opposing, and there's some members that are out there that are in favor of this the uses of helium out in their area. And Mr. Alsos has been meeting with the grazing officials and people that are in the area. So we found out that that the best way that we could do is I know that the main up to this day, the main question that they have, and I believe that it's coming from some leadership, is that the fundings, how this funding should be divided up for chapters that are in the affected areas. So there's the discussion that we have. So the latest the discussion that was made between the community and then as far as the oil and gas is, I think Mr. McClure has more knowledge on it. And then also we talk about the percentage, what kind of percentage can we use to continue this? And I believe that Mr. El Sosa has more notes to this regarding this, how much was being offered. And then there's still some, we're still in discussion is what will be the offer that the Navajo Oil and Gas can offer to this community. So I would give that maybe more statistic in dollars that the community members are interested in it. I believe that Mr. McClure and also El Sosa has that figure. So it would add that also where maybe we could give if they want the statistic or the dollar value, Mr. McClure and then also Mr. El Sosa has that figure. So I'll give the floor to them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elmer Begay for response and turn some time over to Mr. McClure. Any addition to the response that Honorable Elmer Begay has made?
Yes, Speaker So, can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed, Mr. McClure.
Okay, thank you, Speaker So, and also thank you, Madam Chair Crotty, for the question. Yes, we did work with the Department of Justice on a draft agreement for both the Sanasti and Peace Nas chapters. The chapter officials did review that. We ultimately negotiated some monetary amounts that were agreeable. Unfortunately, the chapter officials did not feel comfortable given some of the behaviors from the opposition groups around this legislation to push it forward to a vote, and felt it was more appropriate that we move forward with the council to see if the agreements, operating agreements, ultimately were approved. Then we would go back to the chapters to finalize these agreements. As I mentioned in my comments, we have increased the amount of donation that the company is willing to make at both the chapters, and now in total of around $4 million. And it is our hope that the council can take this legislation to a vote, and if approved, we can finalize that agreement. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer and your response to the question posed by Madam Chair Crotty. With that, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee, any other questions for the sponsor to legislation 0232-21?
Speaker So, Kelowna.
Honorable Kelowna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker So, and good morning, Naabik'íyáti Committee and everybody on the line. Mr. McClure, I just had a couple of questions on that. When you're harvesting that helium, when the pit and everything becomes dry, all this stuff, you have to harvest that helium with all the equipment that you have. And if there's any cleanup that needs to be made, is there anything that you guys are setting aside for cleanup, restoration, and all the projects that we're doing? You know, we always do that for the Navajo Nation, but we never make sure we have a avenue to make sure we have funds to clean up the mess after all the work has been done, and all the crops and resources have been harvested. Is there anything in your plan to help to clean up the mess that we might be able? But you know, you don't know right now what can happen later on in the future and how much disposal of resources that we're going to have.
Okay.
So I'm just asking about that. If you guys have any money set aside for this, where you can do some cleaning afterwards when we get done with the project. President, Chairman So.
Thank you very much. With that question, Honorable Pernell Holona. With that, I'm going to go ahead and I believe that question was posed to Mr. James McClure. Mr. McClure, can you go ahead and provide a response to the question posed by Honorable Pernell Holona?
Yes, Speaker So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I apologize. I keep asking that, but for some reason, I know Chairman El Sosi was having some problems getting in, so I just want to confirm. So thank you for the question, Delegate Holona. I think it's very important for everyone to distinguish how helium is produced. It is not mining, so there's no surface mining or major digging that goes on for helium extraction. It is produced by drilling wells. So these wells tend to be 10 inches in diameter and drilled several thousand feet into the earth to find geologic targets, and then the gas is produced up that pipe to the surface. We have obligations in the operating agreement to return the site, to remediate the sites after we're completed with our production activity. And the Minerals Department and the BLM are two organizations that work with NOG to ensure that we're in compliance with that order. And so to answer your question, yes, there are funds that will be available to remediate any drilling location and any production location. For some context, NOG recently remediated over 23 sites on the Navajo Nation, working with the Minerals Department and the BLM on plug and abandonment of the wells, and then ultimate remediation of the site. And we have photos of those before and after locations. Before, you had equipment on location, what we call pumping units. Some call them nodding donkeys. Those were removed along with tankage. The site's remediated and tried to return the location back to its original state. So this is something that our industry has accountability to do, and NOG for sure takes that responsibility seriously, and actually have done some of that most recent work. So I hope that answered your question, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McClure, for providing an answer for Honorable Pernell Holona. Moving on down the line, any other questions pertaining to this particular legislation 0232-21? Looking at the queue, I don't have anybody who has
Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Naabik'íyáti Committee, staff, thank you, co-sponsor, still Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, Mr. McClure, thank you for your presentation. I am caught somewhere between making a decision for a lot of people and thinking that the people should be making a decision. We know that there is a shortage of helium, possibly nationwide. We know also that our land base here, the Navajo Nation, has helium. I'd like to understand, once this is abstracted, is that helium going to be for sale, or is it for the benefit of the nation, for the nation to use? We know that it is used widely in the health field, and that's where the main concern is coming from, is from the health institutions. They are running short on helium, which is used more prevalent in the health field. I would like, I know that Mr. McClure mentioned, he wants to get this legislation to the council to get it approved. But we all know as a council delegates that we work for the people. There are a few locations on the Navajo Nation that has helium, and those are the chapters that are addressing it at the present time. We also know that the whole nation, the 24,000 square miles of the whole nation, have concerns on these. And it doesn't matter if it's not in their chapter. I would like to have their input. I'd like to hear what they think. Because right now I am getting a text from one of my home chapters, which is in the northwestern part of the nation. And they have concerns. Has this education on helium and the extraction been done nationwide in other chapters in all the five agencies? I would be more comfortable if I rely on the community, on the people's voice when it comes to casting my vote. So that's my concern and a couple of the questions I asked. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, comments to Navajo Oil and Gas. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to to the sponsor, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, the chair, so out of the delegate Paul Begay, thank you for the question too. Out of your question regarding if any that you feel that you would feel comfortable if there was a educational public hearing or any the kind of educational meeting that was provided to the community, how this helium can be used as the concern to some people. I believe that we've been addressing this through Naabik'íyáti, and then also the work session that was provided by the Navajo Nation Council. I believe that we did that, and then also the concern that we have in the area of in the East Nazbas and other areas, that we the Navajo Oil and Gas provided that educational meetings, and also had provided some feedbacks on the question that they had for the community. So they've been very active on it, providing those concerns, and we've been doing that. So this is I think then all the meetings that we've been attending as shareholders, is that we've been providing this information to them. And then right now, we have some of these presentation that became available to the council too. And it's been given to each delegates to share it with their community members that they have a concern on it. So it's been available to them. So I can give that, say how many, if you want to clarify for any data or statistic that when these were provided. I believe that Mr. McClure can have that information. So speakers, can you provide a floor time for Mr. McCure to maybe to answer some of the response back to delegates Paul Begay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Elmer Begay, and you're calling on your agent. So moving forth, Mr. McClure, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker So, and thank you, Delegate Begay, for your question, multiple questions. So let me try to address several things that you brought up. I think first off, you asked, is there a shortfall? And yes, there is a major shortfall in the world with respect to helium. That is driven mostly by where the demand is growing at significant growth and levels because of the use of MRI technology and semiconductors. So every phone, every computer that's utilized in the world uses helium in their processing. And then the supply, unfortunately, supply comes from many different sources around the world. Two of the most of the larger resources, one is in Russia and one is in North Africa. Those two have been somewhat limited because of the war in Ukraine. But even with those resources back online, there's an inability to meet the current demand. So that shortfall, there's several different companies around the United States that's looking for sources of helium, and NOG has conducted several studies along with others to identify the Navajo Nation as being rich with these resources. So with respect to, is the helium that's actually produced on the Navajo Nation, will it be going to the hospitals on the Navajo Nation? Well, that's a difficult thing to answer. The molecules that we will produce will definitely be sold, the helium molecules. We would look to try to sell those molecules in local environments, meaning hospitals on the Navajo Nation. So, to answer your question, that is our hope and goal, that we would find buyers on the Navajo Nation. If not, those molecules will go to other areas in the United States for sales, and ultimately the revenues, royalty revenues, come back to the Navajo Nation. You then asked about the letting the people speak about this legislation, and NOG has made a significant amount of effort to be transparent, to hold meetings, workshops. We held a helium summit to ultimately allow the public to ask questions and bring in experts to answer those questions. I will be honest, unfortunately, there has not been a large number of people attend those sessions. We've had large sessions at the community chapters of Sanasti and Tisnaspas, because that was local, and the community that was directly impacted did want questions answered, and we've done several of those. The large helium summit that we held or the opportunity for the large helium summit in Shiprock, unfortunately, the amount of attendance, I was hoping to be more, and that's something that I think in time, as we move forward with this development, we'll continue to do that. My fear is that people hear helium as being exploration, and ultimately it's led to comments about destruction through mining, destruction of Mother Earth, which is not something that my company would even consider as acceptable. We are definitely a nation. We are a company of the nation, and so we're going to have values and operating techniques that the Navajo Nation will be proud of, as opposed to many of the comments that you may see online of opposition thinking that we're going to be destructive like former mining operations. It's nothing like that at all. So my belief is that the public has had the opportunity to be educated, and we will continue to do that in the future. My hope is that the council recognizes that this is a mineral resource of the Navajo Nation, and the decisions about this vote really come down to the delegates of the council to make a decision. Will these elements, will these minerals be developed by its own entity, or will they not be developed? And that's ultimately what we're trying to achieve, is a vote by the council. Thanks for your time, and hopefully I answer your question.
Thank you very much for providing an answer to Honorable Paul Begay pertaining to his questions and his concerns with helium and pertaining to this legislation. With that, and any other questions to this to legislation 0232-21 at this time?
Delegate Daniel So request to speak.
Honorable Daniel So, Shana, you have the floor.
Delegate Paul McGay. Yate Sicila, Chair So, Addison and I, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. The Koi Sija, Honorable Elmer Begay, and your agent, Mr. James McClure. This question is directed to Mr. McClure. These areas that you have identified in this proposed operating agreement, what is the potential cubic foot production that you see, and how long would that production last? Then I will have, based on the answer, I'll have follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniel So. Moving on down the line, I'm going to go back to Honorable Paul Begay for follow.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for the information. One thing that has been expressed by the community or people, and we all know that, is the concern of the drought that we have been experiencing. And it has lasted a few years now, and we're still experiencing that. And we know that abstracting this helium requires a large volume of water. And to me, we as a council, 24th Navajo Nation Council in the past, 23rd, 22 on down the line, we really have not addressed the drought condition, or how we can address the drought condition. But we're going into a new venue here with helium, which requires the use of a large volume of water. That's concerning to the community. The other concern that they have is the chosen areas where the drilling will happen. Has there been input or permission asked of the people that live in these areas? It sounds to me that in some areas the drilling will take place very close to the residents, and that's very concerning to these people that live in these areas. Are we going to be drilling these specific areas, whether the residents voice their concerns or not? That's the other concern I have. So, people, they spend many years trying to get home site leases, and some of them have managed to obtain home site leases, and they're building or have built their homes. But this drilling seems to me the drilling will take place. It doesn't matter where it is. It's the say-so of the companies that will do the drilling. Am I correct on that? Or because some of these concerns come from the community members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And move on down the line, back to Mr. McClure. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker So, and thank you, Delegates Daniel So and Delegate Begay for your questions. So let me first try to address Honorable Daniel So's question about the amount of gas. I will have to say that I could get you the specifics for each development, but I think it's important to understand that not 100% of the gas that's produced to the surface is helium. We have other gases that comes with it. Could be nitrogen, could be carbon dioxide, and helium. Helium tends to make up, let's assume in our discussion here, around 10% of the total gas. Our belief is that these wells could produce probably in each location. When I say each location, I mean we have 3 here. So each location around 300 to 500 million cubic feet. So that's 500 million cubic feet potentially of total gas, not all helium, but total gas. 10% of that would be the amount of helium. And again, I'll have to get with our technical team to get specific answers, but that's kind of a roundabout estimate. The life of those of that production could be probably on the order of 5 to 10 years would be the amount of time that you would see those wells produce. And so hopefully that answered your question. Honorable Paul Begay's question or comments about water usage and then the locations of the drilling locations. I think it's very important to understand that this is, again, one of the topics that there's been a significant amount of misinformation about. When there is the technique of fracking required to prop open the rock to produce micro fractures that are created, there's a large amount of water that is utilized. NOG is not anticipating any fracking on these helium deposits. So it's different. We're talking about different geologic formations. Sometimes you require fracking, sometimes you do not. For instance, the Aneth oil field. At this point in time, there's been no recent fracking, at least that I'm aware of during my tenure, and I don't believe there's been any fracking in the field because the geologic formation can produce without that form of stimulation. In the San Juan Basin area, however, there is fracking that occurs, and it's because the rock formations there have lower permeability, which is meaning it's tighter, and they require fracking to produce. That's where large amounts of water are utilized. We use water. We do use water on our location to drill the well. We have to mix water with what we call drilling barite or mud to be able to create a mud that allows us to drill the well to its depth. But it's not a large amount of water. It's normally brought from off the Navajo Nation from resources that allow us to purchase treated water, what we call KCl water, which is potassium chloride water, for the drilling operation. So that's something I think is very important for the public and the delegates to be aware of, is that water usage in our operation is not anticipated to be anything like what may be utilized in other geologic settings, like in the San Juan Basin. Now, your final question was around drilling locations. And I think this is something that's very important for the public to understand, that we work with the Navajo Nation's executive branch, and specifically the Land Department, the Minerals Department, when we ultimately to make a decision about a location, NOG would propose that location and ultimately work with the approval bodies, whether that's the Navajo Nation Minerals or Navajo Nation Land Department or the Bureau of Land Management, to specifically identify where there may be sacred sites, there may be homesteads, which then the government body tells the operator, in this case NOG, to move our location. So we have to move our location to a proper place that then is acceptable to the community. So it's a back and forth. This is not the company coming out and demanding, hey, we're going to drill a well right here in the middle of your homestead. That's not what we want to do. We want to talk to the community and move our location so it has minimal impact. And again, the regulatory bodies work with us and with the community to ensure there's transparency. And so that's part of the approval process that's actually reviewed and I think dictated into the operating agreements. And we must comply before we actually receive a permit to actually go and drill. So hopefully I answered those questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McClure, for answering those questions pertaining to the questions posed by Honorable Daniel So and Honorable Paul Begay. So with that, moving on down the line, any other questions pertaining to the presentation and to the legislation, which is on old business legislation 0232-21.
Delegate Daniel So, follow up.
Honorable Daniel So, you have the floor.
Chair, also other colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee and Honorable Elmer Begay. And this comments and questions would address follow-ups to Mr. McClure's responses. Mr. McClure, you said there would be releases of other gases. Does the other gases entail methane? Does it also entail nitrous oxide? In previous outreach, I've heard a young lady state that over in the East Nuspons area, where the area that was formerly Tacitus, the drill site is close to the home, and periodically they have noxious and offensive odors coming from the well site. What would you, since you would be taking over those operations, what could you do to reduce the effluent gases? Could you put in better steel fittings to prevent that leak of those offensive gases? In some cases, they might even be classified as volatile organic substances or compounds. So in that aspect, I'm wondering how you basically would address that. The other is with the cubic feet of helium that is produced, what is the current market value? And what is the intended purpose or proposed return to the Navajo Nation? Is there royalty payments that could be accrued by the production and the selling of the VOCs, or would the Navajo Nation just be getting the market price? I know that within the fracking industry, they're looking at a basic production cost of $50 per barrel. and then from there, it's all profit. And so in that aspect, what would be the break-even price for Navajo oil and gas? Thank you, Chairman Otto. So that would be my questions at the present time. Depending on answers, I will have follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I don't see anybody else in the queue, or no one has that request to speak. So I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Honorable Elmer Begay and Mr. McClure. You have turned time back over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'll give the time to Mr. McClure.
Mr. James McClure, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Speaker So, and also thank you again, Chairman Daniel So, for your question again. So let me start with your comment about emissions. It is not in our best interest to have any emissions. Unfortunately, emissions occur when there is no market for the item that is being emitted. So in the circumstance that you mentioned with Intech, I'm not exactly sure, I don't have the details of what's being emitted, but in practice on the Navajo Nation and around the United States, when there is oil production, there usually is gas production, natural gas, methane production that's associated. If the quantity of gas is not sufficient to justify a pipeline for natural gas or methane, the operator is then usually has to comply with emissions requirements, but can, by regulation with the regulatory bodies, EPA and such, can flare a certain amount of methane. So that possibly is what the resident in Tisas Pass is complaining about from that operation, that maybe there's a small amount of methane that's being flared. Our operations are, I'd say at this point in time, based on at least our understanding of the gases that we think will produce. We're still in the exploration phase. The one well that we have some details on is the Z well in the Tisas Pass chapter. That well will not have any emissions because the gas will flow into a pipeline and go to the Moab, the Lisman gas plant in Moab, Utah. So there should be no emissions at that site. When you get further and further away from a pipeline, however, NOG will have to take some responsibility to deal with emitted gases, or I'm sorry, deal with possible gases in the gas stream. So let's take, for instance, some of the possible emissions that or items in the gas stream that we'll have to deal with. Let's say nitrogen. Nitrogen is in our atmosphere, so and the EPA would allow us to vent nitrogen. Nitrogen is odorless, colorless, and would not present an odor like was described. Methane is a problem, and we would have to try to capture that methane and get it to market in some manner, or to re-inject the gas back into the reservoir. That is something we'll have to consider if we have methane in the gas, if there is no pipeline nearby. And again, I think it's ifs and ifs and ifs, because it's a lot of uncertainty at this point, because the gases in the Tisas Pass area should flow into a pipeline. There should be no emissions. Gases in the Sanasti area are a bit different, because there are pipelines in the region we could lay to and ultimately not have any emissions that occur. You talked about volatiles, nitrous oxide, so VOX and NOx is kind of the acronyms. Again, it is our intent to manage all of these potential components in your gas stream, if they occur, in a manner that will not allow for emissions. You have to install proper equipment on site. You have to have the ability to transport it to be able to deal with it, or you have to flare it. And all those things can be done with incineration, which would not have an open flare, and keep it in a vessel. That's ultimately what we may have to do. But again, it's such early stages, we don't know the components of the gas. And it's easy to speculate. Really, when you go to the Tisnas chapter, that is the one area we do have a gas sample, and we do know we have methane in that gas. But again, the gas with the methane and helium and nitrogen and any other component will flow into a pipeline, and there will be no emissions in the Tisnas chapter. Okay. You asked about the price of helium. The price of helium is there's no open market like you might find for crude oil, which is with the mercantile, Chicago Mercantile or the New York Mercantile communicates on a daily basis. However, we do have what we know as spot contracts that have occurred. And recently, the range of spot contracts has been as high as $400 per 1,000 cubic feet. So that is an extremely attractive price. You ask about what our break-even price is. Again, when you have to take into account all of the capital and operating expense, but we would expect that at $400, that would be very profitable, and our cost would be probably less than $15 to $20 per MCF. So it's going to be a potential very profitable venture for all involved. I'm not going to comment directly. It may be worthwhile to have Ms. Rowena Jeremiah, who's with the Minerals Department. I believe she's online today. She may be able to answer specific questions about the royalty share for the Navajo Nation, of how it flows into the central fund, because I'm not familiar with all the details there, but I do know that our operating agreements call for a royalty share to be paid from the proceeds of our helium production and sales to the Navajo Nation, which the Minerals Department manages. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering the questions that Honorable Daniel So has presented. And I believe the question pertaining to the royalty payment is not answered. So I'm going to go ahead and refer to Ms. Rowena Jeremiah from who? Rowena Jeremiah from Minerals Office. Rowena? Press *6 if you're on the line. Going once. Twice.
Is
3
my
times.
audio okay?
Okay, Rowena, we can hear you. You can
Okay,
proceed.
thank you very much, and I apologize for that. So regarding the question of the royalty payments, the 3 operating agreements that NOG has with the Navajo Nation, they each include a royalty provision which calls for 20% of the gross proceeds to go to the Navajo Nation. This royalty value will go into the Navajo Nation's lockbox account. And what that is an account that the Navajo Nation has with Wells Fargo Bank. So all of the royalties that are paid every single month immediately goes into this lockbox account, where the royalties are reconciled to the reporting of those royalties to the federal government. So it's a reconciliation process at that point. At the end of the day, the royalties are deposited into the Navajo Nation's general fund account. So that's how that works. For each of whatever is produced, if any mineral besides helium is produced, NOG must pay a royalty rate of 20% to the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Honorable Auditor.
Thank you very much for that information. pertaining to the amount that goes to the Navajo Nation royalty, or royalty payment to the Navajo Nation, the percentage of the amount. So with that, Shananta, I believe the answers, the questions that were posed are answered. Moving on down the line, I don't see anybody in the queue. And with that, any other questions?
Delegate Daniel So, follow up.
0232-21. Honorable Daniel So, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I guess the main part that troubles me is the fact that there will be impacts to the community, both in the health of the most vulnerable parts of our community, the young and the elderly, the old. And I'm requesting that part of the proceeds that Navajo Oil and Gas acquires, it seems like, okay, as part of the response from Ms. Jeremiah and the potential of $400 per cubic foot. Then 20%, that's what, $80? And so there is a huge difference for what Navajo Oil and Gas can potentially profit with. So in that respect, I would ask that that NOG funds a health impact assessment within the communities that these operating agreements will cover. Because in my experience within the 3-chapter area of Torreon, Star Lake chapter, Encino chapter, and Counselor chapter, we've conducted an HIA that was accepted by the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board. And we have young people that did a bucket brigade capturing gases in the early mornings of these operations. And there was many derivatives of propane and methane that pervade into, in one case, a nearby school, Liebrook Elementary School. And that aspect really troubles me. And because they operate on BLM lands, we have very limited protections for the people. But since this is Navajo Nation trust lands and the governing body has complete oversight, I would ask that they fund a health impact assessment to really make sure that the young folks and the elderly are safeguarded from these health disparaging gases that would be emitted. It is it would be unconscionable for the nation as well as this governing body just to look and just let the community inhale those gases that basically really have effect on the women, the infants, and the elderly. And that would be a very urgent request that that Navajo Oil and Gas commit, because we do realize that Navajo Oil and Gas does not own one drill. They have to bring in people from the outside to actually do the drilling. And that's also a continuing worry. You have outside people coming into Navajo land to basically take over the landscape. So that would be, and I say those things to make this a part of the legislative historical record that really needs to be addressed. I hope we can get, since Navajo Nation oil and gas is wholly owned by the Navajo Nation, then we should get collaborative, cooperative relationships with the community members and its people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that clear those questions. With that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to the co-sponsor and the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, Mr. Elmer Begay and Mr. James Leclerc. You have the floor.
Okay, I had Speaker also, and then also she shared Delegate Daniel So for your question. So Speaker, so I think the question is directly made to Mr. McCurry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McClure.
Thank you, Speaker So, and also Chairman Daniel So for your question or comment. I think just a couple of things that I want to ensure everyone's aware. I mean, there was a comment made about NOG bringing in outside contractors, and I think it's very important that everybody needs to understand that any oil and gas operator that works on the Navajo Nation, that would include Elk Petroleum in the Anna Field, that include Capital Operating Group, that would include Intech, and include potentially EOG if their legislation is approved. We all bring in contractors to do our work. Very few of us own all of the services required to conduct this work. So that's something that we do work hard with our contractors to ensure that they respect the culture and traditions of the Navajo Nation when they work on our locations. And we do have sessions with contractors where we talk about some of the history that we know our industry has and other industries have kind of tarnished the Navajo Nation. We want people to be aware so that those type of incidents are never, ever contemplated or considered. Your comment about health impact assessments, I think that's an appropriate thing at the right time. We have no production today to really be able to make an assessment of what the health impacts might be. But I would support Chairman Daniel So's recommendation there by saying that I also believe that other operators should participate with a similar strategy, that we work together as an industry. That would include all of the other production operators, that when there is production, we could work with a consulting group to help drive to a health impact assessment or study. I know I have no problem with that with my operation, because again, we are a company of the Navajo Nation. We want to be transparent, and it's not in our best interest to have emissions that would be harmful to the public or to our staff who operate on those locations. So I just think it's very important that this not be a NOG thing. There are many other operators on the nation as we speak today, some of which are producing helium, and these type of assessments, I think, would be something that all of us should see as beneficial to ensure the public is safe with our operations. So with that, I'll commit to working with the other operators to try to fund that type of initiative when appropriate. I think it's very important to understand that word when appropriate, because without production, it's very difficult for us to assess what the impacts might be. We need to have some production that comes to the surface so we actually can tell what are the various components of the gas. And with time, we definitely would support that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leclerc, for providing an answer for Honorable Daniel So. With that, I don't see anybody in the queue.
One
And
more time, Priscilla.
Chair,
moving
Honorable-
on
So
down
Delegate
the
Slater.
line. I'm gonna go to Honorable Carl Slater. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the legislation, and this legislation's been weighing heavy on my mind for the past year as we've considered it. And I think this is perhaps one of the most important things that we can consider as a council, because it speaks to the big issues on Navajo. That is land tenure, who has a right to the land, to use it for what purposes. And it's something that is sort of defined, but we haven't come to a clear consensus, I think, in the 21st century. And it's something that I believe the nation should address before we move forward on new leases. And that isn't to say that I personally am opposed to all extraction or forms of it. I think if you are looking at any sort of responsible version of the Navajo Nation government that is able to take in revenues and assess what opportunities there are for revenue to the government to support its people and services, that extraction at least needs to be a consideration. And I think it's all of our wishes that we had diversified our economy decades ago in order to have a stronger economy that isn't so dependent on natural resources. But in order to really revolutionize the government, liberate our people from the outside world, and I'd say the economic system outside of Navajo, we need to participate in it to a certain extent. And absent any other new industries coming on board, then as a leader, I think you need to look at what resources are available. There's a lot of different sorts of nations in the community of nations. And if we fashion ourselves a true nation, we can look at other countries and other nations that have reluctantly pursued resource extraction for the purpose of standing up and diversifying the economy and moving away from it in the future, so that we're not reliant on the exploitation of our Mother Earth. But like I said, at this point, I will not be supporting new leasing activity. And that is because I believe we need a new energy policy. And it's something that, because of the pandemic, I know the Resources and Development Committee was very dedicated toward working on that and having a conference and all sorts of things. But the pandemic really threw that out the window. And so I think maybe that's a lesson, and it's something that needs to be held off until the 25th Council, just the way that things worked out. Additionally, I think that there are states around the nation, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, that have adopted drilling regulations that have made industry happy and made environmentalists happy. And while I have generally confidence in the Navajo Nation and the BLM, I think that there's some recent incidents that have come to light with leaking oil wells that are a cause for concern. And I'm not saying that this is automatically going to lead to that in this instance. That's not what I'm saying. But I would like to see increased drilling regulations. You know, we can look at those states as templates and how to strengthen oversight of the industry and make sure that both environmentalists and people who love Natsan and Hemma are happy, and that the nation's benefiting and that communities aren't being harmed. So I think that that's another thing that I'd like to see and could go hand in hand with a new energy policy. And, you know, this process, I think it's important to be objective on the science of it. And I don't believe it's going to have a meaningful contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, the way that the formations are and what's going to be pulled, the gases that are going to come out. And I hope that we can have a high-minded discourse and discuss some of the larger issues without painting certain things that might not be true in this particular instance with this lease, but could be true in leases all across the Navajo Nation. And I don't think any two leases are alike, but some of the larger concerns that affect them are the things that the council as policymakers needs to address first and foremost. And that comes back into community consent. I have a very unclear picture right now of what is the community consent for these processes. And the nation hasn't identified through the council or through any or the other organizations, what does that look like? Is it right now? It sounds like chapter resolutions and grazing permittee signatures, but is that the most accurate way to convey how we traditionally made decisions and what should be carried on from our tradition in the 21st century? I think that, we need to define that a little more clearly so that everybody understands and is on board, and we need to do it in a concise and clear manner. Is it just a chapter resolution? Are there certain thresholds? Should there be some sort of plebiscite within the communities or affected communities or the entire region on how and whether extraction or resource projects should take place and should move forward, and how that looks like and what that looks like? I think everyone runs to tradition, to hypotheses, and it becomes very uneasy when you have traditional leaders sort of on other sides or two sides of this issue. And it's something that I think we need to be very careful with as leadership, that we don't want to divide our people in that way from a cultural, religious perspective. And it's just a word of caution that I want us to meditate on as leaders of the Navajo Nation as we move forward in this. So those are my thoughts at this time. I think the reservations that have been expressed by the local delegate for the community are very important to me and something that I take great deference to. But at this time, I will not be supporting this lease or the EOG lease. And it's because I believe that's the only leverage that I have as an individual delegate in order to affect those larger issues that we need to consider as a nation. Extraction has been good to Central Navajo government. It has not produced the enduring, durable local economic results, local community development results in a lot of our communities that have seen it. Particularly the more rural ones. Those that are closer to border towns have been able to sort of adjust their economies in a way that, because of that proximity to the border towns, there's a little bit of a greater benefit. And this being a rural community, that's concerning to me because I want to make sure that there is an enduring impact from this if it does go forward. And that people benefit, the community benefits, if that's the decision of the community and the council. And so I think as a nation, we need to make a commitment to our people. And as a council, we need to make a commitment to our people. What is the grand picture? Because we don't have an easily communicable or an easy plan that we can communicate, or a plan that we can easily communicate to our people on what economic development looks like and what sort of economy we're trying to drive within the Navajo Nation. And I think we keep making all sorts of promises and saying we can have it all when we haven't addressed the big crux of the matter, which is land tenure and how we make these sort of decisions as a nation across the board. So, yeah, Chair, Speaker So, I appreciate the opportunity to share a couple thoughts, and I'll yield the floor back to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your comments. I did Ash, Honorable Slater, and your views, your thoughts pertaining to the lease, to the legislation, and the possible future dialogue for improving the lease system of the Navajo Nation pertaining to minerals. And it does really make you think about things. And with that, I'm gonna turn some time over to Honorable or correction, Mr. McClure. Can you provide some insights pertaining to his comments and question that may have been posed by Honorable Slater?
Yes, thanks, Speaker So, and also thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for your comments. I really don't have any major
comment to make here other than I think that the oil and gas industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in this country. I am never going to oppose having a dialogue about energy policy. I think that's always worthwhile to do. However, I think halting in the new opportunities at the time when you're wanting to have discussion is not healthy with respect to bringing in revenues. That's what our role is to bring in revenues to the Navajo Nation, and we have an opportunity here that we would like to pursue. And we feel like there's sufficient regulations between the BLM and the Navajo Nation to ensure all of the environmental concerns are addressed and properly that operations are put in place to properly mitigate any risk. So to Vice Chair Slater's comments about having a future discussion about energy policy, I mean, I definitely commit to my time to participate with that if it's held. And just look, we believe that this legislation stands on its own and is an opportunity for the nation to bring in new revenues and to be able to do it in a manner that is safe and environmentally friendly to our nation here. So thank you for your time.
Delegate Daniel So, request to speak.
Hey, can you hear me? Hey, gonna go back to, thank you for answering those questions, Mr. McClure, those comments, and moving on. Honorable Daniel So, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to take Mr. McClure's response to the health impact assessment request. And I really feel like rather than having local folks try to find funding for health impact assessments, and I do like the idea of having all the industry people help fund this. And I'd like to ask Chief Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft a directive that would also pertain to this thought about the industry funding local community health impact assessments and the continuing monitoring of the emissions that occur in the community. And that would basically apply to this particular agreement as well as the EOG. Because in the bigger world, there is cliche that basically says health is wealth. And that really applies in our area, because we do have a high incidence of health issues, and so those aspects are really those related to the endocrine system as well as the circulatory system. That is very key because we do, that's where our immunity is very centered on. We ask that Ms. Barbara, if you could collaborate with perhaps DOJ and other folks to come up with a directive that is applicable to the concerns that we express. On a particular note, committee members, 3 members of the HES committee have spoken to this this particular agreement. And please take note of that should guide your vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and go over to Legislative Council Dana pertaining to the request of Honorable Chairman So pertaining to drafting a directive pertaining to the health impact assessment funding and for the communities. And Ms. Barboff can go ahead and expand upon this possible directive. I know that you would have to communicate with the sponsor, and that would be Honorable Daniel So. So after this, I'll go ahead and give some other instruction. But Dana, can I give you some time to reflect your thoughts pertaining to Honorable Daniel So's request here? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman So. Office of Legislative Counsel will work on that directive. As you mentioned, we do need to probably sit down with the Department of Justice and may have to review a few other things. So we will start working on that. We'll definitely have it ready for council. I can't promise if we will have it ready before you're finished debating 232 today, but we will definitely start working on it and having it ready for council tomorrow. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe that's a direct answer to the proposed directive. And whether we get the Office of Legislative Counsel gets this the language ready for the directive that Honorable Daniel So has requested, whether it's ready by the end of this NABI or ready by the Navajo Nation Council, the directive will be ready for you. And Honorable Daniel So, if you can, please have direct dialogue with Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Legislative Counsel will work with Department of Justice if there's any other input that Department of Justice needs to suggest into the directive requests pertaining to your question. And Honorable Daniel So.
Okay, and yes, I will work with the Chief Legislative Counsel on the points of the directive. Thank you.
Okashina, thank you very much, Honorable Daniel So. With that, moving on down, I don't see anybody in the queue at this time. And with that, okay, Madam Chair Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'm reviewing my documents, and Mr. McClure mentioned the fund that is being developed. So this was tabled for that agreement to be finalized and brought before the council, because we would need to make an amendment according to our Department of Justice attorneys. I'd like to ask our Department of Justice attorneys if they could provide an update in terms of the last, what can be given an update to the committee on those negotiations, because what I'm hearing from Mr. McClure is not what I've heard from our attorneys. So I just want to be clear in terms of how this is being negotiated, and that it's my understanding that this agreement needs to be added at this time, because there's not another opportunity to develop or to finalize this agreement. So can I ask Department of Justice, where are we at in terms of when council referred this back and developing this agreement with our Navajo Nation owned entity that is fully is a fully owned company by the Navajo Nation people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that request. Department of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, this is April Quinn from Navajo DOJ.
Yes, Ms. Quinn, you have the floor, and go ahead and proceed to respond to Madam Chair Karate's question pertaining to this legislation.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, honorable delegates. I'll give you kind of a high-level summary of where we're at on the chapter agreements. I just want to give you a little bit of information on how they're structured, because I think that would help address the question. So DOJ and others within the government, the Minerals Department, worked with the chapters, worked with NOG with respect to community benefit agreements. And what was developed was memorandums of agreement that are legally binding on all the parties. You know, NOG, the Navajo Nation, and the nation was negotiating on behalf of the individual chapters. So the agreements are legally binding, and the way that they are structured, though, are to basically be standalone agreements. They're not directly tied to these operating agreements that are part of the legislation before you. So it is possible that these MOAs can be finalized and executed even after this legislation has been considered by this committee and the Navajo Nation Council. And you know, we're still in the process of negotiating things. You know, I think things slowed down just given what was going on at the chapters and what, you know, with chapter resolutions. But this is not the last chance for the chapters, right? Discussions will continue, especially if NOG's legislation is approved. DOJ intends to keep working with the chapters to make sure we get some, you know, get agreements that they are comfortable with and they approve of, and those agreements would go through the executive branch for review and ultimately signed by the president. Let's see, what else? Oh, so the way that the agreements are currently set up, I don't believe there's an actual fund that is created, and Mr. McClure can clarify this. There's no fund that's created. That NOG sets aside a certain amount of money for the benefit for the chapter at issue. So if it involves Sanasti, then NOG agrees to set aside a certain amount of money for the benefit of Sanasti, and then the chapter will identify you know, projects and other things to use the money on, for lack of better words. So it's sort of a partnership between the nation, you know, specifically the chapters and NOG to kind of work together. I don't think there's an actual fund, and I don't believe the money is going to be transferred to the Navajo Nation, because that kind of creates additional concerns that would need to be addressed. But NOG is agreeing to set money aside for the benefit of the chapter, and I believe that NOG will also help procure contracts for goods and services. So it's a partnership between NOG and the community via the language of these agreements that we are currently negotiating. So I hope that answers the question, and happy to answer any more questions. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much for that response, Ms. Quinn, pertaining to Madam Chair Karate's information. So the MOA, it is a legal binding document on behalf of the chapter. And with that, whether this legislation passes, the negotiation is to continue to move forth. And it sounds like the Department of Justice has weighed in and indicated that they are working on these agreements at the same time with the approval, if the approval happens. And And then Navajo Oil and Gas will be working directly with the chapter pertaining to those funds. And Navajo Oil and Gas will hold on to the funds and work with the chapters pertaining to the projects that are being proposed. The funds will not go back to the Navajo Nation. That's the way I comprehend it. Department of Justice's response pertaining to Madam Chair Karate's question. With that, Madam Chair Karate, believe Department of Justice has answered your question pertaining to the MOA and the leasing, individual leasing agreement between the chapters. So with that, Shananta, I'm going to go back to Madam Chair for follow-up. Madam Chair Karate?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So in terms of Ms. Quinn's high-level recap, the council in April referred this to Naabik'íyáti to exactly create this agreement. So 9 months later, this is on our agenda for discussion. Where is the document, either the working draft or the finalized draft, so that this body can take action on that agreement, whether it's a standalone or with this legislation?
Thank you very much.
I would need that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Karate. And then Ms. Gwynn, can you proceed to respond to Madam Chair's request pertaining to that document that when the Navajo Nation Council referred this legislation back to the Naabik'íyáti committee in April, was pertaining to the agreements and that working document. Where are we at, and what is the draft form, what she has requested? So Ms. Quinn can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Karate, for the question. So DOJ does have an agreement pertaining to the Sanasti chapter specifically, because Sanasti was a little bit more ahead with respect to things, rather than Tisnos Pas. So there is a document for Sanasti that is near final form. I was basically just waiting for the chapter to give the final approval of the agreement. But, things slowed down because of what was happening at the chapter level and the fact that the chapters passed resolutions rescinding their support for NOG's agreements. So things didn't progress the way that we were hoping they would in terms of getting agreements in place for both Sanasti and Tisnos Pas. But there is a document for the Sanasti chapter that I can send to the delegates if you want to see how things are structured. I would just say that it's final as far as DOJ is concerned. We would deem that, I believe, legally sufficient. But I was looking for the final okay from the chapter, and just given everything that happened, I didn't get that final okay. So I don't want to speak for them. But as far as DOJ is concerned, I believe that document is legally sufficient. So I can send it to the council. I guess my only concern would be, is that going to be part of the legislation? Because, as I stated before, these are standalone agreements. So I'm not sure if they would go through the legislative process with this legislation, or would DOJ, NOG, and the chapter be allowed to, negotiate sort of after the fact, or does it have to go back to the council? I guess I'm just a little, it would be helpful to get that sort of direction, if this legislation passes and we have these agreements, okay, what then is the process? That would be helpful, but I can definitely send you the Sanasti agreement so you can see it. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. April, or Ms. Quinn for that response. And if you can, send the document to legislative staff, Manuel Rico and Madam Chief of Staff. With that way we can get the document out to the Navajo Nation Council pertaining to the standalone agreement that's which is only in place for, or is almost completed for Sanasi chapter. And then I believe the other chapters, it's still a working agreement and communication between the chapter is still ongoing. So with that, Madam Chair, Karate, we will go ahead and get the document out to you pertaining to the agreements, to the individual agreements pertaining to the chapter. And it sounds like Sanasi chapter's agreement is almost finalized. So, and they're still working with Sanasi chapter for their blessings and their concurrence to the MOA. Madam Chair Karate, does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah, thank you for the follow-up. So it does answer my question in terms of either the working or finalized draft. I'm not sure when the last meeting took place. I think it was a few months ago. So my concern was when Mr. McCurr mentioned that he spoke to the chapter officials and that they, according to Mr. McCurr, wanted to wait for council to take action. What we're not hearing is what is in that agreement. And what we're not hearing is then is this what the community understands is going to be their direct benefit. When we look at the Navajo Nation energy policy, there is not language in there that that talks about impacted communities. And so I want to ask the co-sponsor, I recall you were sponsoring a new Navajo Nation energy policy. And so how, as you're co-sponsoring this legislation, how are you advocating for the impacted community in terms of what would be their benefit, whether it's direct payment, whether it's to address some of the impacts either on the roads or in terms of the impact to the land, or in terms of future health studies. Could you give me some insight in your sponsorship of this legislation, how you're negotiating those conversations? Because I'll state for the record again, you do not represent these communities. You're a shareholder to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. But as a shareholder, you represent all of the Navajo Nation people to this company. And oil and gas should be providing the best practices on how to negotiate with the community. And it shouldn't take more than 9 months to develop, whether it's a standalone agreement or not, so that they can showcase how energy producers on Navajo Nation work with and provide additional resources to those impacted communities. And I'm not sure as co-sponsor if you have impacted communities, so please shed light on how you have negotiated with those companies to provide support. I think that's a critical key in this discussion is at this stage, how then are we looking at providing either direct resources or for those communities who are impacted, additional resources. Because when we talk about royalties, that goes all to Window. And there's been Navajo people in this lifetime who've never seen a direct service from Window, a direct benefit. And that's what the community should be thinking about and negotiating. And it's not just turkey dinners or ham dinners. We're talking about major investment into their infrastructure. And so I'd like to ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Karate, for your question, for your follow-up. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to Honorable Rick Nez. Chairman Nez, you have the floor.
Thank you. And Honorable Chairman Otto, honorable members of the 24th Council. Arodais not again not Ashing what Hachi, we're asking questions because we have concerns. We always have concerns because we're creating a law. There's given what we normally say is transparency without anything hidden. Legislation. There was a public open forum at Nasty. I went over there and attended with some of my colleagues. Oh, you didn't know. I don't local people though. Because I guess that this kid though, better husband that he don't and Ebenant Ani Clinici. Nare Adola Bigatole Lachonitsan. When do we start planning something as lawmakers to generate revenue? Halit au e nahuit ago yaha ede peso yahanahin deto lesla. How do we generate revenue so we can support programs on the Navajo Nation? We're always pretty much low on funding. We need funding for this, we need funding for that. So Naabik'íyáti economic development how do we generate revenue? It's a question worth meditating on and saying perhaps the 25th Council also that are listening. 4 years ago, 4 years, it's almost 4 years. Most of it was due to the pandemic that we couldn't even come together. Then we got used to just calling into our meetings, but we still created laws. We still moved along despite the pandemic being here amongst us. So on Sahakeshko. Araba Nastida. Ahotishnish, but not another joke. So she did in that. What end the Napa eat ego didn't know. I say near also Napa eat Isa. I don't how we speak, we speak for the people in communities throughout the Navajo Nation. Do Corona hit us so should Celine Elmer Begay. Now stop at it a hickey, but Hawins and got you know yesterday stop. I don't have trashy the Halnochan. A quit Chadison. Not a leto, ye had that just the open on national to arts, I got treat on education, and yeah, so we won't abuse certain things. He's letting us know. You know, in six cases, you don't be not yahons and education, and carbon a hakorohatsi. A co-born just case go, hey, her shit down. It would really be worth our time to really start planning because we spend a lot of money. Oh, you peso. Yeah, I didn't allocate funding for our new chapter houses. Last week, I guess we spent a lot of money, and we at the end there was only like 50 million left. So how do we replace some of these monies? How do we begin to do that? Back when we first started RDC, we had a discussion on how RDC will host at Twin Arrows an energy summit. And we had planned on inviting U.S. Department of Energy, Department of Interior, BIA, energy experts from the 3 states, local people that are experts to really do some presentations, including our own Navajo Nation enterprises. Ako, even the energy office, like, oh, how do we create this energy office? And legislation hit that one in. So last week, RDC energy office, no. What ended la got attend we haven't had a dialogue, a work session with our enterprises, Intech, NOG, NTUA. How do we create an energy policy? We can't just put it out there and expect that something will happen. Has your Naabik'íyáti energy office state no? Ado dig akwaba yel tiki adana shagun sanastida. Then Tratnas another resolution passed daily dan passed daily and his arco. Ne peso na hot lefting nesto. Hot eli height all even height all e peso for the letla. Ha ile arco ile dota. What things are acceptable? What things are not acceptable? I say economic development. Nigga, marijuana don't hint the negative as lando, but there has only get a chill and because they were breaking the laws. Legislation 0222-20. What it did was put a stop to it. Now, if we put a plan in place and said, let's do it this way, don't negotiate, and instead everybody jumped to it along, not everybody, but most of the people that really wanted to make money jumped into it without looking at the laws. Each one, FBI, Homeland Security, State Police, Navajo Police, they took it all out and took it away. I guess it would be worth our time on the 25th Council to really look at areas that we could generate revenue. What is it that we need to do? We have 110 chapters. That's like 110 counties. The 3 states, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, combined total, they have 77 counties. What model is it that we need to come up with that we should follow and say, how do local governments operate? When do we allow our chapters to introduce tax ordinances so they can tax businesses? When can chapters, what do they have that they can generate revenue at the local level? And a lot of this comes from the local level. Ande hawan has adan na inten do hot ausha nengi arat nehjoyan sikhes gishidat do shi anan let it bat so des kesidi that era. This is all I'm thinking about, and I'm listening to all of you, and I respect all the words that you have spoken. And I'm just concerned about our nation as to how, as leaders, we have that duty as well to have some sort of plan in place to generate revenue. Every 4 years, the Navajo Nation president the topic is always economic development, job creation. But then 4 years later, that's still the same. Navajo Nation Enterprise. They're saying we operate within the laws of the Navajo Nation and the federal government and state laws. Operate that. I'm just making a statement, and I do support our enterprises, the work they do, and what they try to put into the Navajo Nation General Fund. Thank you for listening up to this point. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Honorable Rickness for your comments, your statements pertaining to legislation 0232-22. And you could have hold just is now 11:35. And started the discussion on this particular legislation at 9:37 this morning. 47, correction. So this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas to answer the questions that Honorable Karate has brought forth with her follow-up questions. Let's go to Honorable Elmer Begay first, and then we'll come back to James McClure. Honorable Begay.
Good morning again. Good afternoon. Speaker So and other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Delegate Crowley for your question. I appreciate that. I don't did that directly to some of that as a shareholders, and we believe that as a shareholders, that there's some this minerals element that we're talking about, helium. Thinking about it, that it's been available within our homeland, and traditionally, it's part of that is our oxygen that lives within our the Mother Earth that we live on, and that we survive with whatever it gives us. And traditionally, that these abundance of environments that can be used to survive. So all these years, thinking back, that our people survived it with these all the elements, and then the environment that was placed here. So this is one of them. So I believe that the best that we would know how can the best results, the best method that we could use to survive with it, not to harm. And there's always going to be a negative and a positive that we all know. There's going to be always some approval and some oppositions. And even within our stories is like that. Even within our belief is like that. So we appreciate all the comments that's been proposed to us and all the oppositions, but somewhere that we had to all agree upon it on something that we could negotiate on it. So it seems like today we're getting to that point to where we have to negotiate is more is with the fundings, and more likely from the previous and then traditionally that all the resources that were available for over 50 years, and it was being directed to the Navajo Nation government, and that's where we get our shares back to our individual chapters and to individual people. And it seems like we all know that and some of these funds that were created from these resources, it all comes in one pot, and it has to be equally distributed to each chapters by law, by by equal distribution and allocation. So all these years, as we become, I feel fortunate. I feel that this type of resources that were available and our past leaders that they created to where it will be shared among that approved the allocation. So that's how I look at this the new becoming a resource for the Navajo Nation. And then also we're doing the best we can, and we're using some method. And myself, I've been asking a lot of people, not only Hatatis, not only the leaders. There's some people that are out there that I rely on is people that are, there's very few people. I would say there's only about 2 people that I know that are sheep herders still down there. They're out there herding sheep. They have their own sheep camp, and they're there 24/7, and they don't live and go back to a community, cluster community where they get the to stay overnight over there and then come back. They're 24/7 out there, and I would say that I asked them a lot of these questions, and with that, what you said, I agree with them. Because I never had any kind of type of assistance directly from that. They're given to me, but they say that I know that it comes in different form. Like I get some help for my water through water resource. They prepare water for me, and they fix water wells for me, and sometimes when it comes to a type of emergency, I get hay, and I get food for my livestocks, and also that there's other ways is becoming to be available is through getting some visit from CHR, and so that's how they know that they've been assisted through this fundings. So I would say that that what we're talking about is something that's became available within our nation how did it came to be. Spiritually, one is that it became to be available, and the other one is very mysterious way it became available to within our homeland. So how do we use it if it comes available like that? Which one comes first? Is it the spiritual way? And then what about the mysterious way it happened? It became to be. I think we're at that point where nobody talks about it. Nobody, if those kind of ways become available, who has the knowledge to use it rightfully ways? And we know that this is something that has to be a topic that everybody should concentrate on it. And if it becoming to be available, is it the next resource that will save lives of people, our own people, or we're getting to that point now? And what do we say when it became a reality where it saved our own people's lives? How do we go about that? What do we do? What do we say? And I believe that this is where we're at now. And we don't. I'm not sure if somebody has an answer for this when it becomes available to start saving our own people's lives. And what if it goes further where we start getting some revenue out of it? So what's the best way to use it? Is it goes to the one individual chapters? Do we have to give more to one individual chapters? If this is available within our area, if this is our own homeland, just like thinking about this, if it becomes something becomes available within a home, who has more authority to that? We all know that it has to we have to come up with some type of agreement, and some type of agreement to use it rightfully. So your question is more like being a shareholder. Yeah, we do go attend ceremonies for this type of resource that would as a shareholder. I do go by that, and I attend ceremonies and asking where the question that I'm asking, where do we go about it? What's the rightful way of doing this? And to continue this, what do we do? And a lot is just with a prayer that one day that we will come up with an agreement, and one day that there will be really something that we could rely on it. And most of all is to save a life with it, with our own healthcare facility that we have. And today, if you think about all the healthcare facilities that we have within the Navajo Nation, where did we get this helium from? Do we have to buy it? And just like how Mr. McClure answered that, is that there's a lot is being used within this healthcare facilities. So that's how I will answer your question, Deja. So I'll give the other two back to Mr. McClure, speaker. So.
With that, thank you very much. I'm going to go back to Mr. McClure. Give some time to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So, to respond to Madam Chair Crotty's concerns about the MOA or MOU that was being negotiated, I do agree with DOJ Counsel April Quinn that I feel the agreements are well structured and are legally binding to all parties. I think it needs to be understood that this is the way it's structured. There will be some upfront payments that NOG would make, whether we're successful with helium or not. But future payments are linked to success, and so if there's sufficient and paying quantities of helium, we would be obligated to pay at a set schedule, which is in both of the agreements. You made the comment about turkey and ham dinners. As I said in my opening comments, we had agreed to payments up to $4 million specific for the chapter. And as Ms. Quinn indicated, we would work with the chapter in partnership on specific projects that they saw as needed. We would work with contracting services. And I want to give you an example of some of those projects that we've actually done on our own behalf over the last 6 months. There have been several residents in the Sanasti area who've had to react to the heavy storms and heavy rains that occurred in the Sanasti area. Some had roofs that were damaged that allowed rain to penetrate their homes. NOG contracted a individual to go out, a team of individuals to go out and repair those roofs, and we made a donation to address that. We do that in other communities besides Sanasti. It seems like on social media that we get attacked for trying to help when we're trying to be a good corporate citizen. That's what we see as appropriate. So I think that it may be worthwhile to have Minerals Director Jeremiah maybe speak to why these agreements should be separate and not part of the operating agreement. I'm very concerned about a precedent being set here if we tie these directly to the operating agreement, because that would potentially prohibit a new investment in any field, not just in helium, for an entity, to Navajo entity or any outside entity investing, if they're forced to also pay a kind of pseudo royalty. We negotiated royalties with the Minerals Department. We, on our own, went to the community and said we were willing to provide funds to the community because we understand their concerns about all money flowing to the central government and not flowing to their chapter. We felt like we could address that through some of our donations. The reason we're being very clear about this being a donation, it is from our profits. We're going to donate to those chapters. And so the final thing I wanted to respond to is just the timing of approval or timing of agreement. It has been going on for several months, as you state. Unfortunately, the chapter officials do not feel that they have the support to have those agreements finalized. And so when I said earlier that the chapter officials had advised us that we wait until this legislation was reviewed by the council, and if the council approved the legislation, then they felt more comfortable that the MOAs or MOUs could be approved. That's what I was trying to state earlier. So I just wanted to clarify that. And we are committed to providing support for the local chapters with donations on items that they see as important. Our profits, they have to cover the capital costs. So I think that was something I tried to say earlier. Is we have $75 million of investment that we have to make to actually bring this helium to the market, and so that comes from our investment. We have to ultimately do that before we actually have any profitable helium. So the breakdown of all the profitability. We do have some that we want to give to the chapters. And again, I think maybe Ms. Jeremiah can comment about why that's not going to be tied, why we don't think it's appropriate to tie it into the operating agreements and keep it separate. So hopefully that answers your question or concerns. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for that response, Mr. LeClaire, James McClure, for the follow-up question that had been asked by Madam Chair Crotty. And Honorable Rick Nez's comments and statement pertaining to the legislation. So with that, it is now 11:54 a.m. and we are on legislation number 0232-21. And so with that, we'll go back to Amber, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So my question was not answered regarding what is, I asked regarding the impacted chapters. What is, how as a shareholder, like what is the policy or what is the philosophy in terms of how to address the issues when it comes to impacted chapters? I did not hear that response. And so the shareholders have an interesting role, and we all receive training on this, right? The shareholders are not to lobby for the enterprise or become a voting bloc. The shareholder representative actually represents the shareholders, and the shareholders are the Navajo Nation people. So this is a Navajo Nation enterprise. And so the change that I'm asking, and I understand why this is difficult for Navajo Nation Department of Justice to understand, because they've been lawyers to Window Rock. I can see why this is difficult for a Navajo Nation owned enterprise as Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, as they've only had to really deal with the interests of Window Rock. And what I'm saying is this is a shift in looking at, my job is not to create revenue for Window Rock. My job is to appropriately represent the people, not only of my district, but all Navajo Nation citizens that live within our 4 sacred mountains, who are working and living in urban areas, and our international military families. So what I'm asking is, in these conversations where we have said and we have recognized that Window Rock forgets about the communities outside of Window Rock, and all of the entities that are speaking on this legislation, I'm asking, does there need to be a policy to change that mentality? In reviewing the energy policy of 2013 and reviewing the proposed amendment of 2019, there's no language in there that provides guidance or directive to this council by the people that we represent or elected into office, and how impacted communities should benefit from these funds. The places we see that is in some of these gaming agreements, where the host chapter gets 5%, and then I believe it's maybe 2% of that fund then is distributed to the chapters. And so I think when I'm hearing from the enterprise, because you are a Navajo Nation entity, I shouldn't hear words like forced. And I wrote it down in quotation. We could ask for the transcript, because that's what you said. Or I shouldn't hear words like, I think I heard pseudo wolf. I kind of put that in a question mark. I'm not sure if that was a statement. And that the local community should have more say in terms of how they want to use this funding through a local through either a resolution or local conversation on how this funding or donations should be used. And that's why we keep going back to April, not the lawyer, but the month of April, that this council directed or said this agreement shall be created. And it's not created. And I'm not asking anyone of the agents on the line to debate that. I'm not asking your opinion if that should be included in this legislation or not. What I'm asking is for the document in which why this legislation was referred to be produced. And I'm not sure if any of the other delegates have received it, but I've reset it my internet a few times and looking for it, and I still do not have this document. I just received it, and now it's labeled confidential and privileged. So with those efforts in mind, why are we discussing this legislation at this time if we haven't had an opportunity to speak with our lawyers about this confidential and privileged agreement? And that's my question, and I hope to get an answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The information was finally sent out. And it is labeled confidential because the negotiation, I believe the negotiation is still in progress. Other than that, I'm going to go back to the sponsor and Mr. McClure to answer Madam Chair Crotty's questions. You have the floor.
Thank you, Tom. Speaker, so I wrote for your question again. I think that from my point is that I think I did the best I can to answer most of it. I know that we finally got the confidential and the privilege that was given to us. So in a negotiation that's directly made, how these were made, I believe that I don't know how we could take care of this. Maybe the DOJ can provide us and our chief legislative counsel see how we can go into this deep discussion into this the negotiation that was made. But like I said, this I would say that that it's a good thought, and I have the same thought regarding just using the ARPA fundings and the CARES fundings. That we have some certified chapters that I believe that from the 3 chapters that are certified within my community, that they have the ability and then they have the experience of running its own government. And the way we've seen this local government is that it's supposed to be run and operate the chapter on their own, and Division of Community Development and Administrative Service Office should be overlooking and monitoring all the expenditures and helping run these chapters on their own independently. So I believe that any funding should be going towards the chapters right now. And then within the Budget and Finance Committee, I try to put more money into certified chapters that are doing good, that are managing their accountability to provide more of consultant fees and also professional services. So they know that there's some service that they that they need are not available within the our own headquarters, the Navajo Nation in Window Rock area. So I believe it's a time to do that. But as far as I know, that I have experience with my own chapters to have to start getting their own grants with this broadband. So we had to go through Naabik'íyáti to have us support us to get this direct funded into the Dalcon chapter. So I believe that if we can put that kind of changes within our law to do that, and I think that will be it can be done somewhere along the way. That I think that it goes back to Budget and Finance Committee and all the financing, how this can be taken care. So I believe that what your thoughts is that I believe that we should be giving more money to the chapters by now to continue with the local governance. So that's how I will respond back to you, Sudeja. And Mr. Claire, I think you can respond to.
Okay, Mr. McClure, have the floor.
Yeah, Speaker. So I really don't have anything new to add. I think that ultimately we've negotiated in good faith. The document sounds like it's been sent to the delegates, and we support it, and just would love to see it get enacted. Unfortunately, the chapters have advised us that's not possible at this point. So that's really all I need to say at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Begay and Mr. McClure, for your response, Madam Chair's questions. And with that, I'm going to go back to the floor. Any other questions pertaining to this particular legislation at this time? Again, before I go on, it is 12:05, and we've been on this legislation for some time. But it is destined for council whether it fails here at the Naabik'íyáti committee or passes here at the Naabik'íyáti committee. So, with that, any other questions pertaining to legislation number 0232-21? Once, twice, three times. Call for a question. Roll call vote.
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I was on mute. Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. So, did you hear me? I did have a question on this legislation.
Madam Chair, I
tried four times to speak up.
I call for the question already on this vote on this particular legislation.
I called on four separate occasions, Speaker. So, on four separate occasions, I know that I spoke up, and then you recognized Delegate Crotty. I spoke up again, and then you recognized Delegate Rick Mann. And then I spoke up twice again. I didn't realize that I was on mute, but I did try to speak up on this legislation.
Madam Chair,
I just want it on the record that I did try to speak up to ask questions regarding this legislation, but I was never called upon.
Madam Chair, we didn't get any texts or any from Jalissa pertaining to requesting to speak, and I didn't hear you make that request to speak when
Speaker, so just so you know, I have been trying to text, but you guys are not getting my text messages. And I even text to ask Rico and Julissa, who can I text so that you guys get my text messages on time? But I have been trying to text as well with no response. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I haven't received any texts from you requesting to speak. And I'll check with staff. Hold on. Okay, there was other comments that I guess you text on and they were responded, but they didn't indicate that they received for you to speak, but I'm gonna go ahead and go back to you, Madam Chair. You have the floor.
Speaker, so I'll go ahead and save my questions for council because I think you already called for the vote and there was a delegate that already voted. So I think it would be in bad precedent to reopen. But I do want to on the record that I was trying to speak up to be recognized to speak on this legislation. And I did send in text messages to speak on this legislation, and I wasn't getting any response. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, we're going to proceed with the vote, and yes, we haven't received a text pertaining to you requesting to speak. So, again, this legislation proceeds to council. They have the final authority, and I did already call for the question for this legislation. So, staff, can you go ahead and proceed with roll call vote?
Continuing the vote with Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. How do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Knez Bakrati. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond
Green.
Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, the Cheeto.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazdi. Honorable Edmund Yazdi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. I'm going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. and Honorable Herman Daniels vote green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Point of order, Callan.
Honorable Key Allen Begay, point of order. There's a point of order.
Speaker, I said earlier, Madam Chairwoman Naabik'íyáti, I sent my text earlier to vote red on this legislation, so I'd like to verbally make that known that I voted red on this legislation, Chairman. Speaker.
Okay, let the record reflect that Key Allen Begay voted red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 13 delegates who voted in favor, 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Motion carries. 13 in favor, 8 opposed, with chair not voting, and Mr. Edmund Yazzie not voting. So with that, motion carries and this legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Deal with that. Yeah. Thank you very much, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, moving on down, next legislation that we have coming up is the new old business B, legislation 0240-22, an act relating to the Law and Order Committee, Law and Order and Naabik'íyáti Committee, the Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code. Sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And she's on the line. She was on the line earlier. And we'll try to deal with that. With that, could I get staff to read the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker So and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0240-22, an act related to the Law and Order and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code. The legislation is sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Otto So. You do have committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. There's a committee report from the Naabik'íyáti Committee dated December 19th, 2022. Legislation was not acted on as time expired at the Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting, special meeting on December 19th, 2022. As a recap, Honorable Speaker So, this legislation, we would just continue the discussion with there's already a motion and a second. The motion is held by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and a second by Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. There was a 10th committee public report that was sent out about an hour ago from Ms. Johnson. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that recap. And this particular legislation 0240-22, the amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code. Sponsor is on the line. And on the last council that happened again, on the 19th of December 2022, time has lapsed pertaining to the meeting at the time. We're going to continue with the dialogue. We have a motion in place held by Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair and a second motion held by Honorable Vince James. With that, Shanant, I'm going to go ahead and proceed back to if there's as the discussion is going to move on, I would like to see if Madam Chair can give I'm going to allow you a 3-minute highlight of this particular legislation back to the committee. Madam Chair?
Speaker So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. So this legislation does come before council. This legislation has been in the works for several years now. It started during the Russell B. Gay administration under Attorney General Ethel Branch. Leading the efforts was Prosecutor Gertrude Lee, as well as the prosecutors during that time. It did proceed forward to the 24th Navajo Nation Council for review and recommendations, because when the initial amendments were being made, it was towards the end of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. So the decision was to have the 24th Navajo Nation Council decide on the issue. During that time, it was also reviewed again by the Department of Justice under several, I believe there was a team made up of several people that included the prosecutor's office, criminal investigations, law enforcement, public defender's office, and many others. I did get to attend 2 of those meetings during that time. I remember at that time it was Jennifer Henry who was leading the meetings. The first one was Candace Martine, and the second one that I attended was with Jennifer Henry leading the team. And so this has been ongoing for several years. We have heard from many of our chapters who are reporting incidents that are occurring regarding crime. We've heard many of our Navajo people saying that people who are arrested just get a slap on the wrist and then they're released again. We've heard from many victims out there, as well as victims advocates, asking and pushing for this amendment to happen. As a result of what we have been hearing from the communities and from the people, we do present to you at this time amendments to Title 17. A lot of the changes that have been made have expanded the statute of limitations, as well as making certain crimes mandatory jail time, and then also a mandatory cooling off period for individuals who do need some time to cool off. With that, I do have my agents on the line. I do have Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson on the line, and I believe, I haven't got a text message yet, but I believe that we do have Chief of Police Daryl Noon, who is also on the line. I know that we can only have 2 agents, so both are on the line. Speaking on behalf of the amendments that have been proposed to Title 17, and the basis of these amendments is to try to protect our Navajo people. During the last several years and on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there has not been one legislation or one push to try to increase funding for rehabilitative services, and nothing has occurred. So we continue to wait to offer help to our Navajo people, but during that process, we're starting to see an increase of crimes that are being committed by our Navajo people against our Navajo people with nothing being done. And so for that reason, we do again present before you at this time legislation number 0247-22, which are amendments to Title 17. And it is true, we are getting tough on crime. So with that, we do stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that recap. With that, Shanant, is there any questions pertaining to legislation number 0240-22 at this time?
Yes.
Honorable Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker So, for the opportunity to speak. I guess I want to ask one question right at the outset, and that is, since I'm not a member of the Law and Order Committee, I didn't have a lot of access to the same issues that are presented to them on a weekly basis. And so I'm going to look to the leadership there on this. But my understanding is there's a consent decree that compels the release of individuals who are arrested. And it seems we're interpreting that as being the slap on the wrist, and that Title 17 amendments will then fix that. So if we're going to change the code, is that going to affect the consent decree and how long people can be held for either the cooling off period or removed from their alleged victims? I just want to hear a response to that to start off with, because I want to make sure we're legislating something that can actually be effective on that end. So I'll start with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe this would have some input from the Department of Justice also. So I'm going to turn the floor over back to Madam Chair to answer this question. And Madam Chair, if we have an agent from Department of Justice, you can go ahead and refer to the individual from Department of Justice. Madam Chair Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So, and thank you for the question, Delegate Slater. So my understanding of the consent decree was there was a time when the jails were dilapidated all across the Navajo Nation. And there was a individual who was arrested who did bring a lawsuit against the Navajo Nation because of the way that the jails were in the condition of the jails. However, since that time, we have used ARA funds as well as the Public Safety and Justice bonds to address several of the jails located throughout the Navajo Nation. There's currently 2 jails that are really, really in need, that need to be replaced, and that's Shiprock and Winter Rock, but no funding has been identified for these 2 facilities. And so what the consent decree did was it basically, said because these jails are not in good conditions, we can't hold individuals, in these jails. But again, since that time, they have been addressed. We have new facilities in Tuba City, in Kayenta, in Chinle, in Crown Point, as well as I believe I think I named them all. But what I'll do is I'll go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to, I know the Department of Justice has been, has been working on this consent decree, as well as Dolores Gray Eyes, who has more information regarding the consent decree. Speaker Otto, so I know that I do have 2 agents. However, based on the question that is being presented to us at this time, Department of Justice is not an agent, and Dolores Gray Eyes is not an agent. However, they're the only 2 who are knowledgeable in addressing the questions regarding the consent decree. So with your permission, Speaker, so I'd like to ask that we do call upon Department of Justice and Detention Center to answer the questions regarding the consent decree. I did kind of give a quick summary or overview of the consent decree and what we were facing, but I think they can provide a little bit more in-depth answer to that question. Speaker So.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And we will go ahead and go to the Department of Justice. Department of Justice, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Chair. So this is LaTanya Johnson.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Johnson, for being on the line with today's Naabik'íyáti committee. And can you please speak to the issue of the consent decree matter that is in place? I know that Department of Justice is in litigation on this matter, and I don't know if this will require an executive session, or could you provide an answer that would not require us to go into an executive session?
Chair, so I need a few more minutes to review this matter. If Dr. Gray Eyes from Department of Corrections online, I would like her to have her speak, and then I will, that will give me some time to review this matter.
Okay, thank you very much for requesting that. We'll give you a few more minutes. Director Gray Eyes, Dolores Gray Eyes, are you on the line? You know that she's not an agent, but she directly works with the issue of the consent decree pertaining to office attorney pertaining to the corrections, Department of Corrections. So Dolores Gray Eyes, are you on the phone or on the line? If you can hear us, press *6. Going once, twice, 3 times. Ms. Gray Eyes is not on the line. It's time, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, I'm going to go back and turn back to, I know Department of Justice requested a few more minutes. And
Chairman Kelly.
Let me do this. Give some time to Department of Justice to do some research. I'll come back to Department of Justice to provide an answer for Honorable Carl Slater pertaining to the consent decree issue. So I'm going to go ahead and move forth on the line. And
This is Dr. Gray Eyes. I'm on the line now.
okay, hold on, Mr. Kealan. Let me go move to Dolores Gray Eyes pertaining to the question posed by Honorable Carl Slater. Ms. Gray Eyes, did you get the question that was posed by Honorable Slater pertaining to the consent decree?
Yes, I did, Mr. Speaker. And my answer is that we did request for a partial dismissal of the 1992 consent decree, and that was heard about 10 months ago by the Window Rock District Court.
Court of orders.
And they went.
I'm going to go to point of order to Mr. Eugene So.
My point of order, it hurt, Madam Chair, this legislation. She has 2 agents, and I believe Ms. Gray Eyes was not mentioned. That's maybe a question, and is she liable to be the 3rd agent? Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Eugene So, we are at Naabik'íyáti committee when we can refer to multiple agents here at Nabi. Only at council you have 2 agents. So everything is in order, and the issue to the consent decree, the Navajo Nation Department of Correction and Department of Justice will speak to the consent decree issue. So with that, I'm going to go back to Dolores Gray Eyes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Dr. Gray Eyes again. As I was stating that this, we did working with the Department of Justice request for a partial dismissal because the conditions that were identified in the 1992 consent decree were addressed with the Kayenta, Cooper City, Chinle, and Crown Point facilities, and that the Window Rock Court had gone for advisement 10 months ago, and we've been waiting on a decision. As Madam Chair Newton stated, Shiprock and Window Rock would not be included because we have not had the funds to replace the facilities, and we wouldn't be able to address the areas that were identified in the 1992 consent decree for dismissal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, Honorable Slater, does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers my question. I'll have follow-ups when you're able to recognize me later. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, before I go on to Kealan Begay, Department of Justice, do you have anything to add on to that?
Sure. Just to add, thank you, Chair. So this is Latonya Johnson. To add to what Dr. Gray has noted, one of the issues of the consent decree was overcrowding. And as Dr. Gray has pointed out, Nation filed a motion for partial dismissal in July of 2019. And the court granted that motion to dismiss. So the governing language regarding the hold would be governed by the Title 17, which is specifically being 1805 and 1807, and the related laws regarding the hold. So with the courts and with council's amendment addressing this issue, council would make that policy decision as to whether council would consider amending the whole time for a longer period of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that additional information pertaining to the consent decree. I know that when it comes to the consent decree, we have to be very careful, my colleagues, pertaining to the consent decree issue. There's it's still in some litigation, and only certain small things could be talked about pertaining to the consent decree. And we're still waiting on a final order from the dismissal that was requested from the judicial branch. So with that, moving forth, Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
Speaker Yate, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to provide additional information about Kodo Shasna Ashina Dash Kibigi consent decree Hatninigi. That in a way the situation is being utilized Kodo, and I'm not sure she's really Kodosh Mayaja, the term utilizing the slap on the wrist Hatninigi. I don't think she means it as that the court system is weak. But I know you know that I've served on the Judiciary Committee for 2 terms, and then although the current council, the 23rd Council and the Law and Order Committee. Consent decree we have been asking Department of Justice, and we have been asking the judicial branch. This has nothing to do with the council on this particular situation. As you know, that anything that goes into the court, you know that the legislature has to stay out of it. And I think that's one thing that we really need to understand, unless, of course, the policy of the process is changed. The 23rd Council, I know that we have directed the Department of Justice to look into this, because what initiated the consent decree situation, the judicial complex at 5 agencies, but that is, this was back in the 2008 or 7 in the establishing the judicial public safety cells tax. No, what I think that's how far that we have been trying to establish an effective judicial relationship of the criminal department, criminal prosecutor's office, and then of course the public defender as well. So as you know, that once it goes into the court, the law process has to kick in as well. That was one of the main reasons why that we laid down that all of these programs needs to be under the one roof. But now go aid like Tuba City, Chinley, and Crown Point got what are established earlier. Ado Kodo, Shiprock, and 45 it at the deed. A coco a baby nacho Kodo height out la AD at the creaky ita took at the 3 facilities at the whole year. The facilities being that is it's not a humane situation at these jail facilities. No, so what go a benago at half that in 3 areas. That the need a benago, but not judicial branch, though Department of Justice. Ita it ego kodo hit ada anatle jo e all request kita ilian, and I believe kodo the last term at Delegate Daniel, Speaker So, and Ita Chairman Yazi what kodo hinan sato at the ilian koko a quacky for the notion that nothing hasn't been done. I'm not saying that Madam Chair is saying that. But as far as the public, I know there's a lot that had been we've been getting an earful of why the justice system is weak on the Navajo Nation. And the one thing that we really need to also look at as well is that the peacemaking program. So to a salado baby to arch a co aid the nesato the yoke the be hejo quagik and hoto later no baby the in go kodo. I'm sure the victims and the kodo adat in higido a bit delia gito at any to a quagik 100 after the no that they hot us baby but has on his arm go kodo ni being hit and to hajo ye go bzilo or say that they quagik the criminal system do the prosecution process gido yego bzilo or say that you hit no basically being hit has a call go. I just want to be on record that we have been pushing a lot of these judicial processing that, yes, don't let this not be just a revolving door. No, go be zito be yadi go out do at the idea. A dik at the Title 17 Linigi Kodo dik at Canade Nesto at Edos Nik Linigi. To a digit and nik a quadrilla hashish go quacky a coco. The other thing that I'm really thinking, of course, is that how much more effective could be done with looking at the next council. I mean, this is just a thought to get. I'm not saying that it should. We just pass the bucket to the incoming council or the Shanid and the. But took at Johit Ede Nisani in such case, he took at there's 9 female delegates coming in. And then of course we have a female a vice president coming in as well. A call Elahit Ego go Sato Yatsna des Kezo Ego beneath the heat of what the Pizzil Olia go the need go. Because the one thing that we need to realize is that yes, we may change this. Yes, we may change this policy. Title 17 but the implementation in this process on the judicial part and the executive branch program is still not doing more the resource keep go ani how ye go betzilo edo betzilo no need ya dole. This is for example. I don't want to compare a criminal situation comparing it to another project, but kodo di emergency legislation the create she pass the daily Latin so then they go konkat let's say for example broadband koko just the hit out that you chose to call 911 the door to call an ambulance to call a police officer such a need has on it but yet as of today, as I keep saying, that one of my chapter, Low Mountain, doesn't even have a cell tower. Okay, why are we saying that this policy will be effective at the end, but when it comes to enforcing it or getting it done at the local level, it then, I hope it has on it, that the need, but yet put the Yego be that in this be enforced on Nisiki to Arch, so with that, ego to a bansa keso, bansas keso, but I appreciate the legislation being presented, and we don't mind getting it through as well. But again, we as delegates, even in incoming council, really needs to realize that the effectiveness of this judicial system is just not one-sided. You always have to be the program, making the evidence that though all the procedure process, the due process, the equal protection, the a lot of time, you know that again, that's where you really need to think to say that, okay, is it really our judicial system is weak, that we're not doing enough to improve the process? And even at that last term, we even reached out to the FBI, we reached out to the BIA criminal system. All of them, no baby, other Maya's, I know that she's been saying this at the Tribal Interior Budget Council. Start the 23rd that I've been chairing the Tribal Interior Budget Council Public Safety Subcommittee. But yet, as you know, that the system itself is not really providing sufficient resource to each of these Indian tribes, especially the Navajo Nation, as big as we are. So all of those really need to be in consideration in getting this done. So yes, once we pass legislation, once we approve this legislation, once the president passes or signs this into law, but okay, now what? Okay, what about the resource? The notion of throw them in jail and throw away the keys, and again, facilities be they the electricity that edo beyond that edo the initially based upon not that so those are some areas that really need to be considered as well. So not to say that just because of the operation cost, we shouldn't be incarcerating a lot of people to not need them. But those are some areas and situations that we deal with on a yearly basis during the budget session. So with that, again, those are some areas just again for I know there's a lot of public are probably listening. Is that those are some factors that we deal with? Yes, as hard as we could aim as far as really be an effective, stronger policy. It's just a matter of the resource of it that really comes into play. That even the response time of a police officer is probably about 30 minutes to an hour, if not nothing. Although I know I've been one of my family members has been in an accident where the family had to transport a family member to the hospital themselves because in 30 minutes or 45 minutes, the ambulance is not going to be coming over until another, I don't know, the Krishna, but don't need it, but they made a decision to take the Kodo Tetsagi the Kodo up hospital Gonde Zion and they what ego go Kodo Hajo Aje hospital Giga. So ako that heki jo after session dos of Seneki the called consent decree keep it is really out of the hand of the council because it is already in the judicial process. Ako khishing sen yen so zanki to be balance that's all yeah or be babake be grant elia go what I could judicial system niki basla. So again no matter how much that we get the walk along at the least has only the need, but if that consent decree continues to be in existence, of course, I mean that will be the 48-hour holding cell or 48 or 24 hours that all they got to do, these workers and then again all they got to do is follow these policies. All they got to follow is this out, and it's just a matter that we're just enforcing these policies. So I mean I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench into a situation, but it is good that we need to support this particular legislation. But I guess it's just a matter of that how much more is it that we really need to infuse a lot of funding and resource to for the intent purpose of this legislation, because we're talking about almost 400,000 Navajo people now, and then we're in 5 agencies and 110 communities. Just as it is, I mean, like Delcon, I know all it have is a court system. It doesn't have the public safety, a good justified public safety facility over there. Other the region that actually just court not jail facility then and so those are the reasons why we've established a lot of these court systems in the previous court system. Other agency go out to these other areas. The intent to have a better, more service of these judicial process of these people that are victimized. The other judges that are these judges are stretched thin. There's not there's some vacancies. That's not so these are the overall areas. I know I don't mean to talk to the choir, but those are some areas I think that we do deal with as being the legislature. So again, I just want to be on record that we have been implementing a lot of these progress, and I know the current Law and Order Committee has been doing it, and I know the current council has been doing it. I've been hearing it at the state level and even at the federal level. Just like I said 2 weeks ago, with myself, the Speaker, and Madam Chair, we were at the Travel and Interior Budget Council and advocating for additional funding for these type of needed services. Even our police officers in there. I mean, the salary increase and it wasn't sufficient. And now that, I mean, a dozen egg costs probably $5. We want things done right away. But we just need to continue to advocate for additional funding. And that's the reason why we always say that it's very much important for these legislatures at the Washington level to know more about travel policy, of travel environment, and travel sovereignty. That way they appropriate additional funding to these Indian tribes. But then again, currently I know that there's a 500 plus Indian tribes where there's a pot that get the base of it's just a matter that we have to go through the bidding process or and that's one area that we even try to provide to say that, I mean, these funding shouldn't be in a competitive position. It should be an allocation based on data. Because a lot of these programs, and I know that we've been trying to increase a lot of these 638 contracts through the BIA, through the direct programs. I know that the judicial branch shy away, and I don't know if that's still the position, but 638 is full of sales based on that. But I know the previous administration and the previous judicial court administrators had indicated this is the Navajo Nation court. Navajo court didn't hit. I didn't 100% of the Navajo money based on his need of now. So ben go up based on the numbers I could based on the on so should we need more of these funding for these different type of services? I think it's just a matter of the programs. Each of the program in each of the division needs to step up and really ask for additional funding from the state and even from the federal. That way we have more funding to enforce a lot of these policies that we've put in place. Chairman, again, don't mean to say that the current committee is not doing enough, but all I'm saying is that those are the things that we've been doing, and then I know that the committee has been working on a lot of these things. So, as far as the consent decree, we even sent a memo, and I don't know if the staff or even the previous Law and Order Committee could forward that statement that we sent to Department of Justice. She was the Attorney General at that time. It was a matter of none to limited to no response on that particular issue, but I think we did have a response from DOJ. So maybe I don't know how effective it is from the previous Department of Justice responses that could be utilized in terms of the question that was posed, Mr. Chair. But if there's some clarification, the previous Law and Order Committee can also attest to it. But nonetheless, some of the areas, committee members, so Mr. Chair, I could assistant that Lato Stan Deniki Behasit or Letika consent the Korean given a decade given nature.
Hey, thank you very much, Honorable Kealan Gay, for your comments and statements pertaining to the work that the previous Law and Order Committee committee under the 23rd Council has worked on this piece, along with the former Attorney General, Madam Ethel Branch, and the former Chief Prosecutor, Ms. Grucher Lee. And yes, throughout the 23rd Council, and this is a working document. With that, I'm gonna just turn time over to Madam Chair to respond to Honorable Kealan Begay's Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker Stowe, and then also to Delegate Kealan Begay regarding the clarification for the consent decree. You are correct in that, the judicial branch is the one who should be addressing this consent decree. And I know that it would probably be unethical for the Law and Order Committee to demand that they I guess rule a certain way regarding the consent decree. We have asked when they were going to address the consent decree, and it was addressed, as was stated earlier, by Latanya Johnson from Department of Justice said it was addressed sometime in July, I believe. I'm trying to go back to my notes here. July of 2019, there was a partial dismissal that was addressed. However, in terms of the entire consent decree, that hasn't been addressed by the court yet. And then in terms of the comments made, regarding the implementation of Title 17 and the amendments, what I can say is that I do recall one judge saying to me one time that with Title 17, a prosecutor's job is not to change the laws. That's the responsibility of council delegates. And I remember this judge saying, if you want to, change the laws, then perhaps you should give up your job as a prosecutor and become a council delegate. And I did. And that was one of the things that I wanted to do was address Title 17, because as a prosecutor, what I did see is, I saw a lot of cases where there was not justice being provided. And I think each one of us can say that, that we all served in different capacities, either working with the Navajo Nation or working in the different areas of, the different areas of our occupation. We saw what needed to be changed. And as I stated, this Title 17 amendment, it has been ongoing for several years. It's not, something that was rushed and pushed through. They were amendments, I guess the recommendations that were made by the prior teams that came together during the Russell B. Gay administration that were forwarded during the Jonathan Nez administration. And so we are just trying to, trying to get this amendment through. And a lot of these amendments, as was stated, we did go to several chapter houses, and I really wish that I would have asked Lorraine Spencer to put together a list of all of the chapters that we visited in 2019. I believe every law and order committee, I think we started sometime in April. Every law and order committee was held at a different chapter. And each one of the chapters did talk to us about what they were seeing within their communities in terms of what, in terms of public safety and justice. As was shared by the Delegate Kealan Begay, a lot of it was response time. There was also, the issues pertaining to the consent decree, and then also, the changes that had to be made in Title 17. And it seems like, it was really kind of a push that was coming from a lot of our communities. And I say our because I think we visited almost every delegate's chapter. And we heard at least from one of your chapters, that this has, that something has to be done. And this is our address, our work that was completed with Law and Order Committee, to present to council to consider today. In terms of the resources, that is, across the board, not only with public safety and justice, but we're also seeing the limited resources that's coming out from Indian Health Services, the limited resources that's coming out from education, the limited resources that is coming out from social services. So we're seeing limited resources across the board. And I think that, that as a council, we need to take that all into consideration. Last week, I witnessed, millions of dollars going to different chapter projects. And I witnessed, in the 24th Navajo Nation Council, absolutely zero funding from, funding from ARPA going to address the facility issues for public safety and justice or for first responders. We're still hearing from our frontline workers, many who haven't received their hazard pay or their special duty pay, even though they were out there on the front lines. And then we saw zero funding, going from what happened last week addressing public safety and justice. And I think we all are aware that this has to be done. We do have to address public safety and justice. We can no longer, cry with our victims and say that we're doing everything that we can, and then, not really pushing to try to do, everything that we can do. I can say, as Delegate Kealan Begay, stated, I believe that Delegate Kealan Begay and myself, we're always at TIBIC, always advocating for additional funds, whether it's for roads, whether it's for broadband, for public safety and justice. We're always out there at Department of Interior sometimes begging them, to give us additional funds, because we are the largest tribe, land-based tribe, and the largest blood quantum enrolled tribe. And so we have made that clear at TIBIC. And it's very difficult because we go up against, other tribes, and we're only 2 votes. And we push, to try to increase funding for the various, projects going across Navajo Nation. And I, even made that very clear to Delegate Kealan Begay that, have, the people, if we could televise, what we're doing at TIBIC, the arguments that we're making, the advocacy that we're trying to, share with the other tribes, I think the people would see how hard we're really working, because we know that the federal funds, affect the Navajo Nation, they affect the Navajo people, they affect, everything across the board. And if general funds, if we could increase our Navajo Nation general funds to address public safety and justice, I would be all for that. But we know as delegates, every budget, that every single one of our issues, come about, whether it's increase in general funds to address what's going on with Daltex for our elders, increasing general funds to address what's going on with our veterans, increasing, general funds to address what's going on with burial services under general services. Every year we see that, but it's very difficult because with public safety and justice, we can start by changing the laws. We can start by, taking on some responsibility and saying, federal government, we know that it is your duty, it is you're obligated through our treaties, to address these issues, but we're not putting it all on you. We're also trying to address these issues in-house. And that's the message that I've been carrying to TIBIC, to the Department of Interior, letting them know that, we're not going to put everything on you guys to say that you guys are fully responsible for what's happening on the Navajo Nation, because as council delegates, we are also responsible. We are also responsible because we pass the laws that affect our Navajo people. We spend money, and it affects our Navajo people. We should be generating revenue because that revenue goes back into the services that we give to our Navajo people. So, everything kind of is a shared responsibility. And I, for one, feel that this legislation, Title 17 amendment, it's gone through several hands. It, has been addressed, through 2 different administrations with various teams, and this is what we have today. All of our leadership meetings were posted, and we did welcome, other delegates to come on to listen, to take part in the Title 17 conversations. And I do recall other delegates being on the call. I believe Delegate Pernell Halona was on the call. Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakrati was on the call. I believe that we also had Delegate Elmer Begay on the call. So we did have delegates who did take part in these leadership meetings to voice their concerns, and then to also voice the issues that have to be addressed in terms of the Title 17 amendments. And we're taking that all into consideration. And what you have before you is really, again, several years of speaking to communities, speaking to the people, sharing with delegates, and then also advocating at the Tribal Interior Budget Council. So there are, we do understand that there are limited to no resources in these, different areas that we have to address, but we just can't, sit there and use that as an excuse. We should be trying to address the issues internally to take that to say, hey, federal government, this is what we're trying to do, to try to fix what's going on. We need help. We need you to step up and to help us with funds so that we can build more facilities, or to help us, as was stated, with operations and maintenance. And I think that the federal government, has, and that's through the 105L lease, but, it's been very difficult. It's been very difficult to get people to understand what the 105L lease is and how that could help Navajo. And it's been even more difficult to get more leadership involved in the 105L lease discussions. And that actually does impact the consent decree that's currently in place by the Navajo Nation. So I hope that I was able to address Delegate Kealan-Begay's comments. A lot of them were really kind of comments and statements that he was making to address the issue regarding the consent decree. But I do believe what he did state is correct, and that is the consent decree is out of the hands of council and it's out of the hands of the executive branch. At this point, the consent decree is an issue that has to be addressed in within the judicial branch. And that is currently being done right now with Department of Justice and the detention under Dolores Reyes, to try to move this consent decree and to show that we are making efforts and that people who are committing crimes against Navajo people need to be held responsible. And that is my firm stance on this, is that if you commit a crime against a person, you need to be held responsible for that, regardless of what your excuse is. Those types of excuses weren't thought of when you were committing those crimes. And I think that this is one way that we can do that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to my agents to see if they have anything else to add. I do want to make a correction, Speaker. So I thought we were going to have Chief Noon on the call, but Chief Noon is actually not on the call. He does have his deputy chief on the call, Mr. Silversmith. So I do want to make that correction. But we also do have Vernon Jackson, the chief prosecutor, who's also on the call as well. So Speaker, if I'm not in order, please correct me. But what I would like to do is turn the floor over to my agents to see if they would like to add anything else to the comments and the issues that were addressed by Delegate.
Okay, thank you very much. Agents of the particular legislation of the amendment of the Title 17 legislation 0240-22. Anybody on the line? Department of Justice or Public Safety?
Good morning, Speaker.
Mr. Jackson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. This is Vernon Jackson. I'm the Chief Prosecutor for the Navajo Nation. I'll make my comments very brief and just say that there's good conversation going on here in the name of the public safety of our people. You see, this is a conversation that needs to happen with regards to what this council is going to do about the need that's out there. I will echo all of the comments that were made by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton and all those others who have voiced their support for this legislation. I know that in the last presentation, there were some questions asked, but I think some of the questions were answered here. But nevertheless, many of the issues that were raised before were issues that can be corrected. We can correct it going forward concerning certain sections that were identified. That is absolutely no problem. The issue here is policy. Shinatani, the issue here is policy. What is this council going to do to ensure the safety of the public? As it stands right now, there are things that we can do that this legislation, these revisions can do to make things better for our people. Let me just give you an example. Victims' rights. There is an increase in victims' rights in these amendments. Nobody, absolutely nobody, can say anything bad about the need to improve victims' rights. Secondly, there is the issue of domestic violence, family violence. there is good amendments in this revision that helps to prevent further harm to victims and also to provide a legitimacy for holding an individual who's accused of such crimes. There is a need to do something now. Ashwanda, all of you who are here that need to make a decision about this, this is a vital piece of legislation that needs to go forward to the council, and your support of it would be greatly appreciated. I'll quit it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Jackson, for adding on information to the Title 17 Amendment and how where changes are coming in and to protect the rights of the victims and try to better the Title 17 Amendment total so that they could benefit the Navajo people as a whole. So with that, anybody from public safety on the line?
Yeah, this is Deputy Chief Ron Silversmith, and
Deputy Chief Ron Silversmith, and and he turned the floor over to you, Shananta.
Okay. Yeah, Shananta, Adi, that is not signed, it's not sinido, she could also age. So law, Nanta, be got out of the tau, could also not on, could all kunde. Obeha hold Jana, so kunde, betrafen schlong, could all be the Nebe has Ani, or your son, Nisto. Ishi bei da test so ja behind da dort no what out by yat o hol gd it's a ya kun kis la ad kuide nil ein de kodo kunde the net kibes in hoda hit ada nabetis in hoda na abeskoda o yo needs a law but na shkulyan behind dort so no by yat ast jo you see his law colts but Hannele Quagge but Nasho Kodo hit Aden Kabakis Kit or Listo Kunde a Walia Bahna Otli and old Nisha not by Yast Jojo a Salah I get hit Aden hits until Yoda the queer and hits Yadl Ahoda Kodo or Yan Hanan Linley and hit Nas Loy Katahad Quagge the quide nilt hit other Bagrando, but Jada hit other Bataho Anzago Kunde Nanish Kunde, but Aj Kudoits and Nato Hatast and not Leon that quite Bananish the Hananitis it was allowed that each little that quite Ben has Ania also be Hatas so no October quite or Yegos law to Dios either Sande quite a clown as passed only had the Squido Hashkeda late one has argued quite or your ton charge your on the Sada quite chin the quite Tiene is other quite again not one be each hot little arcos light just quite hate other because it thought so Nana quite or your batten to did it ton choi to that squid on his son, he ton charge the yos any kunde public intoxication will yes a store or your abbot zero indoors listo hate other sago da kunde while your power and the asset listo late anza asset listo jo na alzata bes better del quite late and dodly no quite ben the hast kunde jo and dalia non das kazo kunde when he's a log at the ilnishi kudo le BIA adip so they kunde Special Law Enforcement Commission will yell a Federal Law Enforcement Commission yell a quite Slow, but ultra adin da istra aja because the new aja federal they have the ability to enforce federal crimes, but quite because any but not a date do unless law created that he the a bahatan hatni Special Law Enforcement Commission it Bahatan don le the federal case which to kul ita kai oya abanna kodo jo bihindo to ado be la as leda kodo an hit nebe has ani do hit ne wali bahagan kodo bana do no ndo ni no juno kodon ka ke nan de isi became seats do de the alla agenda the question is kida da get na ko na ta no bahan la the khida khit da bik hat ko sala bik hat atlan ye od nan da hitla to behaz ani kunde hit na kunde at the ilze da ko bik kudo kunde awalia but da ilne do an da to kunde agenda sala bahan awalia dan linja kunde إني دقي خطأ أستي دي consent decree عندي لي أنه بتاعت الناس كان نو ده بعد هن دو يجا بيات ده نو كدو بناش كدو كون ده يجا بعد دو نهند دو يجا نخبه هن هذا so AIC نحيد نأ بنجات شنو كدو كون ده كوي ده نيل أين دو كون ده تون شون ده كده يوس إني ده كدو زي نشون ده كده بعند هنيه ده كون ده هات إيش يكون بعند التهي كون ده كون ده نكسر لا يتعلنيش أو أبناش إيه كده يجا بنزيل أو دودليش دودليش no ده these illegal bootlegging ده possession of alcohol ده قد هنا marijuana انت كيسن ايسايد كدو ده صن كون ده جو باندو ليستو كون ده ايغو بتزيل كدو تو لي federal prosecution the United States attorney do يغو بتا إلين تو لي نو كون دي ده تو يغو نسك ان زبنا كون ده or drug enforcement officers ين داد لشي اجو كده إسني هوت they actually obtained some of their Title 21 federal FBI commission to introduce a lot of these bootlegging cases, drug enforcement cases to the United States Attorney's Office. So, on here, Elijah has Vernon Jackson, بس ده هزو بس بعد هزو أديل كدو بناش كدو نهيكا نتجه ونا كدو أندو كنستو أندو نيكدو يات خادي يكون با هيسو كدو نهيد نه يسي بن يأديت أندو بن ينديل نشو كدو يات بس نهز أندو نو إيشي يسي بن يكو بهز بن يندسك زو يات أندو نيس بناش كدو بينان كيسس كان لستو كونده نكيد نابن يأد شنو كدو كونده شنات ده نحليني كدو ييغو بكين سو زون كدو يات أدو أن كدو نجنوج أدو شنشتو أشي أني بلاتن أدي كيد نحلون ده شين كدو بنيا إسن سادو نهيج هاديس
Thank you very much.
Speaker, so just very nice. I'd like to speak to the issue.
So I'm going to go ahead and we came to Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, then Deputy Chief of Police Mr. Silversmith, and we'll go to corrections to provide some insight pertaining to the questions and statements posed. So Dr. Dolores Correa, you have the floor.
Yat is nan the Nasenigi, the Gentla Nasenigi, Yat and Kitnido. Put it in Sloto, Hanabasis Chindo, but Anita's a Chado, the Sanea, the Sanale, late the Litin Banga, the old Peabody mining area, the Added Shike, Added Shiaho, though public safety, Banashna Shukadena, Dinaha, ko. Hasil sago bi hulsado nahat lenigi akonzaho shnan shishle ko lad ani gi ejati awalia to di ko salaba gando ada hint enje aje bagan has ago yega ben shnish ani digi indal ne akonzah no hol jish
Although a lot is anigi ya nidi consent decree here so the kade katina o koko hashin koko yegon hiken as on halen sali kunza holjish o koko hitne and hisne ade had lahe koden hika o ye hashit ad o a tin hit on the ha badna hasos ade ne obeta ti yochki to huni bishin dash nistan hit no just has anigi bi bishin on nishigi tango I couldn't have the Jatingo has go the correctional facility Nini in Dalia do beat has AD Kodra Hashin Sogobishan on this Ilon John Lay about the Hadia that 2003 that he not actually the Herb Yazzie that Chief Justice in Law Ado Roger Leah Roger Brigade a Chief Prosecutor in Law I don't know the cliche not on in low but he isn't that nisto. So largest any again hit the nebulin deal nisto hashing so the non linigi ya and how to know it's the halate the one linigi or the nil so do ye Benina hoga the has ane to hash neta so ille o koko di general so hita so ziki any hika do was kodo hashin so got nepsni hit nini a took at it good ne recipe e go betil so go se bidon lena kita ta hel kita koko be ni be has ani benatre Ado nana di kojud ado ahim I dahni raha a kojubisna nishigi counseling hatini panahun anhallen okoko ade abe ni sogo bisni nishinte ohunangan slata the mo alle slata abitre okoko ne di totsna slahagi bedeni so edo daga di koju mehta no hashin sagot at ego betsna na atahagi la ni khazli ko the Naabik'íyáti has anigi trebisnt on the go inle kan des to no watch the 3 article in the hashin sago ya khonizi a show niche in the hot illa niche to was the don ni higi a he kadobaka the ne the kunni the in dasher in the hot ishaka yet nico in the baka a get go a deshne kodo abit no ya so a deshni da a something you get the title 17 nini ye gon hikado was that the no I don't should that been shishti sahot and or the khalid the kojen hit never snail nesto left but trail go but hello so I didn't hit the ne he okay a large ashhoden hishne a con he ko enel nishigi cause public safety need machine he got teach now can he kadon he kadocha ashhoden hitine edo tago ado utzago adon habela aslingo the kushina na hego ko adi ego bihi jastole we ashhoda a coco ebe na o cafe he has sido lech not ani no slinigi hagoshinto he have
Gojila, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, Shanale, is there anything that you need to add on to the agents that provided a response?
Hello, speaker. So can you hear me?
I can hear you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I am Kyron, Chief of Staff. If you guys could send out the public booklet minus the consultant's report and from law enforcement, and then the information regarding the 105 week 24th Navajo Nation. draft form. A lot of miscommunication going on with speaker staff and myself regarding
Madam Chair, we can't hear you.
Navajo Nation Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Don't move.
Okay, I don't know what was going on.
Stay right
I'm
there.
not moving. I promise.
We last information we received was that you sent information to the staff to send out the booklet, public safety booklet. So we're gonna go ahead and do
Yeah.
that pertaining to the instructions that was given to us by the email. Madam Chair?
Yes, yes. And just to be clear, this book is still in draft form. And I'm hoping that we get the official version out before the 26th Navajo Nation Council gets sworn in. But it does provide some data and statistics in terms of what is happening on the Navajo Nation. This is the first time, from my understanding, this is the first time ever that a booklet of this magnitude has been put together. And it's based on these data and based on the statistics that have been provided to us that we know that there has to be a push or there has to be changes that need to be made to Title 17, as well as a full reform on public safety and justice. We have been working with the law enforcement, with criminal investigations, with detention, as well as Department of Justice in trying to, figure out how we can, work together to do this. It is a little bit hard because we do have judicial branch under the Oversight and Law and Order Committee, but because they're a third branch, we can't tell them what to do. We can only pass the laws and change it, making certain crimes mandatory, and hope that they, implement those. I shouldn't say implement, but I'm hoping that they, use those laws, to pass down proper judgment. But again, we can't tell the judicial branch what to do. As was stated earlier, the only thing we can do is change the laws, and that's what this is doing based on the data and the statistics that will be sent out here. And I'm hoping Kyron will send that out as soon as that portion is removed. So hopefully within the next 5 minutes, you'll all receive that. And again, this is the data, the statistics that backs up the need to have a overall reform on public safety and justice, and that can begin with changing our laws with Title 17. So with that, Speaker, so I believe we've been able to answer all the questions and concerns that have been brought forward regarding the Title 17 amendment. We do stand for questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we will go ahead and send out the document pertaining to the instructions on the email. The document is still a working document. It's not completed yet. We're still working on this document. And what that? Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. You have the floor.
Now they put me in the queue. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy next.
Yes, it's Chairman, Honorable also Shmayazi, Chairwoman for bringing us a amendment Title 17 pertains to a Navajo Nation Code. Shmayazi Gina Charles Newton said, Yoba Hens and Dinin Aniki. Said us so young, talk about history. I'll make it very short. I want to make it to the point. I did when Willie Gray was a chairman, and during that time Raymond Birchman, the committee on land back in probably a 2021 that's 8 behind. So it councilman. It did the Naya hat it was from Katin in form is lean. This other son and Lenny the next son hata see did up because Annie to ask it at the Hasilat Dentana. It will be then the thing to you son son a quarter. These are things that could I don't really could and Kenya could Sega hot Sunday. That I thought in a lot late. I don't know Sunday. I shot that was no. No, what are you having? It all so that's none say at the sun at none, Hanana, Shady the stop has only. I think what I had me 8 hours, 12 hours, up a evening. As I would Sharon, it on Nana, Lord, I down. I don't know if it's 8 earlier, but earlier. I don't know, Sanana, 3 hours. Ila nagwezi sloga atlis sloga da is azuko azuko yakap na ebe has ani satish na ha don't so the kwile edemi asal edemi la sindoba ani izi azuko la yot inila aze yob kit na hat sokla ni hida na kwete at neniki ni test ige Dojon ni clean the no hat this Sunday. He Title 17 Elian and Alia in a very about this only with the doy Elia did a I ate assistance on a Codida. He would add it but it's a different that down. It down we have about 72,000 case local. Is our question a reason since about 34,000 case local. Yeah, with doesn't die. Snake down. He under fines fee. Late 7 to 8,000 at the in traffic fee. Takes about maybe 3 to 6,000, 14,000 plus. Yeah, hunted in school, the Navajo Nation. I guess this money goes to revenue, protection, revenue can't be him, these collections. What are you, this case, not auto hashing. Auto the quaggy, she said it also said at the Dr. Gray Eyes. He thought Robert Yalvin, Chief Justice in Long. He thought at TVK is Speaker in Long. He thought President Chelsea BK, they worked very hard to read it PowerPoint not it. We wasn't not like the case and stuff. I call out 3 minutes and at the last minute I talked about a judicial branch on national. It died district court is that in the yaro 638 gives in the alien. They couldn't not cases they look. This is how many cases they carry. What are you about the internet? Yet a co in dollars. What are it justify and budget? A codita on a great deal edit consent to create Quado, Navajo Nation civil lawsuit in this source. The court, the Navajo Nation on public safety be as a safety part, then the world yes isn't it or yet evanazanalo. The internet of Planki, Yashi, Milky, Aro let on China card, I don't know. Can hit on a what are close the big kindly, the bigger court, the window up. AI is the Tuba City. Crown Point, they are the day there. Of course, all the die not a having. Almost a year is Lee Bahana that day. A Conde South Dakota or North Dakota, HDCRA, they use PL 93638. Also, what are the detention? The court administration even there was a precedent that was used based on that one. 545 tribes, leaders, and only 12 regions. A supported and the Navajo Nation really needs help. Nishito Tarini, Indian tribal leaders. that was very easy for us. We were very lucky at the time. And plus we were sued too by our DNA, our DNA, the Naabik'íyáti agenda. So, ADP, the Kudo, Obama, and Sna, a question, Joe Shirley, President, Quay Kelsey, Bahan, not as that. A question now, the Obama, what is a Native Indian tribe? You really need to know. So, there was a green book, the federal green book, the justification. Out of the 20 words to be the Navajo Nation needs money, a fund to take care to rebuild a new detention because so they support us, give us a 2 one-time grant with other funding. Hindi match money. Navajo Nation does not require Lord. So, even in Atiwa City Court, yon based on the blueprint, Cuba's Kwajado Hutza, Crown Pojado Hutza, the Karigi, the new president. The 3 branch chief must work together. I'm not playing politics. I'm giving you what we've done, what I've done with the Navajo Nation at the time. Kodikon saw AI being questioned on this. Aratiba has only the ordinary yacht a cocoa abahozani at Tilachim Bahari Nasa. They are it Nasa, the Nakina Heda, Ashes, she Kayas at that and long. So my cities with us to know. Sahawan, they is condo, that is Edo Abigaya Naskai. He had opened it, they just got let go because of nobody were at home at the time when this happened. Even in a Saturday or I don't it a day the other she is but oh yeah, Navajo Nation judges again. So there are party your Nison is Sasdini, the dog you. It's time to vote, elect trouble judges of Sydney. But ultimately, our sister, she's not all, but now this song. I'll be blamed for this because the judge should not play with a conflict of interest. Can't play politics too. Even now with this and the open such case we need to protect the victim and protect the criminal, and also hear the cases justly and promptly. No, with economic, with about this. Once about our state or the, as you know, be not at a place. Once or the Toriganda or kids, not 24 councilmen. You know, keeping the system say 24 councilmen want to say happy New Year and happy holiday and God bless. We work for the people. Here, one status to the speaker also.
I wish you luck. Yeah. Thank you for your comments. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go on to Honorable Eugene So. You have the floor. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So going once.
Fernando.
Okay, there you are. Aguasila, you have the floor, Mr. Eugene So.
So, in regards to the proposed enforcement of criminal code beyond the experience that we had the last time, there is a, I would like to make a directive tomorrow that, during the session council, Dana might draft in regards to 17 Navajo Nation Code and Ray 411, Igonegi, court liability, ADG, claims the police department or prosecutor to make really good education in regards to that part of the Title 17 because even Nashiko, it's out of another on this town to really make that strong. Where if somebody got drunk from some alcohol that he got from next door and demolished his house, etc., that it can be cited for that bootlegger or whoever gave that beer or wine, whatever. Hey, Gigi. He needed on a yeast target, Jimmy Yell had consent to cleaning the ani o. He got a cause of jail condition, I reckon. One drunk didn't like how he was treated. I guess in the trunk tank, he or her. Can't go that I don't the son general, yeah. That's yeah, don't know. It's been no such a castle and general, yeah. Shahaya, those cast. Didn't seem there, but didn't happen. He was thrown into the trunk tank onto the concrete with nothing to sleep on. And there's no place he can use the restroom because it's not working. And also the water tank is not coming out. It's coming out maybe green or red or yellow. So I reckon that's the reason why I guess he thought that he might go to DNA and get things going because he wasn't treated right. And as a drunk, he wanted to, or he or she wanted to be treated, real good breakfast in the morning. 2 eggs and some sausage and just like a lumberjack in Denny's. So even now, go it's saucy, it's a lot. Out of an say, but he's seen I think I cut things off and eat anything. Yeah, after that, the whole nada. So say who's now. It seems to me that that's a long time to get these. Have these drunks have breakfast in the morning and sleep on the mattress and rehabilitate them. But I go off this hall, just comes the hona, not the on so bang this case. I don't know where the talk on the 410 subsection. Subsector 12, alcohol beverage, because the Nicole kid not in the lab is on there. The call are the yeah. We need to say that we are. I guess I need a question to Justice and also Dana in regards to alcohol on Indian country because alcohol their question. If not, why were we allowing on that we different kinds of alcohol use as sections, not enough stuff that you're bootlegging or that you're drinking or etc. All these crimes has a purpose for allowing the people. Okay, it's all right. I can bring alcohol on the Navajo Nation. I can just drink it. I don't have to be driving. So I will have less sentence, less time in jail. In the first place, it's not allowed. So why do we let people give them these sections? I don't know how many sections there is in here. And saying these are that's all different kind of sentence and times in jail. So all of it that doesn't seem that conflicts the laws of no alcohol on the Navajo Nation. It should not be allowed. It should be just one sentence. Alcohol, if you're drinking, maybe 665 days in jail. Automatically, you got alcohol on the Navajo Nation. That wasn't allowed. That way we let people know that. Don't eat it all. That never tell you no beer, no wine, no whiskey. We should make them understand it's not allowed on the Navajo Nation. So we cannot say it's now 8 hours. And say so go now not need those cars on the land, not the place, not economic, economic. I don't know how many. So why are we allowing all those sections in there? When we don't eat first place, we can't have alcohol on the Navajo Nation. That kind of really questioning me. In the first place, why do we have alcohol on the Navajo Nation? It shouldn't be allowed on the Navajo Nation. And no matter what, if you're just drunk, you spend 365 days. That's about it. To let these people know that it's not allowed. We know we're going to do that. The criteria, those are needed. Subsector 12, alcohol beverage. Okay. In so we he created a sausage rating SAND that's smart on that's opia litigation legislation 060-22. I would really like that pushed forward. That we didn't have a meeting at LOC today. I called in, but nobody showed up. And then I hope we have a meeting. Chair, the speaker. We need that push forward, so we'll have money for this rehabilitation going forth for the council. Based on how long of this Atlanta. Yes, and not across the Navajo Nation. Yeah, over so no, what comes to
Thank you very much, Mr. Eugene So, for your comments pertaining to the legislation of 0240-22, amending Title 17 of the Navajo Nation Code. I don't question by here, but before I turn it over to Madam Chair Charles Newton, I just would like to say that we're still waiting on committee reports to come in. I think that's what you were asking for. At that time, the computer went down here pertaining to the internet issue. So we'll go ahead and look into that for you, Eugene So, and get with you in a bit. With that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, Speaker. So, in terms of what was stated by Delegate Jimmy Yellow here, I do appreciate the history of what the court was faced with, the 72,000 caseload. I believe that those numbers have increased across the Navajo Nation, not only with the criminal cases, but there's also civil cases that are currently that have to be heard. And I think most recently, there has been a lot of concerns regarding probate cases, which is now, I believe, around like 6 years for it to be heard. And that was one of the reasons why I was pushing for ARPA money to go to the judicial branch so that we can address the backlog of cases. But it was decided by this council that the judicial branch would not receive any funding from ARPA. So that may be something that the 25th Navajo Nation Council can correct. But at this point, the judicial branch didn't receive any funding to address the backlog of cases that is currently happening, not only with criminal cases, but also civil cases here on the Navajo Nation. I do appreciate the support and the history, again, that you provided, going back to the judges that you served with, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. I don't believe there was any questions that were posed by Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. But if there was, I do apologize. I'm going to go ahead and move on to what Delegate Eugene So talked about. So just for clarification, Speaker So 0260-22 that Delegate Eugene So just now spoke about regarding opioid funding. He did request an LOC meeting, and I do apologize, Delegate Eugene So, as I stated last night, there's technically colleagues and those listening in on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The Law and Order Committee only had 4 active members throughout the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And when Vice Chair Otto So was selected to be Speaker, that left only 3 active members on the Law and Order Committee. So we had the choice of either participating in the Naabik'íyáti meeting and the Law and Order Committee meeting, making it very difficult for us to do both. Because again, there's only 3 members, 3 active members on the Law and Order Committee meeting. So I did make the decision to count the Law and Order Committee. We did pass legislation that we had to hear that were going through the pipeline. So I do apologize. I did, Delegate Eugene, so I did text you some alternatives that you may want to think about. So I apologize, Delegate Eugene So, for calling the Law and Order Committee meeting this morning. And then in terms of the, I guess the liability of, who are, I guess, Medicaid, that's my understanding. You talked about, who should be helped. There's currently, there's several states, and I'm trying to get that information while you were talking. There's several states that have incorporated what's called a Dram Shop Liability Act. And what that does, it basically holds those who serve alcohol parties. When a person who buys liquor leaves the location and they cause harm against another person, whether that harm may be death, injury, or other damages that result from the alcohol-related car crash. That may be something that we could pass in the criminal code, holding, and it would hold bootleggers responsible as well. And I think that may help in terms of bringing down the number of bootleggers that we have on the Navajo Nation. As was stated at Law and Order Committee meeting, when we did talk about our police officers going undercover, finding those who are bootleggers, like finding them and then trying to hold them responsible. One of the biggest issues that we run into is we don't have any witnesses, because the witnesses who know about these bootleggers are the ones who are buying liquor from these bootleggers, or they might be family members. And so when it comes time to prosecute bootleggers, nobody wants to come forward to testify in court as a witness to say, I am a witness that this person or this home is selling alcohol. And we find that across the board with a lot of cases. And I think that was one of the issues, the movements that were happening even now. So if you see something that's wrong, say something. Across the nation, that's one of the biggest issues that we're currently facing is getting witnesses to come forward to say what they did or didn't see. And I think it's scary. I recently took a fall in a restaurant in Washington, D.C., and I asked our staff, can you write a statement, on my behalf stating, what happened? And the staff said, oh, I didn't see anything. And that's usually, what we hear is people saying, oh, I didn't see anything. I don't know what happened. I didn't see that happen. So we are, cases are going forward, but in some cases we're lacking witnesses. And the same can also be said with family violent cases. Families don't want to be pitted against each other, to be witnesses to a crime that may have occurred. So, it does become difficult. But Delegate Eugene, so the name of that law is the Dram Shop Liability Act. And many states have incorporated that into their state law, holding anyone who sells alcohol responsible for any alcohol-related accidents that may have occurred after. And that's one of the reasons why, you hear, individuals say that, they weren't served, or that the liquor stopped because they looked intoxicated, is because of that Dram Shop Liability Act. So we can certainly look into that issue to hold people liable for what results, what the results are because of alcohol. In terms of the stricter laws on the Navajo Nation regarding alcohol usage and why alcohol is on the Navajo Nation, we do have laws in place that say that alcohol, is not a, it's not something that we allow on the nation. It's not legal, but people are doing it, and that's how we all know about our bootleggers who are in the community. We know that it is happening, but it's just a matter of trying to catch them in the act. But we do have to state in our laws that alcohol is not permitted on the Navajo Nation. And if you are caught with alcohol, this is what is going to happen. And I think that seems to be the big debate right now is, how do we help people? Is sending them to jail, the answer? I can say that I know that in instances when I was a prosecutor, when alcohol was involved, even when the court demanded that the individual receive treatment, the individuals hardly ever followed through. And what I learned is, you're not going to get help unless you want help. You're not going to get over alcohol unless you want it, unless you want that help, and you yourself you're going to go and seek that help. Delegate Eugene, so you talk about your story all the time about, how you yourself were in that situation, and then you one day woke up and said, this is not for me. And you've never gone back. That was a choice that you made. What we're trying to do today is we're not saying, lock them up and throw away the key. What we're saying is hold them responsible. Give our victims the opportunity to be heard. A lot of the laws currently in place are protecting the individual who allegedly committed the crime, and there's not very much in place right now to protect our victims. But I think a lot of states are starting to change that right now, and they're starting to recognize that there is a victim in most of these cases, and these victims do have to be protected. And that is the purpose of this amendment, is to get stricter on our laws, because we don't have rehabilitative services. We don't have places that we can send our people. And if we do, we're not giving them enough money. And that falls back on council, and it falls back on the state. And so our response to this is, again, to hold them responsible. So, and I want to end with saying that, you did ask about, again, alcohol in the Navajo Nation. This past weekend on Christmas Eve, I took part in a DWI checkpoint that was held outside of Hogback, New Mexico. And I know that there were over 400 vehicles that passed through during that time when I stood there. And I know that because each vehicle was counted. One vehicle was pulled over. And that one vehicle had enough alcohol to throw a party, a big, huge party, or they were possibly bootleggers. But I felt, good leaving the site when the DWI checkpoint was completed. I felt good knowing that we at least stopped one individual from bringing in alcohol onto the Navajo Nation. And I'm pretty sure that this individual knew that alcohol was not allowed on the Navajo Nation, yet they tried to get it through. Our officers are out there working hard. They're undercover officers out there. There are officers who are doing DUI checkpoints. There are officers who get tips and who are pulling over bootleggers and also trying to address drug dealers. But, it does get difficult sometimes, especially when witnesses are not coming forward, or in instances where, you have individuals who maybe their case never gets to the court. So there's just a lot of different things that are going on right now, but I can stand by officers and say that, I have witnessed them, doing their best to try to address alcohol on the Navajo Nation. And I believe that the former chief of police did at one point come to council and ask that, alcohol just be approved across the Navajo Nation, and to tax the Navajo Nation, because we already know what's coming onto the Navajo Nation. And that is a decision I think that the 24th Navajo Nation Council wasn't ready to make. I think that that's a decision that the people would have to make, not council. But that's a different argument for a different time. So I hope that I was able to answer the questions and the concerns that were brought forward by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair and Delegate Eugene So. Speaker, so if I'm in order, I'd like to turn the floor over to my agent's Chief Prosecutor, Vernon Jackson, and also Deputy Chief Silversmith, who's also on the call. Speaker, so.
Thank you very much. And we will go ahead and go to Mr. Vernon Jackson.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Vernon Jackson with the Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor. I believe that there has been questions that have been asked, and Delegate Chairwoman Regina Charles Newton did eloquently answer most of those questions. I will just say that the changes concerning 411 and 410 and 411 of the Navajo Nation Code, Title 17, does show that there is a distinctive change in the way that the Navajo Nation views the possession of alcohol and also the sale of alcohol. So I think that there is an effort to make things better in terms of holding people accountable. Most of these individuals who are accused of bootlegging, whether it's alcohol or drugs, are in it for gain, for profit. And many of these individuals many of them do possess knowledge. They do possess the intent to do what it is that they're going to be doing. And so the laws need to meet those types of culpable mental states where you have the intent to bring alcohol onto the Navajo Nation. You have the intent to bring methamphetamine onto the Navajo Nation. And once you have those mental states, the law needs to ensure that people are held accountable. And I think to the points that were raised by Delegate Eugene So concerning 410 and 411, I think that the very essence of the way that the law is written currently and the way that we propose to change it helps us to get to a better place. That's the only comment I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Let's go on down the line. Mr. Ron Silversmith.
Yeah, Dana, Shantai. So, Kodobika Ozi, who the Honorable So, Hela, you see, ye Asazino, the Hatninigi did, Dunley at this gene, one Choban, the Hani ad, had an Alcado, Laconic catch a search warrant, execution of a search warrant, do add Hatila, who the one be yet Kunda Hodlodo had Elan to the page do Kunda. Dunley, Natin Jojo, Tothajo added Kunda Ton Chorban, the Hanigi, Nayabahana, a Quagge. Receipt that you latter or receipt which the Queen has need or Harden has need. You see, because then let out the Salah dan lingi ajo yisi chida yol edo hadi la ton chomban hazni do ha ila chiyos da ningi ajo biche nahat ton chomban da ni biche but national sauce being the ni I think a lot of your question civil and criminal liability she that they to kunde anhui aido gati aidan linshi yisi but the holni qaage na so snot dagi le anhui ai bagan udobal nas aga kunde she banan shi del ini qaage jadi oy anant le ton chomban da ni do yego den hit the budget das total di bit na hasel ni do yisi ya peso da yol qaage ede yisi qaage chda yol anle zeit na aslan aja la tan so qaage do I can't as so da qaage di kunela nahazni do di bit na hasel ni da nini yisi bahata tani binna do zeit ada di بكيهتو نهيكيدو بكيهتو تاهي اي سي اي ييغو بچنهن اكون شيء دي ده نيلچوهن اني كاجتي كوني chief prosecutor Jackson Hatzito Kun Hinatani LOC chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton Jo di enda bada nishi ben nashikoshi kaage tait ada bitot so liashi e aja sa bihitsoshi بهنيت زاشي يتعود جاي هتا قولي هتا داش إذا كون إني باج هو تا كلوجس لا بين هذا أني ينداد لشي ديده liability هتني نيجي أجي هتا بنان شديل إني كونده هتا شدا يوش تو نا كنا إيه دي ندج كأو كسينه عاد تو quaege ton chon nadahan quaege sto ade do kitna ade hat abshin da etche hat quaege nabit itla hat ade to pot kon chon chusel ide ade de kushi kitan da alla ade deish la da no da quaege ako ata da halna leje da aniginde anche khit ade jobi sto shi quaege njno do ni lo da ديده بس تون شوي دو بحث هذا نيجي كأجي حتى يا شيء أو يو نخ يانتس كت as far as when جبل كان كأجي يا quantity دا نيله كأجي 6-pack دا كأجي دا لا النيو يشو كأجي نبت كلار دا كأجي دو 12-pack whole case دا نو دا كأجي جو او يو ناتش كليان كأجي I seen the كوشي بدنا هذا 24-pack دو باللات كأجي يا delivery of liquor هنني 411 دو possession of liquor هنني دا عنده كوزستا كأيو أصلاً هناشيو تلاو دا كأجي دو ييجو فهمت إذا سنتين دشي كديشي كأيو يو أيجو كأجي أنهتنا بهز أني هجو نليا شيء أصلاً كوزستا هيت شيء كأجي وادي بانها أوتليلو إندو ليلو شيء جاي كأجي سلانين بدنا نشد يوش إني كأجي بدنا نلي أتين كأجي دا نفل دا كأجي sobriety checkpoint ده نو دا كأجي إننا وش الوقت ده كأو يو وجه بدنا أجي سكتلا بدنا كون ده والي بنا هتو تلهي دو كده كون شهده يو يلي بدنا دو يجو فاخد نوت إلا نيني أجي إيشي بالنات إيش كأجي كتي ديشين يكون نيلش دامنيت أدو كأجو أندو اللي خنو أقوال يباه لو أندو اللي خنو ده كأجي ديشين يكون ده بالنات أدو نجنو شيء هدو ششوت أدو ييجو quite ndask as in jino kudo kunde asla autozista that jo anchi kunde awal ya band o tliso de kadedo yeg o kateda so even nas fodo di ba ya atki igi ko liability and alcohol not being allowed on the reservation. Ashin hido and his logic at the basic case they begin to the net you see kunde the next do kunde this job but it nil and be had kunde quite be social media be just see to actually as now law enforcement we can release some public information and awareness about alcohol not being allowed on the reservation, but I'm later. Teen that quite out ne, but not now. So I hardens and it ain't the public education. The thing you see, Argent shit. Ni nan oh yeah, I got that the but it has so cool. Because Ani Jo Nalia she do the liability need quite get bootlegging the quite get the net hits out the net adult another you can't each positive and to kodo because the ICA gun so because Ani Ilya she aja ba nasi she aya hadan so she oh yeah أنا شفته نيسو شيء هي هتا نيش شوين أيجا ابن شفته وهو أتو ديشين كونده خيدا بناه بعد كده بعد اللي بنا شفته جو بانس نهدو كسي ابن شفته كونده دا إسنيل أدو كهديني دول.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move to Ms. Gray Ice.
Yat yat o tihen hit snido le sadai da ye go Naabik'íyáti benige hat any ki the coordinate nishigi ni ka do ja in hiti no a the chikadon hita so not so o shi dole he ha.
Oshina, thank you very much. And I believe we went back to the agents pertaining to this particular legislation that Madam Chair Charles Newton brought forth to this body of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Excuse me. So it's an amendment to the Title 17 code. And this particular legislation has been brought forth to this current Naabik'íyáti committee at this time. So with that, I don't see anybody in the queue. And I'm gonna hold on.
Don't give a gay.
Turn the volume down.
Okay, Honorable Elmer Begay, you have the floor. Elmer Begay? That's who spoke, right?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Honorable Begay, we can hear you.
Speaker, so other than members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, I don't legislation in the middle of people that are on the line. I don't the last gray eyes. So I know that I listened to all the conversation and then the discussion between this on this Title 17 amendment. I heard that there's overcrowded and there's facilities out on the aid. It takes a long time for police response. So we believe in the southwest part of the reservation. Why? It's like the time, the response time is a long time. So we know that the police department has to take the inmates from the southwest part of the reservation. They respond to that and they take it to Window Rock. And somewhere it's supposed to be relaying the canal, but sometimes other organizations to others to respond to Window Rock district. So we know that over there, the response time is a budget. We understand that part of it. So I don't know that the whole district. So right now, lately what we've been doing is to I guess to say that we try to work with the restore justice. We've been asking the city of Winslow and Holbrook the thoughts of creating a justice center in Dhaka, and they agreed to that they should do that. And how they see our people that are in Winslow, part of border town areas, they're supportive of that. I don't think that another one is working with the new medical center, because they're willing to the reoccurring of offenders. How can we do this? And then I think the only thing that we try to invite Navajo behavioral health that's situated in Dalcon. I've been talking to them about what's the recommendation regarding the restore justice, or what is their but according to the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, and then also with the new proposed Dalcon Medical Center, the mental health is they wanted to know that how they could help the so in Kibandit, which is the southwest part of the reservation, and what does it mean to restore justice? So all we know is that I think we have a alternative is I think they need more of how we could provide care for them, and I don't know if they put into facilities, that they were trying to work with other communities. If there's a facility constructed in Dalcon area, what is there you can provide? The whole is. And according to the evaluation that was made, assessment that was made from the BIA, to put the inmates, maybe helping others, like a plant during the planting season, the community, how they could go out and help the community members in Dunedin. And then also we understand that how some of these inmates are more skillful with the construction skills that they have, like carpenters, electricians, and maybe how they could start working with the communities, and as well as with the Department of Correction. How can we start using them and put them to work? And we're trying to develop this. It's all in that BIA assessment that was made. regarding the development of the outcome justice center. So it was out of a college. So that was what I was thinking. I didn't hear any kind of restoring justice through this collaboration. So yeah, there was one question: is there any written restoring justice? Is there something that we could look at it and see what kind of plans they have for it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. For those comments, and I think I heard a question or two in there. So I'm going to turn the floor back over to Madam Chair.
Speaker, so can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We can hear you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So I do appreciate the additional comments that have been provided here by my agents in terms of the questions and the concerns that are being raised. Delegate Elmer Begay does raise some really interesting points in terms of inviting behavioral health and then also Indian Health Services to offer some rehabilitative services. That's one of the fights that we're currently having with Indian Health Services. We do have facilities. I'll use Kayenta as an example. I know Crown Point also has the same. But these facilities that have been built, I guess basically the detention centers, they do have offices available for doctors, and then also they have like classrooms to help with rehabilitative services. But the issue that we run into is Indian Health Services is refusing to send any of their doctors or their counselors to the jails to offer any type of services. When Rosalind So was the regional director, we had this discussion with her, but it really didn't go anywhere. We have been asking, how do we, we have the availability, we have the space, we have the, we have everything equipped in these detention centers to offer assistance, but Indian Health Services is not, they're not cooperating. We have visited with Indian Health Services to ask them why, why they can't send doctors to offer medical services to inmates, or, even to offer counseling services to inmates. And what we were told was that it's a liability issue. And so right now, each of the facilities that are currently running within the district, they don't offer any of those. The only type of services, rehabilitative services that inmates do receive are from churches, and then I believe Capacity Builders also goes in and they offer services, counseling services to inmates. But to be clear again, and on the record, Indian Health Services refuses to allow their doctors and their counselors to enter into facilities to offer any type of assistance. So right now, what happens is if an inmate needs any type of medical services, it does require detention center to have to take them to their appointment and then offer, security service, or to offer a guard to stand there with the individual. And as we all know, Indian Health Services is not known to be quick, nor are they known to, to call individuals right at the time of their appointments. It does take several hours. So that does take away several hours from a detention worker who could be working in the detention facility. And our detention officers right now, we don't have very many detention officers. So it is kind of difficult to provide that type of services. So again, Delegate Elmer Begay, I do appreciate that you guys are trying to reach out, but our understanding is it is coming from the top, And I believe that Chair Daniel So and I, at one time, we tried to make an appointment with Indian Health Services. And we were told that there was a directive from the Navajo Nation that only President Nez could meet with Indian Health Services. And I believe, and please, Chair Daniel So correct me on this, I'm going off of memory, but I believe that that at that time, we weren't able to even get in the doors with Indian Health Services when we were out there in Washington, D.C., as we tried to address several issues with Indian Health Services, not only with what we were seeing with facilities on the nation with detention centers, but also, services that could have been provided to our veterans, as well as other types of services. So we did try to get a meeting with Indian Health Services, and that's what we were told. I believe at that time I did send out an email to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, letting them know that this was what was happening. And at that time, from just off of memory, I believe Delegate Kealan Begay did respond because we were also running into the same issues with Veterans Administration as well. So unfortunately, we weren't able to meet with Indian Health Services to ask how we can address that issue. But as of today, I do not believe that any of those services are provided to any of the facilities, the detention facilities that are located on the Navajo Nation. In terms of restorative justice, and then I know that peacemaking is a form of restorative justice, what we have heard from many of our victims is that they choose not to do peacemaking or restorative justice because in some instances, victims don't want to be in the same room with the individual. And the same thing applies when you have several people involved. It takes just one person to say that they don't want to be a part of that peacemaking or restorative justice, and we can't force an individual to take part in that. I hope that we never force victims to be, to put them under peacemaking or restorative justice with a person who committed a crime against them. I think that really does fall back on the victims and how they have to cope with, with dealing with what happened to them. So we have looked at restorative justice. Peacemaking is still available. I know that, again, as was stated, when we did ask that question to the judicial branch, not many families or not many people opt into doing peacemaking or any type of restorative justice. I think it's just been a push to try to get justice, in terms of what the courts have to offer. And then in terms of using inmates for outside help, I do remember at one time, being a young girl in the Sherpa community, you would see people out, cleaning the streets. You see that out in Farmington. You see the inmates out there, cleaning the streets or, doing manual labor out there. I think my understanding again is it's a liability issue, as well as the low manpower that we have. But I'm going to go ahead and allow my agent to offer some more information regarding the rehabilitative services, the restorative justice, as well as using inmates for outside help. I'm going to give them the opportunity to provide some input into that. I know that Dr. Gray Eyes would probably give you a lot more information in terms of what we're seeing with IHS and the rehabilitative services, as well as inmates being used, for farm work or labor out in the community. So Speaker, I'd like to turn the floor over at this time to my agent.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go back in the same order. Mr. Jackson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Vernon Jackson with the Navajo Nation Office of the Prosecutor. My statements here are going to be from a prosecutor's standpoint. And sometimes that standpoint sometimes is more in line with following what the law says and how the law should be read and how it should be interpreted. And sometimes that means moving towards the area of punishment and what needs to occur. However, there is possibilities, and I have seen possibilities more than once where we have an accused who wants to get rehabilitated, who wants to get help, and is willing to enter a facility and to go through a program that would help him or her to deal with their addictions. So a plea agreement is certainly an open door for restorative justice in terms of not necessarily going to putting somebody in jail or paying a fine, but actually helping the individual to get better and to be better. But it is on a case by case basis. And I think it's important to say that some of these cases involve children, some of these cases involving sexual assault of children. And in most cases, just as the Honorable Chair has said, that victims do not want to go into peacemaking with those types of matters for obvious reasons. But from a prosecutor standpoint, there are possibilities, and there is a definite pathway to restorative justice when we talk about entering plea agreements where the accused wants to go through the program that would help them to be better individuals. And so that's how that would play out from a prosecutor's standpoint. Also, just in closing, from a prosecutor standpoint, restorative justice does not mean that the victim should be further victimized. In the way that the law is written right now, that is what happens, where you have offenders and accused return back to the community to go right back into re-victimizing victims. Restorative justice also does not mean that those who are accused of crime are just let out and to be put right back into jail again for whatever reason that they're being charged. That is not restorative justice either. I think restorative justice is giving people an opportunity and a chance to be well and to be better. And in those kinds of situations, we do have situations where we can enter agreements to help them to get the help they need. The majority of the individuals, however, are recalcitrant, which basically means that they just don't care. The law doesn't prevent them. There's no deterrence. They just go right back in and they start violating again, hurting victims, causing property damage, and literally terrorizing the community with their activities. So restorative justice is important. I agree. It's a very important part of this discussion. From a prosecutor standpoint, we do look at restorative justice in the form of possibilities of plea agreements or sentencing probabilities. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Silversmith.
Honorable so one of the things I want to talk about is the response time. The next lab, so apes lab in case the response time you see law the nayat you see background background to improve response time. 18-year-old do chekena tlat lito khalit quaige sala yich kodo na nishide do lili anle otahol quaige da quaige betani kado lito quaige belinda hulna do quaige abe etenzo belischa da il on aja niet beda il niet abe niet da die katle ninigi hota trouble the garnic recruiting the snither aja jo so hiring age requirement the quite Sahando Nito that hangi 18 years of age Nahat Lato Nigi Quagibiche the whole G shot na sto kuna ya den le ha achon le twajlito elamodo no cosnle aniston le acho le chi other an le loop area to quite hot so you could quite get late quite ashi how the she was causing down to the Navajo Police Department Jojo cut say but they quite hot so 7 Navajo Police District le acho does aja to haj le aja hot so another liston le شده آجو نودلند سو آجو داز استو کواگی آب بسا الخوات سو نادو دیشون لی نه کنسو آجو ایوت آبا یا آتی تو as far as بلگانیک اچ ای redistricting تو خالید آن بنیل آجو کواگی سلاو هلونیگی او یو لی آجو بدات اولی تو کواگی آجو ایسی which in the house is law in the told ni quite benahat out ado did rehab center na al saplas another quite to the in need slab nan ada ni clinic quite do hit na da no do ku ni na ani da no halit did hit na o do bend the house the ni quite so it's a lot of benel under quite dealt out quite get that dino quite missing person do you see banana should they quite and need and le he shown us kido card that hitna the homeless population the aja that need is only add that and that no here nasty do did an babba hasna did chedis grains it nini hitna na yilla don le kuya na altsaya bada adni gido ado deins and then the kuya ba adni khalit out no banash do kuya his lanas kido ade belakana bas ladan lini yilkisn dash ro ade khanna ni khonna yado kushit the bend the house did hitna the put the house and da kido could not shut down no da jodid woman has kido net hadn't clean da such the quage sah on the on la hard and hard labanan da ni shi bnash could cheniyado could has khata no da quage an his law each in the house na to you see that nini ya balkanic at a voluntary could niyado jo ad Naabik'íyáti quite rehabilitation center ada denibna could o tra could ishudo could cheniyada ninigi oh you ad an hitna hitna the house na do it banana shida yosen she you see the rehabilitation center even nagi then she even now quite added hidden he's squid on his signs added has non label deals in the ajo sheet banana not the later the qui add out another senior add and dark credo khalid out do kun betaho ya nida quite ni nan shidel on actually ajo because now quite DDIC Bahatten rehabilitation center quite easy. He cut though what he don't know could the shot he do نشأت نردا نيني أو هيو لون تيلا آدن دا خيجي كونده نجوج نيتو آن دا خيجتو أجلتو نجوج بس الله أجلتو طابل كيل ديل نشدو كو الكيل نجي إتا كأجي الكيل نده إلنا أجن كتنا بنده تسيتو كأجي نشكتو بجت نشك كندال دي بكنا نستخدو آد تخ نغالدو تخستها نو أجي فإيشي عند شيء جو نشيل داو دي لها التخون دا اسكادو التخو بنانش دا يلا فنا نيج انت هنا اليارو ليش نا كنا restorative justice دو peace making دا نيني جون دي كده طابع هنا كواجي ناليه بانا سلي نو دا كواجي يكوشي نكتنا عندي هتا شتا يوسون ني traditional fundamental law دو خجو Naabik'íyáti هشت نهضو تلهيكي هشت يات نهضو تلهني ناليه كاتشيت بنجه ناس ياتو كاجي سيبا ناس لي كليبي يلبا ناس لي كاتشيت دا كاجي سلا هذا خوش الوين هذا كونده كان ده هسلي دو جو هذا بكيرا سيلتي دو كاجي دا هذا كونده جو ناليا نودا كاجي آدن كيس لابس نتجه كنت إن لي آيسين لي هسلاد نكيد هتني آد إيسي هتا عندي شتا يوصون أكونده لي ناليا ندهاليا إجدو كونده آدم كناستي كياستي ده نيني دا كاجي آجه هتا عندي شتا أموت أكونده أني دان كونده نينا تاني دو كونده Chief Prosecutor Jackson that a victimization they see the kana quagi stan jo على أيام هتود الهاستي this zone ده الشندة جو خطها هتودزي أو إني خطها هتودزي قاعد أو يو أنت مش كحلة دو التجن الشندة آشو السندة الشندة جو خاتزي قاعد أكون إيه أو يان خنان كلاود أو إني جو دو والي أنزادو ستادو دي خنان دي إيه قاعد أو يو أبنان كلاود مشيتاني هدان جو بنت إستو دو كونت والي أكو تينو كيل دتيش نيلادا أو أدي ناتاسو دي نيجي قاعد إيشي نشكو كونت بنيه كيل داويل دي تايل 17 جو ندو ليتو أيو بتزيل ندو ليتي قاعد هادي دو نيش كيدوش ندوش ناتاني دنو كليني إبناشة أتشنو إيه دو أتخاف دو كونت بينن هيسس كان ليش حالة إياه نأو كاتي يسي بناشة كدو كونت أجنو دو جو بابي يجلسيو بناشة كدو كونت نكيدنا بيبكان دي جهات أشكيدوش ندو تاني جنتان ناستي دلكيه.
Thank you very much. Moving on down the line. Dr. Gray Eyes.
Yat nana trati ko ekhago skes anna halona I take a large AD kojet spa hanya awalian leni ado kon AD restorative justice halit albanosh John that no na hin hit ado nana Kodet has on in Lini BMOU in Elia, Ishi Bentley Hashnet Ole. I could end the Yego, Hanegi Yego, Nizana, Sahoshi, Otskito, check out she a ya, Sata Dobigich 18, a coco, the Kodet larger, the correction facilities, no one else in the league, Joe, in the Schneck, Adena, the Naha, the Kodenash Nishko. Ade nahot iko tapa huni di kwe public safety badishnishko di kwe MOU nini gi kwe Indian Health Service but nini gi yegun nle jo di be endo ni kaheki ni hona yil isko the more le kwedi shi kidro di kwe walia leni di kwe ya hanya bitse hashin sagat ni go ni geto kashi ki Jopeni non on hit that mini gauge or beso then. Ado nana di is it ni kaido is it any di abit the whole year ni hit up cutter lada the ne ni hit hashi kato the no in di la jotan hisne. Ado nana di cutter IHS Indian Health Services no da ini shaho ati shaho a 638 contracted services no da ini a 638 contract ni go a peso is peso to ni no a put a could it finish but the has a could the yes yet Coco, Equinus, the Vija A Adin, which saw no hashings of the whole Jews. A Adin, ya did a walia me a to because lada, the Codo, the Eastern in Soba, Aquiliana, Dole, O Coco Peso. It's a waste of money that we get from the federal government. Okoko a could end hashing to go a ya the halia jashi kotani be aronana jo tunin is j la and to go a ya correctional facilities okoko the ship door window rot door other locations a aj and zago ban hat ko a aj but I ako ado nan hit non hisne ya di le shi another service unit they ade igras ako edo beken han hini do is lada hisno jo sa di hit anhalen akoko first edo nis illo chain le hashin so Washington no white paper Benige Eliado, Benige Kata di after Queen Hada 23rd Council, a the John Lecture Federal Prison, Sigi, ARJAD, USDOJ, a best on Nata Ahia, the Awalia, the Hot Sago Federal Prison. A peso pasan nilo a aja di walia ni a betis bra hanya adonana bo water la hot ego a coco cogen hit between clearing his house roger so hot out or ni study no a peso on hanada out a beba hanya do ni de o ta hati yan halen suli do adon she gonna be Naabik'íyáti. I don't know what this is quite 23rd Navajo Nation Council legislation directing IHS to provide healthcare services to the inmate population. During the Asida cohort SD MOU Memorandum of Understanding Hadador Nisto the Nastre ya di wali hay leni di ba hanyado le do hashit aba hanyado AP so no so in the 8 other atsada the Kushi Area Indian Health Services Khada a hishke Ashahadadat, but I don't know Naabik'íyáti. The clay kit, the Rosalind, so a he college had they eat or I could end the clay, the custom society in the hot is a little for article. Never known the Shitagila, a call a I don't know. Not for Ishla in the Office of Justice Services, go BIA. So are they based on which no quite better niche higher and he called technical assistance. Equal MOU get if they need care, don't know Nishida on at the highest level possible, lay Washington that Oslaga, the other a cote on Hosla, the Ashon, Adam Hittit at all less no. John de ato cut out that is no ato Nihitra Nesta Ado Adre Nigo Aslana or the say Robert Iscaro, the special agent no o night la in Ishanshit Akwenle not only Washington no but that the Niso in hit the only oh at Egon son not a call Arok at any not in their speed it's tendo so what end hit that need a coco quite a kid AAD Kodre Healthcare Ninigi MOU IXS Nana the 638 contracted facilities. Ado Konigi Jayego Kodo Hayat Eshido Restorative Justice Ninigi Kwe Lao Walia the Hot Sago na Nalo Delia do late over the that behotis. Aneta ita the yegon zagon the Naabik'íyáti the Chief Justice Yazi do Nana Shito Division Director Ita Samson Cowboy Ado Nana Chief Prosecutor do Roger Shirley Roger Begay again Ada Ado Nana Ita Attorney General, I can't remember his name. Hashin took on the Naabik'íyáti he didn't so Walia hit Nista dole, Hashin took up in Anistole. Ada Ban Sahakesko, Aben Keho, Adi Walia and Hotos Nis, the individual counseling, do Nana group counseling, do زي إن أكو باندا كه بعد خلينا دولة no جو هاد آن هاد أيجي بكره إن داليا كوكو ين كده هون جشتة أتي جوبو تازه ناسي كاش مهلن دي كويت كده peacemaking هش كيجن أنتين هاد no Hashin is a nature yata he aronana could workforce development a quen handa we wanted them to come in to work with the inmate population Hashin to go on the shihu dos ash aro kodo be go Spells no lahona tasto lesna nishtahin tado yin nafta no what never hit a pretty he kado different work departments yen AD ko at the cosmic sagi benina dos ko as ko alek it just one halen sali ko haliste inta Naskuna Delia, a re-entry program. No, been the height of a fashion, the whole resto, and the apatate nish a coco, a coche, and here, while you hunt salon, Lenny guards that the nose aunt elbish. Straight up this, I don't done Tindo Nana. Yeah, going to cut another war. The capacity builders with it's a private organization that works with a lot of our people on mission. Ado ani go in the Dr. Brands, their healthcare administrator. The title AD substance abuse counselors done Lenny Hadan Sagoti Newalia Lenny he's not Nistoti no a cut end the sound he naho but I thought in Naabik'íyáti Alana fake at the ne Walia il but in a hatje se bido na kitata heel kit jo large so ani ge to ben dal fosta he could just learn Lenny Shatat Adona Kaho the prosecutor on it fosta a co obed a co 8% on the shan ajit or the Haiti I don't know Oko don sago di walian lini don sago walian nahas tada jo in the kuida nides that go banhut go jo ani ane he kodobchi at hito ya hot knows me sure kwe di shlani do kunst ehgila shakshin edo da go beje edo da shmado shje shichnale benin bahta hasas the doni aro ben na shikado lo was the doni it takes time hashin so yan to care go in the Chicago was the way on net never cut the was the re-entry nini the aro nana the koje touch the one has go at the hulia the neck as had the shot or niznek or do you care shape hot the koje peacemaking program aro nana koje Department of Behavioral Health mental and behavioral health needs the hashahada bate nishko we can bring them in and have them do those things, but without a court order and for ordering them for any length of stay, that makes that impossible to do. So part of what Title 17 does being again he has Okoko betzil go kodon hinanish idole ne jo be no ye jo Craig Deputy Silversmith ya hadne san hitne le host go ya he ka ade tre ade ya they detox and then they do long-term services and duration na pitahu ya aro shi ta hadne to ko ya Chicago so ada sa ya ta hadne ada Chicago or what he did on him he kaya ta ada edi egi then jota no shi ta hadne so Deputy Silversmith got on his hadne ko kodadasha hot ago besni nishko isla hot got it ego ya if a person wants to detox and go in for inpatient services, it's not a 3 months visa, the eligibility under the Department of Behavioral and Mental Health Services through the different Medicaid and insurance programs. By then, oftentimes, people have changed their mind and don't want to go. And the ideal time is right from the onset. The knowledge you have that's when people want to go in, not 3 months from now, 4 months from now. And that's problematic. And so declare restorative justice unheal on sessions and prior to my joining public safety, I spent 23 years over at social services. Child abuse and neglect. Case management, alcohol, I don't know, the court reports that they a court, Kodoban says case, unless a person is ordered, they're not, I found that they won't go through services. That's also problematic. But the point I want to make is that we need those court orders. We need court orders from the court. And I think Chief Prosecutor eloquently stated that, there's certain individuals that can go through this restorative justice. But if they are abusers and if they're hurting themselves at home, then, those individuals may not qualify to a certain level. And so when they come into our facilities, they have classification assessments what's the individual charged for, what are some history, are they going to be abusive, that kind of thing. So they have to go through a lot of that before they enter into the restorative justice program that we have started. So so that's what we're doing, and it's at the very beginning stage. And again, we're having to use our own officers because, again, social workers, behavioral health counselors, they're inundated with cases that they have to deal with outside of the correctional facilities. So resources are definitely needed. But we're not going to sit back and wait and say, okay, well, but we're trying to do something with the resources that we have on hand to begin some level of restorative justice services and actually document to the court to let them know that a certain individual has gone through the services that we're providing. So that's the restorative justice. So because of the problems that we're having with Department of Behavioral Health and getting people eligible to enter into detox facilities, we're working with the Four Corners Detox, and more recently they expanded their services to include long-term treatment services and services to other mental health individuals who have mental health. And we did an MOU with them to work with our Crown Point facility, where when individuals are brought in and they're booked into the facility, the things we offer them is to be able to go to Four Corners to get detox, and then at that point also to enter long-term treatment services. And this is under a memorandum of agreement. And so, and it's not what Deputy Silversmith described about this part has nothing to do with that. But one of the things that we're learning from having this agreement, we've had this agreement since September, so it's very recent. And we've had only 2 people that have agreed to go in. So this is all on a voluntary basis. Even though these are repeat offenders, individuals are not on a voluntarily entering these facilities. So actually, if we want to actually do something, we literally may have to court order individuals to get into these detox facilities. So again, I think I want to close by saying that Delegate Eugene So has many times told us the story about himself when he made a decision to get rehabilitated. And it took time. He entered a facility a number of times before he actually made a decision. And I think that's where a lot of our people are. So I want to speak to those issues at this point based on the questions that were asked. Yeah, thank you.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair Crowdy, what's your point of order?
Yes, thank you. My point of order is I want to make sure that Delegate Eugene So has given permission to allow others to tell his story and recovery. He has shared his journey with us, but also in keeping and being trauma-informed and survivor-centered. He also, Delegate So should also have the opportunity to be asked if his story could be shared by someone else. I just want to make sure that that's what we're doing here and honoring his journey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Eugene So, I don't know if you heard the question, but the question posed is that your position of your what you went through in your past, you give individuals, anybody, or especially nation, the okay to utilize your story of your recovery pertaining to yourself and your being joy ben he twin na kode not ani ni kliniki ako kodon hima ya je sin ko ya ka ya hina diskit o speak ha ko ya ne ako ya nan ta ko ba hadith so arbal jin so. Okay, thank you very much. I think Mr. Eugene So lost connection. He was on the line earlier. I think he lost connection. So, Madam Chair, when we come back, when Eugene So gets back on the call, I'll go ahead and pose the question back to him so that we do get a response from him. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Oh, yeah, thank you. We just need to be mindful that each story is your journey. So we always remind others, use I, unless you have permission to share their story. Thank you.
Okay. Hakushina, moving on down the line. We got the questions answered by that Honorable Albert PBK has posed. And with that, I'm going to go move on down the line, and committee members, any other question to this particular legislation? Legislation 0240-22. It's now 3:10 p.m.
Speaker?
Okay, Honorable.
Can you hear me? I think I just lost connection.
Mr. Carlson, Honorable Carl Slater, you have the floor. We hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was just waiting to come back down the line, so I hope I have a couple minutes to speak. So I appreciate the responses on the consent decree, and that really helped me understand things better. I think the next question that I have is, how is this legislation going to help with the pace of cases moving through the judicial process? It seems like there's been a real increase in the backlog of cases from the pandemic, and that's also affected certain programs that remain in telecommunication instead of in person. And I think that that could impede how maybe motions to keep defendants in custody are currently moving forward. And that's something that's, concerning to me, because it's, the safety of the victims. And I just want to make sure that we're not over legislating any processes where we're going to keep folks locked up and treat them the same as if it is a really dangerous situation when it's not the same sort of dangerous situation. And then I think it's in subsection 391. I was looking at some of the strikeouts. Does controlled substances there also include marijuana? And I'm curious to hear the experts here discuss how, if it does, how that might work with the surrounding states legalizing marijuana and us increasing the penalties for possession at the same time. Do we foresee any issues with that if we're moving to a more aggressive enforcement there as opposed to where they're moving toward legalization? So that's sort of inconsistency with the state laws. And then I know there's a few concerns regarding the peyote language and including the term Native American Church, which I know previously had been removed by the council some years ago. And I wanted to know if on that matter, if in this process, the Title 17 committee or the sponsor had worked with ABNDN to get some sort of support, or that it had been reviewed, and to make sure that that's consistent with what the organization believes at this time, because I think adding that language back in is something that would take us back to where the council had already changed it previously. And then in terms of public intoxication, is this legislation going to create a special unit or civilian force to deal and handle and help our relatives who have that issue and are publicly intoxicated, so that police resources can be more appropriately devoted to the more serious crimes? I think, there's a lot of good things that I see here, but my concern also goes back to that message that we received from Ms. Bowman, and I'm trying to, oh, here it is. Okay. And I just want to read this into the record because, we've heard a lot from the prosecution and from that side of things, from enforcement, but we haven't heard anything from the public defenders. And so I think, if we want to say that we've moved forward in a comprehensive way and allowed all parties to participate in this process, that'd be important. So it says, regarding proposed amendments to Title 17, and this is from Kathleen Bowman, the Director, Office of the Navajo Public Defender, says, over the last several months, members of the Law and Order Committee, the Office of the Prosecutor, Navajo Nation Law Enforcement, and Federal Law Enforcement gathered to make proposed changes to Title 17, the criminal statutes of the Navajo Nation Code. The Office of the Navajo Public Defender and the judicial branch of the Navajo Nation were excluded from that process. Once the legislation had been drafted, the Office of the Navajo Public Defender requested a copy, but it was withheld until 7 December 2022. Here is our initial assessment. The legislation appears to have been rushed. For instance, there are two different statutes that address civil forfeiture, subsections 27 and 396. Similarly, the same statute appears twice at subsections 440 and subsection 445. And the drafting committee appears to have been working from earlier versions of some statutes, such as the statutes governing marijuana. Our understanding is that the proposed legislation was put together in the course of 1 week. The legislation missed opportunities to address known problems and inconsistencies. For instance, although the legislation greatly expands what is considered a quote-unquote deadly weapon, a person may still carry a firearm under any circumstances so long as the magazine is not inserted, because subsection 320 only applies to quote-unquote loaded firearms. This is one of many examples. The legislation upsets the system of checks and balances between the three branches of the Navajo Nation government. By impairing the prosecutor's ability to plea bargain and by imposing extreme statutes of limitations, the legislation diminishes the reserved discretion of the executive branch. Similarly, by imposing mandatory sentences in a multitude of statutes, the legislation diminishes the reserved discretion of the judicial branch. 4, the legislation is still trying to regressively solve public health problems such as addiction and mental health with the criminal sanction. Jailing those members of the public who suffer from addiction and mental health problems has proven to lead to bad outcomes. The legislation does nothing to divert such individuals into a reformative process. In fact, the legislation merely increases punishment for such individuals. 5, the legislation tilts the playing field in favor of prosecution. The legislation greatly expands the behaviors that are criminalized. It also expands the quote unquote aggravated versions of crimes to include more behaviors. This will lead to multiplicitous charges. The legislation also greatly expands the punishments that individuals will face if they are accused. Together, stacked charges with long mandatory sentences will exert a lot of pressure on the accused to take plea offers, even if they are innocent, because the risk of a conviction is too high. 6, the legislation was not developed with public input. This legislation is intended to put more Navajo citizens in jail and for longer stretches of time. That will have collateral consequences of lost jobs and broken homes, to name the obvious. Not only were the courts and the public defenders excluded from the process, but also the public. The legislators who were not involved in the process will have to find a way to justify this to their constituents when the consequences arrive. In summary, the proposed legislation is devoid of any concepts of ke and hajon, which are central to our people. We need to develop Diné solutions with all of the Navajo Nation parties and the public involved. Instead of working with judges and public defenders, the parties involved in the drafting of the legislation invited federal government officials to work with them in Flagstaff. The federal government does not live and work here. Frankly, if the federal government had the solutions, we would not see the high crime rates and the overcrowded, inhumane prison conditions we see across the United States. In contrast, public defenders represent the accused. We work with families and we see how our criminal justice system is working because we deal with the courts, law enforcement, corrections, and prosecutors on a daily basis. We constantly advocate for better solutions and resources to address the many serious problems that lead to pain and dysfunction for our people. We deal with that pain and seek to arrive at Diné holistic solutions. You cannot establish restorative justice and hajon otherwise. We ask that you consider our remarks, that you understand the point of view of those of us who daily work on problems that come from the deep trauma of our people. The proposed legislation is flawed and unduly punitive. It will lead to further chaos while diminishing the civil rights of the Diné. So, that is a pretty strongly worded memorandum to the council, and it is concerning to me that there's the allegation that the public defender's office was not included in this process, and the judicial branch as well. And that while they were included potentially at the beginning, at the outset, that 2 years later, they were not given an opportunity until December 7th of this month to comment or participate in the process. So, that's something I would like to hear responses from the sponsor and at the sponsor's discretion, the agents. But I'd also like to hear from the public defender's office if there's an opportunity for them to speak with some of the issues that they have, since they're the subject matter experts on some of these due process issues or the duplicative language, the sentencing issues, things of that nature. And, I think this is difficult as an issue because it's absolutely holistic. We don't want crime, we don't want pain, we don't want violence in our communities. We want safe, healthy communities. And I think that's the goal that we need to start with. And I'm completely sensitive to the fact that in many of my communities, there are very serious, crime issues, mainly related to bootlegging and drugs. And I am not trying to be insensitive to those issues, but I think that we need to make sure that we're pursuing justice and doing that in a way that's respectful of our tradition, as well as the rights of really the individual and the harmony within the community. I don't think it's totally right for us to say that there's nothing being done on substance abuse, on mental health issues. The council did allocate, I think, up to $20 million into the Department of Health to rehabilitate and restand up a lot of these DBMHS programs that had shut down at a certain point during the pandemic to inpatient treatment in order to fix the facilities. And it's something that our committee's been very supportive of in trying to stand up again and getting the resources so that for those inpatient treatment that needs to take place, we can do so in the nation. But outpatient treatment does continue. And for, I can't remember, it's like 90-something% on the, when you look at the literature, that's what most people need. It's not necessarily inpatient treatment. So, it's large, it's complex. There's the public health aspect. I think the other side of it is that, if we end up putting more people in jail, that's going to reduce really the economy and have a drag on the economy of the Navajo Nation. And we know that certain types of crimes are often overrepresented in more impoverished areas. And when there's a lack of economic opportunity, even if you get all the treatment in the world, all the restorative training and everything, if you don't have a job, what do they say? Idle time is the devil's playground. And people will resort to doing bad things that adversely impact themselves and their communities. And, if we had some sort of full employment program, I think that that's something that would really help out our people, help out the nation, and something that we should look toward in the 25th Council is how can we make sure that everyone on the Navajo Nation can meaningfully participate in their community, that they can protect their homes, that they can contribute to the work of the nation, and really identify what that means in the 21st century for the Diné and for the Navajo Nation. Because I think we look at this as crime and criminal justice, all of that. But if we take an even broader view, it's like, what sort of society are we trying to construct? And I don't want us to lose the forest for the trees. So those are a couple thoughts that I would just like to offer now to try and broaden the perspective of this conversation. And I don't take any of this lightly. I'll share right now, I am a victim of violent crime. I'm someone who has had to go with loved ones into a SANE exam to support them. And those are things that, I take with me because I don't want anybody to ever have to endure that again, ever. And this is not some sort of, he's just trying to diminish the rights of victims. I have been a victim in my life. It's not how I view myself. And I've had to help, unfortunately, a lot of victims. I've seen that trauma up close. I know all of us have seen it in different ways. It's just, I guess I don't want my voice to be diminished in this process, thinking that I'm not attuned to the rights of victims. So thank you, Speaker So, for the opportunity to share those thoughts. And if we could provide an opportunity for the Public Defender's Office to make some comments at some point, I would appreciate it. But right now, because of them sharing that both they and judicial have not been included since 2 years ago, I'm not sure I can vote for the legislation, because I want us to put something forward where at least we can say everybody had ample and adequate time since the introduction of it to the passage of the legislation to have participated. And I want us to be able to stand that ground. We're not all going to be on the same page. We're not all going to be able to agree to every single item. But the fact of the matter is, it's now the 27th of December, and that was 20 days ago. And for these large changes, I think that the defenders and the judicial branch should have that opportunity to be involved in some manner. So thank you. And I really appreciate the sponsor of the legislation, Delegate Charles Newton, for guiding us in this process and trying to advance justice and healing in our communities on the nation. It's a huge task, and I know the amount of effort that you've put into it is immense. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Slater. And Madam Chair, go ahead and write those questions down. I'm going to go down to the next person on the agenda. Honorable Wilson Stewart, you have the floor.
Chairman, so during the colleagues of the Nomination Council Naabik'íyáti session, Quoro Vice Chair Slater has the for the the nation for the members on that side within Title 17. out of the letter memo again, Vice Chair Slater for reading the memorandum that was sent to us as a 24th Navajo Nation Council. Members on Lenigi with Native American Church, or the membership card that then all over and hit the Liaga. Quazes, Sakan, the Quazes and Nilo. Besli Kaho Danosha. And that's a lot in Hilliado. Ados etano kokwagi yena adil kilo kokwagi toy amendment linigi eben nachigi adol nista no a kwagi language linigi ao for clarity so be nadish kilo less chairwoman Charles Dutton kokwagi ya do thought in Navajo Nation prosecutors on Nagida kokwagi thought in nadish kilo less. How does that affect our herbalists and also our Native American Church roadmen, their families, and also the members within Native American Church? But don't need, but the Nick without a title and live for Navajo Nation. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Then we'll move on down the line to Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, Delegate. So if we could, I could wait. I'd like to hear some of the response, and if you could come back to me, thank you.
Okay, we will go ahead and go back to Madam Chair.
Speaker, so you kind of went off there a little bit. I hope that everybody can hear me.
We can hear you, Madam
Hello?
Chair. You have the floor.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the comments that are being made, and I hope that we can address the issues that have been presented. At this point, again, so in terms of what Delegate Carl Slater posed, in the cases that are going through the judicial process, at this point there are laws in place that do state when a criminal case has to be filed and then the process in which it goes. So I think that the criminal cases do get addressed right away because they are criminal cases. The civil cases, I know that we have been seeing a backlog in a lot of the civil cases. That doesn't mean that there's not a backlog in the criminal cases. But, we had the opportunity, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we had the opportunity to help address the backlog of cases. And I believe that when Chief Justice Joanne Jane addressed the 24th Navajo Nation Council during the first time that we were voting on the ARPA legislation, she did come there to Twin Arrows to advocate, and she did state, to the 24th Navajo Nation Council that some of this funding would be to address the backlog of cases. However, the 24th Navajo Nation Council voted without giving the judicial branch any additional funding to address any type of backlog of cases, whether it's civil cases or criminal cases. And that is the reason why I stated earlier that this may be something that we would have to address in the 25th Navajo Nation Council, because now we're starting to hear from our constituents who are saying that many of their cases are stuck in the judicial branch and that they're not seeing, they're not seeing any type of justice, whether it's in the civil sense or in the criminal sense. So the pace of the cases going through the judicial process, that is some of that responsibility does lie on us, and as well as the executive branch, because not once did I hear President Nez, and I'll be honest and I'll be fair, not once did I hear Speaker Damon advocate for the judicial branch. And I kept saying over and over again, we need to give the judicial branch funding. But that was a choice, that was a vote. If the people look at the vote for the ARPA money, they will see who voted green for the ARPA money, knowing that the judicial branch didn't get any funding. So in terms of the pace of cases, I think that we are going to have to give the judicial branch additional funds. And I know that there are some delegates who kept saying, well, they just received they just received some funding from the federal government as a means of settling a case. It was a settlement, but that settlement was from previous years of neglect, and that argument was not being heard. So it is, I guess, in a way, it's partially our fault, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, because we didn't give them any funding. And I think that is going to affect the pace of the case. But as I stated, with criminal cases, I know that some of the criminal cases, they do go through the process right away, such as getting a temporary restraining order. Those cases get heard right away, as well as cases where an individual is in jail. Those cases, they do have arraignment. Usually, at least in Crown Point, I know they had arraignment every single day when an individual was in jail. So I think the pace of the cases, the question is going to have to come back to council in terms of how are we going to address that? How are we going to help judicial branch, address those cases? You asked a question about 391 controlled substances, and Delegate Wilson Stewart also made that comment. So I verified with the Naabik'íyáti president, Mr. Willie Tracy. I did send an email to him as well as the board members, and I was told that memo that was received by council was not sent on behalf of the ABNDN board. That memo was sent by Herschel Clark on behalf of Vice President Albert Johnson. However, I was told that it's actually on behalf of Albert Johnson, not acting on behalf of ABNDN board. But I will state that portion or that part of the legislation, what it did is it moved it to a different section. And it just requires, you are correct that it does require a card. I do attend the conventions every year, both for North American and for ABNDN, because I am a proud member of the ABNDN, and I do have a card. It is my understanding that it is a federal requirement that we possess those cards. And I believe that is the reason why ABNDN, as well as North America, they push to get people to get their membership cards. And we pay for those membership cards. To have those membership cards that gives us the legal right to be able to possess our paraphernalias, as well as to ingest, to use, to carry, to transport peyote. So what the change was it moved it to a different part of Title 17, and it created a defense. And that defense is, as long as you have your card, you're okay. Part of that reasoning, and I'll have Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson talk a little bit more about this, but part of that reasoning is because the Navajo Nation is currently engaging in cross-commission. Our cross-commission officers do receive, they go through training that tells them what the Navajo Nation laws are. However, in the state of Utah, you do have officers who pull over individuals, and and they have taken away paraphernalia and peyote because they per my understanding is that many of our Navajo people, and even the youth, and they talked about the different types of tribes that they have pulled over, and these people don't have their membership cards, so they don't know if these people are actually members of the Native American Church. And federally, that's what it's recognized as, is Native American Church. The federal government, you know, when we say Azet Ben Nazaha, they don't know Azet Ben Nazaha. They know Native American Church. The states are the same way. And we have tried to educate the states, we have tried to educate the federal government, but they always come back to the Native American Church because that's how it's recognized in the federal statute. And again, my understanding is that the federal statute does require that we carry a membership card. When I attended law school at the University of Kansas, I used to sit up with the Potawatomis and the Kickapoos, and we did have state police officers come in on several occasions to verify that we were members of the Native American Church. So we were required to have membership cards. And again, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not a requirement by the federal government that we carry that card. But, you know, that was my understanding of the reason for the change in the language, is to create a defense to allow our people who are members of the Native American Church of New Mexico or members of the Azet Ben Nazaha to be able to say, I have the legal right to carry with me this paraphernalia and this peyote, and here is the card that was given to me by my chapter that says that I am recognized within that chapter to carry what I'm carrying. But I will have the prosecutor go into a little bit more detail about that. And I can tell you that when I did meet with the Utah, I think it was the state and the sheriff's office in Utah, the patrol officers during the time that the cross commission was being discussed there in Utah, and Vice Chair Otto So was also present during that time when we went out to, I believe it was, I think it was Montezuma Creek, where we went out to have this meeting, or was it in Blanding? And it was during that time when I did speak to the officers, you know, to ask them this question. And the reason why I asked the officers that question is because many of the chapter members in Salt Lake City who are a part of the Native American Church were also sharing information about how they were being pulled over and how they were being expected to carry their cards. And so again, when we discussed this portion, it was a means of creating a defense to say, you know, this is our defense, is federally, it is a requirement, and we are carrying this card. So I just want to make that clear. Again, to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that memo that was sent by Herschel Clark was sent on behalf of Albert Johnson. It was not sent on behalf of the Azet Ben Nazaha board. And in fact, I did get several calls from board members in the last week. I will, as well as Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, we're going to be explaining that part to the Azet Ben Nazaha board. But many of the board members who did call me agreed that, you know, it is needed, and they are in agreement that the chapters do require individuals to get a card. And I think that you do need a card to be recognized as a roadman. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the bylaws are different for the different chapters. But we'll have a little bit more of that clarification when Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson gets onto the call. We also have Delegate Carl Slater that talked about creating a special unit for public intoxication. I'll leave that to Deputy Chief Silversmith. But what I can say is that we did have a joint health education human services meeting, as well as I apologize. We did have a joint health education human services and law and order committee meeting. And during that time, it was reported that one individual was arrested more than 300 times in the Western Agency for public intoxication. And each arrest, resulted in trying to provide assistance, but that individual didn't want assistance, and they continued to get public intoxication calls on that individual. So I don't really know if a special unit is going to be established. What I do know is that, we are having, we do have units set up for, sexual assault. We also have an undercover unit that is currently in place, but I'll leave that again to Deputy Chief Silversmith to elaborate more on that unit. In terms of the judicial branch being excluded, I did have a conversation with Chief Justice Joanne James, and there is currently they call it the judicial canon that the judges have to abide by. And judges are not allowed to take part, and nor are they allowed to lobby on legislation that are currently before any legislative body. This applies at the state and the federal level. And that was the reason why judicial was not included in these meetings, was because if you have judges taking part in the amendment to Title 17, you open the door for arguments to be made that judges are not being fair and they're not, that they're not biased. Because if a judge is taking part in the drafting of a legislation and putting input in the way that the laws need to be changed, they become biased. And again, I could be wrong on that. That may require Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff. I know we've had that question come up at one time regarding a different legislation, but that was the reason why judicial branch was not included in these meetings. And Chief Justice Joanne Jane, when I did explain to her that reason, she did agree. And she said, yeah, we don't, we shouldn't be a part of that. So that was the reason why judicial branch was not included. And for the future, judicial branch should not be included in any of the drafting of legislation because it creates a bias. If you had all the judges taking part in the Title 17 amendment, those who are being accused could bring a lawsuit against the entire Navajo Nation judicial branch and say that they were not, that they're not unbiased since they took part in the drafting of the legislation. As to the question about the public defenders not being involved, and then them not being able to provide any public input. So this amendment began in 2017. The Public Defender's Office was involved throughout the whole process. And you're right, with these last few meetings, they were called by the prosecutor's office, and they did receive input on what was going on. And in terms of, them not being involved, the Public Defender's Office, so right now there is a move that's happening in Indian country. Many Indian tribes are dissolving or getting rid of their public defenders. The Pueblos, when they provided public testimony in Albuquerque, stated that public defenders confuse individuals. And so the Pueblos now have gotten rid of all of their public defenders. That is based on testimony that was provided in Albuquerque in front of the Department of Justice. The reason they did that is because they said, it used to be traditionally that if you committed a crime or if you did something wrong, that you came out and you admitted to that. And either help was offered, or in some cases, if it was severe, banishment occurred. Now, we talked about tradition and how that's very important to restoring justice. I think that, part of that tradition is understanding that in order for a person to be made whole, we do have to hold people accountable. There has to be some way of talking things out. We do give the opportunity for those accused and then the victims to either go through the courts, or they have the option, as was stated earlier by Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, that, the plea agreement could allow them to, to enter into going into peacemaking. But as I've stated, many of our victims it's very difficult for them to be in that same room to offer, to be a part of those kinds of talks and peacemaking. So in terms of being respective of tradition, I believe that, we were respective of tradition. I do want to state that, on December 7th, the document was actually completed with all of the amendments. So that was the reason why it was sent to the public defender's office, as well as it was put out for a 5-day comment period. I know that on the letter it did state that there was no public input, but I have been, talking about this on my Facebook page. We've had several meetings. These meetings have been open to the public in terms of what we have been trying to do to amend Title 17. And there was also the 5-day comment period that allowed the people to provide input into whether they see these amendments as being necessary, or whether, they can provide us suggestions on what needs to happen. But the truth of the matter is these amendments began in 2017. I don't believe that they were rushed. And I don't believe that, it's leaving out or not recognizing, tradition. I'm sorry, speaker. So I don't know if somebody's trying to ask a question, or if somebody's just not muted.
Madam Chair, someone was not muted. Just to remind members of individuals on this call, please mute your phone. Ashode. Bata hasti ho bata huil na okwa. Akot iho. The nayin akot o adula ya yastio. O ashode sa lead it. Teleconference by hours date. Please mute your phones. Nigo, what ego. Ben Hitahanet Ashonde. So all we can say is Ashonde. Again, staff, once you come across that, I think the best thing to do is just kick them off and have them call back in, because they know better not to do that. They know better to mute their phones. So again, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, sorry for that interruption that had happened. And again, it's the listening audience that's some of them don't mute their phone. So Madam Chair, you can proceed with your answering.
Thank you for that. And I do want to state that there was a comment made earlier. First, it was stated earlier that this amendment was one-sided only for prosecutors, and then later on there was a statement made in the record that public defenders work with the accused. It shouldn't be about it being one-sided for prosecutors or one-sided for public defenders. This amendment is, and it should be, about the victims. It recognizes and it gives more to the victims. And yes, I understand that the goal is to create a safe, healthy, communities. But right now, what we are, our nation is turning into a nation of lawlessness. We have individuals who have reported, individuals as far out as Anna, who have reported that people knock on their doors and they hold them at gunpoint, they tie them up and they steal their property, steal their vehicles. And one couple was tied up for 3 days and nobody knew what was going on. And this is happening. We're seeing bootleggers, we know who the bootleggers are. We see them out there, they're selling alcohol. in my community in Shiprock, there is one individual who drives a particular vehicle that we're all aware of, and we have tried to catch this individual in the act. We know that they are selling alcohol, but we have yet to catch them in the act. And so we know that these things are happening. It may not happen in the communities where there's a lot more people living. It happens in our rural areas. And I understand, Delegate Carl Slater, that you don't agree to this amendment and that you don't agree to putting people in jail. As you stated, it's going to affect the Navajo Nation economy and that we need full employment programs. You know, and how does everyone in the Navajo Nation meaningfully cooperate in their community? I think that what we have to understand is we want certain things for our community. We want to, to explain to our people, alcohol is not allowed on the Navajo Nation, and we want our people to abide by that. We don't want to see any bootleggers. We don't want to see any drug dealers. But the truth of the matter is we do see it. They are in our community. And every time a law is broken, there's always a victim. There's always somebody who is going to, who's going to be hurt from the actions that are happening. And right now, this is our response, is we do need to hold those accountable. And as you stated, 20 million has gone into behavioral health, into rehabilitative services. But as was stated earlier, it's very difficult to get Indian Health Services to provide those services to individuals. We recently learned about a program out of Utah, and we invited them to the Law and Order Committee to provide a report, and they didn't show up. And so, it's just a question of, how do we help people? Well, number one, those people who want to be helped. And then number two, how do we create that safe, healthy community and also take into consideration what the victims are going through? And so I think that it was, I don't agree with the comment made that this amendment was one-sided for prosecutors. I think what we should be looking at is, is it creating a safe, healthy community? Is it recognizing the victims? Is it giving them a little bit more to work with in terms of getting their issues addressed? And we have victims of all ages that are coming forward, that are trying to get some sense of justice. And thank you for sharing, that you yourself have been a victim. I think everybody at one time in our life, we can say that we were a victim of a crime or we were a witness of a crime, and we all deal with things differently. But I do know, listening to the community members going to the various chapters, that this does need to happen. And I believe, Delegate Carl Slater, your community, one of your community is trying to push to try to get the police academy in their community, to try to get police presence in their community. We're starting to see an increase in crime. And I don't know if you guys received the booklet that I sent out that does provide the data and the statistics. I did try to email it out, so I'm not sure if you guys received it. But the data and the statistics are provided within that booklet that show the increase. There's also information in there about when the calls for services, what our numbers are, how many arrests have been made, how many of those cases go through the prosecutor's office, how many of those cases go through the court, how many of those cases are going through probation and parole, and what probation and parole is facing right now with some of the issues as well. And then, looking in terms of, the cases that require us to refer these cases for federal prosecution, how many of those get declined and for what reason? And then, the different types of crimes that are being committed right now that we are requesting for federal prosecution that are not going through. So all of that information is in that booklet, and we have been pushing, and I can say that the Law and Order Committee has been working really hard to try to address those issues, whether it's shortage of manpower with law enforcement, and providing input to Congress through a roundtable on what we think should happen to try to increase our law enforcement, to, you know, providing public safety housing on the Navajo Nation, you know, to try to increase the law enforcement, and then also, you know, judges. We also have been trying to address the medical examiners, working with Indian Health Services, you know, to try to bargain with them and ask them, you know, to pay for half of the salary of a medical examiner, and how the Navajo Nation can also pay for half of that amount too. So we have that shared responsibility, as I stated earlier. And then also the facilities that we have been pushing for, and some of the hookups and the issues that we've been running into in terms of getting the facilities approved. So we have been trying to address this overall, and that's what the booklet does provide some information. It's still going through the draft phase, but it does provide information on what we're seeing here on the Navajo Nation. And these are the data and the statistics that are sent directly from the prosecutor's office. They're sent directly from law enforcement. They're sent directly from criminal investigations. And all we're doing is we're trying to put it into one booklet, because part of the push for increasing funds at the federal government, part of the push to try to increase facility replacement, is that Congress is standing there asking us, where's your data? Where's your statistics? Show me your numbers. Tell me how many individuals are, you know, go through detention. How many of them are in need of services? And prior to 2016, that information either wasn't being gathered, or we didn't have the means in place to gather that information. So I think that, you know, there are several issues that are happening on the Navajo Nation. And I find it very interesting that the Law and Order Committee is the only committee that is always blamed for what is happening with public safety and justice. We don't ever blame the other committees for what's happening within their committees, nor do we call them out, but the Law and Order Committee is always called out. And yet we're the only committee that has provided this report on what is happening on the Navajo Nation. So I think that we have done what we could to try to address the issues regarding public safety and justice, and then also hearing directly from the Navajo people and the chapters that we have visited. And this is one response that we are presenting before this council, and that's the amendment to the Navajo Nation Criminal Code. And then I think the last question is what sort of society are we trying to construct? I don't know, exactly how to answer that question. What I can say is I would like to see a society that gives victims the opportunity to speak. I would like to see a society where it gives victims the opportunity to see justice. And I would like to see a society where we do offer safe, healthy communities. And part of this is, I know that a lot of us delegates always say, that we need to invest in our children. We need to invest in our future. If we continue to see the kind of cases that we're seeing here on the Navajo Nation without holding people responsible or accountable, I don't know if that is a good type of investment that we're seeing in our future and in our children. And so when we talked about creating a safe, healthy community, I look at this as creating a safe, healthy community, not only for our people today, but for future generations as well. And as any lawmaker knows, we present laws, and there's always going to be flaws. And sometimes we don't learn those flaws until it's actually in practice. But we have the opportunity as a legislative body to correct those flaws and to try to create something that works for everybody. And yet every single government across the entire world has failed to do that, because we know that every law or whatever policy we have in place is not going to make everybody happy. But what we can do is we can pass this legislation today and give our children the opportunity to grow up in a safe, healthy community, a safe, healthy environment, and to send a message that we're no longer going to only protect the rights of those accused, but we are also going to be sending a message that we are protecting the rights of those who have been victims of crime. So Speaker So, I hope that I was able to answer the questions. I'd like to turn the floor over at this time to my agent, who may be able to provide more input into the questions and the concerns that have been raised. I believe that I did answer the question posed by Delegate Carl Slater, and then the question that was posed by Delegate Wilson Stewart. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Well, hold on. Honorable Carl Slater, there is no point of privilege at the committee level. So, you can go ahead and get back into the queue, and I'll come back to you. Let me go. I'm going to put you back in the queue. Let me go to Mr. Rick Nance, who is in the queue right at this point. Then I'll come back to you, Honorable Carl Slater.
Speaker So, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I did request to have my agent also add if there was anything that I may have forgotten, because I know that there were some questions regarding the Izet Ben Agaha, as well as questions regarding the, I think there was a special unit established for public intoxication. And that I did say that that Deputy Chief Silversmith would be able to answer that question, as well as Chief Prosecutor Jackson.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to Chief Prosecutor Jackson, and then I'll come back to Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Silversmith. And then from there, I'll come back to Sir Rick Nance. So, anyway, Mr. Jackson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is Vernon Jackson with the Office of the Prosecutor. I did take some notes here, and I'm going to make some brief comments concerning some of the issues that were raised. First one is how will this revision improve the process, the current criminal justice process. And the word motion was used to keep defendants in custody. From the standpoint of motions, motions are documents, pleadings that you submit to the court to ask the court to take certain actions. As it stands right now, the only changes that are going to happen within the law as it now stands is the way that individuals are kept and held related to the Family Violence Act charges. And that doesn't necessarily separate out the mandatory sentencing requirements and whatnot, but to the point of the process does start with the arrest. And there has to be a decision that is made concerning how the person will proceed through the criminal justice system. This law actually enhances that process. It allows for the victim time to seek protective orders, orders to protect herself from the perpetrator. It also gives the perpetrator time to reassess what has occurred and what has happened. And that process currently is not in place. So that's on that point. It actually improves the process. Under 391, controlled substance related to marijuana. It is found on page 38 of the proposed revision. Marijuana is defined there, and it is a controlled substance concerning marijuana. Concerning peyote in the Native American Church, Honorable Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton is correct. Under 42 CFR 1307.31, it specifically names the Native American Church. It says here under 1307.31, the listing of peyote as a controlled substance is a Schedule 1 drug, and it does not apply to the non-drug use of peyote in a bona fide religious ceremony of the Native American Church, and members of the Native American Church using peyote are exempt from the regulation. Any person who manufactures peyote for distribution, manufactures the peyote for or distributes peyote to the Native American Church, however, is required to obtain registration annually and to comply with all other requirements of the law. I do not see a requirement for an ID card requirement within 1307, but it is not unreasonable to ask for an ID card for those who are possessing peyote, particularly because it is a Schedule I drug. And there are going to be potential abuses for situations where there is not going to be a requirement for a card to be required for those who possess or transport peyote. And this law does help to control that. And so the card is an important part of the integrity part of allowing individuals to possess and transport peyote. So that is on the Native American Church peyote use, and most certainly we can speak to the various groups and to explain further the need to change the law to enhance the need to have a law, a law that articulates the need for an ID card. That is the only change within the law as far as Title 17 is concerned, as relates to peyote, is just a requirement that the person have an ID card. Concerning some of the reading of Kathleen Bowman's letter to the council needs to be addressed here briefly. First of all, I do want to say that Ms. Kathleen Bowman is a distinguished colleague of mine. I think that she is a distinguished attorney that has worked for the Public Defender's Office for a significant number of years, and I think her points are well taken. And I do appreciate some of her thoughts that she has brought out concerning the current Title 17 revisions. And quite frankly, some of the points that she does bring out are easy fix. And so because it was read into the record concerning the letter, I'd like to address those real quickly. Under her point concerning Section 396, we believe that she is correct, that there is a discrepancy between 227 and 396. And we are going to request that there be an amendment to eliminate 396. And it's the same way with 445. She brings out a discrepancy between 440 and 445. Again, we thank the public defender for bringing this to our attention. And we ask for an amendment that 445 be deleted in its entirety, which should pretty much clean up that issue. Concerning the issue of a loaded firearm, it is our collective opinion and also response that the word loaded should be taken out of the particular sentence, particular clause, so as to bring clarity as she requested be brought out. We have no problem with that. So we are going to request an amendment to delete the word loaded from the language. So those are easy fixes. To the points of this being a rush job, I don't want to take away anything from Madam Chair Charles Newton's points concerning the fact that this was not a rush job. It was not. It was not a rough job. We took what was started since 2017. We implemented those recommendations, and just as a matter of fact, one of her current attorneys, Daniel Watts, who is a public defender employed with Kathleen Bowman, was involved intricately in the revision of Title 17 early on, and many of his recommendations as a employee of the Department of Justice was implemented. So the fact that she feels like it was a rush job is a little offsetting, because of the fact that this has been going on since 2017, and the fact that she feels like maybe she was excluded. That was not the intent to exclude her in any way or any form, but the fact that she has a reading of her letter into the record does give an indication that she's having a voice here. So I think that particular point is now mute. Concerning the issue related to the fact that there is an imbalance of checks and balances, that Chairman, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton referred to this as the I guess the suggestion that this is a prosecutor's document, which is not correct. This is actually creating an avenue for a public policy to be developed. And she's absolutely right. This legislation that is before us today should not be about, is it for the prosecutors? Is it for the public defenders? It should be for the victims. That is the very first statement that should come out of each one of our responses here is, what are we doing for the victims? And it is our collective impression, which includes to a large extent the public defender's point of view. If you look at this historically, that the policy should look towards the public policy concerning law and order should refer to the victims, should enhance the ability for victims of crime to be treated better. And as far as public input, I've been to several of the public meetings around the Navajo Nation, and in each one of those meetings, there is definitely an impression given by those in the audience who say that there is no law and order. This is something that I believe that this council, or excuse me, this committee is fully aware of in terms of what is being said here and what you have been told in your own communities, that something needs to change. And that's what these revisions are heading towards. I have never seen the public defender in these public meetings. I've never seen members of her staff or Ms. Bowman herself speak to the community concerning some of the issues that she's raising today. As far as and Hojon, I think this legislation actually, it is arguable that this legislation actually establishes and Hojon because it's helping people to have a better life, having them to see life better in terms of what kind of way that crime is impacting them. So I think it's a little disingenuous to say that we are not in line with Navajo belief, tradition, and culture. As you can hear the responses here, and as you can hear the various thoughts concerning for or against, you're getting a sense that this is a matter of public policy. What is it that this committee wants to send? What is it that you want to send forth to council? What is going to be your voice in terms of doing something about the lawlessness? And it is lawlessness. There is lawlessness that exists within Navajo communities. Another point that was raised concerning federal officials. Federal officials weren't anywhere involved in these revisions. I guess she looked at maybe an agenda that was that we put together concerning the meetings that we had concerning the revisions. Those federal officials were there only to talk about why they have declined federal prosecutions. And they were there to tell us what we could do better to present cases that could move to federal prosecution. They were also there to share with us how they could share with the Navajo prosecutors the investigative material that was provided, that is put together and compiled by the Federal Bureau of Investigations. So to suggest the federal officials were involved in these revisions is not correct. It is not being fully informed as to why they were there, and they were there only briefly. There were a different sets from New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. That's the nature of the Navajo Nation. That's how large we are. So we deal with a large contingent of United States attorneys' offices. So they came in and they spoke to us and they were introduced to the prosecutors. That's the extent of their involvement. They didn't have no material suggestions. They didn't have no suggestions as to how to create a law that was strictly Navajo. So I just want to take away from that. Last thing, and I did allude to this, is that our intent was not to exclude the public defender. And I'll repeat it. The fact that we have a reading of the letter here shows that they do have a voice and that they are being heard here. So that's going to be the essence of my responses concerning some of the questions that were raised. Thank you very much.
Delegate Daniel So, permission to speak.
Delegate Naabik'íyáti.
Mr. Silversmith, star 6, please.
أنا يا أنا نتيجة كده شننتا إشي كده شنهدت أني كونده استشيء كونده شننتا Charles Slater إنا إتي كده كونده خليت كونده إذا تنبهز أني إن نهجي خليت كونده وجب الكان كأشيء جو the justice system يكان دول وسط نيجي يا جو يسي بنيا يا كونده the كونده ناسني ما بكادو كون لاش لاي بشي استجي كدو يتنا كونده كي هتني كونده وجونا هدو تليتو كون هداش أنا هدو تليتو يا غن كيسنا هز دي وجون ده هدو تليتو نو بنش كدو بنيا كونده إيبان ستها كيس كونده بنش كدو كونده نال سوس خادي يادو يسي بنش كدو نال سوس نهي كادول وستو كونده كونده بنا أيدك كي خاليت كو دا إي ساهج كونده بيجي وتهوت ليتو كونده خاليت كونده fundamental law or any peacemaking كه نشكدو كي يدا أست كهاليت أشتنده دوت لحنني هشتنده دوت نشفني شيء بس ناس كدو نشكدو كونده نال صوصادي يادو كونده نزارن كي يوشكار كونده يا نيسلا كونده إني نحس لا كونده كات إشجيده كونده دو خيط كونده جنده not in George, because I'm community service officer. I think that's one of the things Navajo Police Department is striving for and looking for is to establish a community service aid officer. Our police recruits are going to learn how to, dealing with the public door, the kind of introduction to law enforcement to say that, these نانشين كيري از اني بنن ادو از بين رحب نشكتو اتسكجن نشتغل خدني فوند بنيه I guess when we talk about a small unit, Mr. Slater, the department is considering establish a small unit. Number one are our current police recruits. We kind of went through a small crash course of self-defense, so handcuffing techniques, so the only reason why we got these recruits out on the road as transport officers, which is probably the nearest you can connect to as far as community service aid officers. Right now, we're using them as transport officers between Windarot and Shiprock district to those jail houses that have not been closed. Eventually, the Navajo Police Department will be in the process of establishing a community service aid office to handle not just public intoxicants, but also small offenses, non-emergency offenses. Not so, yeah, kun kitna da yo kid yeah, nebit kando neto ka agena so de ido de no ban hat now kun unlawful carrying of a firearm jo did on the not so because on the hard so the old laws are kind of still so I know the Navajo Nation is considering concealed carrying permits, but in the interim because the did Josh now they what is and then they but Nas the kuna me certificate days and they just located faggot days the faggot the nebbing the accusation nakade or yato hot kuna now there's ani shahat nagyado anna jahan the in the Ghana they think that should be get those glove box couldn't add in as Niladeya it the dig at should in the Chidahan is they at large quite it just died quite again but couldn't the panel or council panel they think quite again I couldn't as a town the but other and quite again I couldn't is actually quite on Kisha that but don't nash kinda know the quite again I couldn't quite not so sending on each other. They bahas and opag. They Kilish Jada or quite be ahas. Yeah, Didi, Ashi, is so she, been not at all in the short at all, but this Ashi, Adi, the Navajo Nation conceal carry permit has to be kind of consistent with the change in Title 17. Abalakana Nich and the Hadlande, Hostoha, so they go, your study taught so they couldn't actually trade Yedo, Ashby has other Noda. They should create us a trap. Ashby has other northern Dagadabdi, Nishajum here, Hitna. They has Ani the Bahas Ada. So I get that each year, the Nashkodo Kunde, which is that each year the Arco couldn't have Kato Kunde, or did they at least show us their concealed carry permit, though, couldn't eat Kado, though they hate that she create Bahas Kada, that know that I get. Nikitishand Ashido, Eshi, Nasio Cast of Hadashi, Metal Cast be let us of Shin Adashi, that by Yata Tito Kunde, be let us Leo she added Kadat Ada Kunde bears Ani, another thought Nisha Nana Kunde Mr. Honorable Stewart, DD possession of peyote, as far as card or no card. The that Bahata of sea, the Ratit Idan Linica, that you had a sea though, the not ya Kunde, the Lagana, but Washington, Ado, it has Ani, quite a truck, yes, so as a control substance, as of course, there's exceptions for ceremonial use. And I guess that's one of the things as we, those of us that are responsible for amending the Title 17, as far as the difference between ceremonial use and recreational use. So the question is that you have to be estimate. The she Nagata Yado get a Hayish cow Ado Hada Tinitli, the cabbage to the Aswado Krage, the Na Wadia Gof Kunde, not Sosabahata, don't so Jashi Kunde, a cart in the Jan, the Judi, Tinitli, the carpet, Shahnanat, the Chief Prosecutor, Vernon Jackson, Aja, now suspect that is Aja, and the Nashko, Shashi. Mashidaza kodo link dismissed the link era does kodo listo ne unrequired down do tasha mini ARG but hardly Junjun his law and clini how we understand the law as much as we can to enforce the law. So it's ado kunde until the hadno prosecutor John Hindahadna do and his law had the issue Beshinda. Okay, out Shkedoshna I could so the Hasti the store be the Chelan Seko the marijuana. Or you get the kid lay the Lagana, Colorado, the ECG. I couldn't the Naabik'íyáti Yedo Ashbekos Ada Noda. It's on the daughter of the Nika Ado. It no who was Shinde had that con the ya quado to be has under the bit and hitting and Kodan Hisnedo Le Colorado the cash in either the Harda New Mexico Jeda Aja cash or Aja be as late dog and Yakunda medicinal use and Yakunda card late nash kindo Cheta named Okunda Ato Job a lot of the Hiban Kunda. Our drug enforcement officers are also still enforcing under Navajo law a lot of these marijuana transport or possession of marijuana. So until the Sahanatza and the she oyo his ani Ashahatza and the oyo abe beya Bayahata hot although abe van has anshi in the Joe. Naabik'íyáti o Quixote. Eshi bin nakudo da di nado halit di de ne the halit dan lini kudo legal aid office da dan lini de kudo anhui dan lini de kudo kunde halit do shishinda anishi do eshi هذا شيء أبى جزء نادى نيسا دو خير إننا دو إنزل دو كنا تحيل وقت دو ليش دو كنا تحجو لوس دو ليش خدني دا كدو بنشكل شيء إيه أبى تنزل شيء أشي غادي تأهيدو أنه أي شيء أجل سو ب ethics code of ethics تخلو دا دو شيء ببيناز بنشكل دو تو اشكشنا أنش نيجي شيء شيء لازم نادو روجو بكذا يتيه شيء عن شيء مثل need لني أو enforcement of the law and understanding the law for enforcement purpose. but not the أو اللي خدي أخذيه بعندها دي أجي نخلي نكيد أيدش كده Department of Justice or our prosecutor's office. جهت أجي تأنيش شكلش نت عن نهيت نهيت ناس سيد اللي شو شيء.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I did realize, looking at my notes, that there was one question that I did forget to answer, and that was regarding the controlled substance and including marijuana and how this works with surrounding states legalizing marijuana. To answer Delegate Carl Slater's question, I think that's very similar to how the Navajo Nation is handling alcohol. As we all know, alcohol is allowed in all of the states surrounding the Navajo Nation, as well as many states across the United States. Alcohol is legal, but on the Navajo Nation, the nation has chosen not to legalize alcohol, so I think it works in the exact same manner. Marijuana is the same. We're starting to see the approval through Colorado, and then also recently in New Mexico, the legalization of marijuana. And the Navajo Nation is responding the same way that we are responding with alcohol. We're making it very clear to people on the Navajo Nation, as well as those entering, that alcohol and marijuana is not legal on the Navajo Nation. And I believe that law enforcement addresses it accordingly, as well as prosecutor's office and the court. So with that, Speaker, I believe that we've been able to answer all of the questions and the concerns brought forward by Delegate Carl Slater, as well as Delegate Wilson Stewart. We do stand for questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we have a whole lineup, and I'm going to go back to Honorable Rick Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Otto Shaw, Honorable members of the 24th Council, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, Aron Hisala, Aja, Ashkeja has Aja Sto, Yate, Ado Krosa Betan, Hadit Ahinidaron, Il Chosgi Kro. I just was reviewing and trying to read all that I can, 263 pages. And it's a whole lot of reading to understand what needs to be done here. And I go to a question. Well, there was a quote by St. Augustine. An unjust law is not a law at all, Nela. So as lawmakers today, what are we doing today? Are we creating an unjust law or a just law? I would choose the latter, that we are creating a just law. As Ani Yat when you create laws, yes, you will have opposition. Those that'll favor this. But if you ask questions to people who had become victims of violent crimes, then you will know those that were violated. So as lawmakers, it is our job that we do this.
And I believe it is being done to protect the victims and trying to create a safe, healthy environment throughout our nation. But will it happen? We have victims that are all ages. Through violence, whether it's family members, relatives, or people they don't even know. Recently, about a month ago, my colleague, Honorable Chair Crotty, hosted a missing and murdered Indigenous peoples blanket ceremony. It really bothered me that these things are happening to our people, and we're doing these things to ourselves. We want to be respectful at times to our people. We experience these things. And not only do things come from being under the influence of alcohol or drugs, it comes also from the heart. Having that odious feelings towards another human being, whether a person is of a different color or of whatever preference that they choose to live, and they become victims. Hatred starts from our heart. The natural the or we know these things. This is where it really emanates, how violence comes. On just case go deal and hinge the net initiative by job. A change in language, when you're young, you see and experience a lot when people are under the influence. DUI. They hit and kill people driving sometimes. They hurt themselves. There's also another side, where that extreme hate comes from our hearts. Reminds me of a verse that comes to mind where Jesus said, when you call someone a fool, you kill that person from your heart. Without even touching that person, you have committed murder in your heart on that person, because your thoughts exposed itself to where you're saying that that person is not worth living. With the recent elections, there was a whole lot of cyberbullying, a lot of hatred, diabolical statements being made. I believe that's what we would call being under the influence of cyberbullying, because we promote violence. When we promote violence, we're throwing people out there, as we say, throw them under the bus. Aro aritan ndapan gash ndapan stan dabot khar sad ye tida without really thinking that that person has a family, that person has a loved one, that person has someone that loves them. They have relatives, they have brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles that love them. And here Eddie. I guess so when a person goes on social media and beats up people, they become the prosecutor, the jury, the judge, and the executioner. And they all gang up on people and start bashing that person. That person that God says, I love that person. Abdinat sadasan bahashin sadasan danada asihige bahajo baga batat eskal gondahas tala adilin sada case. They're thinking within themselves, why did I do this? But there's people that want to go back to society and make things right because they have a penitent heart. And then there are some that continue to break laws, whom we label as criminals. Because when we do that, we label them as incorrigible. So we're creating a law today, and I do support it because you have to start from somewhere. You have to start from somewhere. 1 year later, okay, let's go back and amend this again. So we do that, but it's good that we get this started. So I believe we are creating a just law for people that have become victims, to protect them, and for the unjust to see that there are laws in place and they shouldn't break these laws. But then again, we're humans. Charles Newton, what else saw they done how did I behas on he thought on in source. The nation is case go. Don't let attention social media then she said done home easy. Up to that she not done chestnut. The tension on this. She pay. It's going to protect someone. Winston, I'm just making a statement today in support of this, and I understand we just have to start from somewhere. So, yeah, thank you, and God bless you.
Yeah, I did. Ro pa ko zin fike pa hainzi uko e ba ke so ishne do tsi ke sigin behs ani khadil nahiki e paniyati jana shunan with that, I'm going to come back to I'm sorry, I was supposed to come back to Madam Chair Crotty. And Madam Chair Crotty, are you on the line?
Yes, this is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Madam Chair Crotty, I'm very sorry. I skipped you. I was supposed to come back to you, and I forgot. So I'm going to come back to you at this time, Madam Chair.
No worries. The best you can. Thank you. I wanted to. So we had a great discussion at the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. We didn't have quorum, but we were able to discuss some of the issues on the statute of limitation. If I could get the citation or on the page of the legislation to clarify where some of the statute of limitations will be removed, that would be helpful. I believe, and I hope there was enough time from that request that a document was created to highlight or identify where we could find some of these amendments. If I could get that update from the Chief Prosecutor. The next question are if these laws, and we worked on them in 2017, they actually started, I want to say 2015. Former Attorney General Ethel Branch, former Chief Prosecutor Gertrude Lee, and their team were meeting, I believe, pretty much weekly, but we used to host, or they would host, these public safety summits. And so from that work, there was a PowerPoint that was developed, and it was called the Monster Slayer Laws. I just want to know, is that information still current? I apologize, my dogs are in the back. Is that information current for these set of amendments so that could help with public education, or if there's concerns in terms of the amount of amendments that are being made? If that would be helpful, if there's some type of PowerPoint or high-level summary that we could provide to answer any questions. As I know that I'm still reviewing the entire document. I have it at nearly 200 pages, and I think I'm about 3/4 of the way through. So I'm just wondering if there's any support for leadership to make sure those areas are covered, and we'll be able to provide that information. And what is the possibility, or as we move forward in terms of directive with the 25th Council, moving forward, are we going to utilize the Dene Action Plan Advisory Committee to start refining or looking at additional amendments, or is there a way to have a conversation when if one of these laws is an overreach and does then overreach in terms of the due process? I realize each of our legislations has a clause that the Supreme Court can determine. My concern is our people just don't have those type of resources to hire an attorney to be able to litigate against the Navajo Nation when there is a legal matter. I think the last time may have been Shirley B. Morgan, but those were political leadership. It may be Judy V. White. If you could let me know the last time that our constituents were able to go to the courts to provide some type of relief. Now I'm thinking it may have been the decree from DNA's help. If you could provide some history on that, that would be helpful for me to balance out these amendments. And what are some of the recommendations as we hear from representation from the Defender's Office, Public Defender's Office, and understanding that the courts may not be able to weigh in, but there is an administrative part of the courts, and I'm not sure if they had the opportunity to review some of these modifications, as it would impact how the courts are administered, and not necessarily from the judges, but the court administrators. That would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to stop there, and then I'm going to go back to the sponsor, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and can you go ahead and provide response to Honorable Nez and Honorable Crotty's questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker So, and also colleagues for raising these questions and concerns. As Delegate or Chair Naz stated, this legislation is 263 pages, and it does require reading and then also understanding the way that the current law is in place. And that's why I did call upon the prosecutor's office and law enforcement as well as detention to serve as my agents, because we did have criminal investigations, law enforcement. We also had Department of Justice that was involved in these meetings. and then also, as was stated earlier, public defender's office, and then the prosecutor's office. I think we can all agree that Title 17 certainly does need to be updated, and that does obviously require an amendment, which is before you. And I really appreciate what Chair Naz stated, and that is we have to start somewhere. And that is really the truth. I feel like ever since I came out with my story about what happened to me, I have people reaching out, sharing stories with me about what they've gone through or what they're currently going through, and how there's like this need to change the way things are happening on the Navajo Nation. And I really appreciate the comments being made about how we all have experienced some form of either having a crime being committed against us or witnessing a crime. As Chair Naz stated, our children right now are witnessing what is happening, and then also that statement that that my understanding of what he stated is like we really kind of don't recognize that K'ech anymore, and it's sad to say, and I can say that when I was a prosecutor and there was arguments being made about and how we need to, respect that, I always asked, where was that respect for K'ech when your fist was touching that other person's face? Where was that respect for K'ech when you were threatening that individual, or when you were using profanity against, that individual? It seems like this, respect for K'ech kind of comes in when we need it to get out of something. That respect for K'ech comes in, and yet that respect for K'ech is not fluid, and it's not something that goes across. If we were to listen to the very beginning of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I remember every single one of us greeted each other with K'ech. But as soon as we started advocating, as soon as we started making our arguments about legislation, that K'ech went away. And it's still gone. I can tell you right now, there's only 4 delegates that still greet me with K'ech. And so I think that in terms of using the excuse of K'ech, and also it is true that I have seen that recognition of K'ech is gone in a lot of cases. And I appreciate what Chair Rick Naz stated about what's being stated in the Bible. I have never read the Bible. I'm not fluent with the Bible. I know that people share verses with me about the Bible, and I appreciate that, because I do have a respect for all people, all religions out there, and I appreciate what he stated, about what has been said out there, especially when you create laws, well, St. Augustine, an unjust law is a law that's not stated. I think that that is very much true, and it really does go back to what Chair Naz stated, is that we have to start somewhere. And as I previously stated, this amendment is not going to be 100% perfect. It's not going to satisfy the entire Navajo Nation. There's going to be flaws. There's going to be mistakes that are made in the legislation. And we, as a legislative body, we have the opportunity to come forward and to bring those issues forward. And it's our people who are going to be bringing that to our attention. They're the ones who are going to be saying, that this is what happened to me, and this is, what needs to be changed. And as lawmakers, we can take a look at that, and we can go out and we can start asking those questions, which I think that the 24th Navajo Nation Council Law and Order Committee did. We were aware of these amendments. And as Delegate Crotty, stated, that 2015 was when the amendment actually started. I became aware in 2016. And I became aware because I remember Chief Prosecutor Gertrude Lee, who was my boss at the time, she did a presentation to the prosecutors during that time, and she did ask, for recommendations for some of the amendments that were going through. And that is, as Delegate Crotty stated, the Monster Slayer laws. And those Monster Slayer laws were incorporated, some were incorporated into this amendment, but I think there were a few where the laws did change. So those ones were a little bit, the amendments may have been a little bit different. But I do want to remind my colleagues again that as Chair Naz stated, we have to start somewhere. And if it's not working, we always have the option of amending. And I really support, I really appreciate Chair Naz's support on this legislation. I think, so far he's been the only delegate who has come out to say that he supports this legislation, as well as Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, who also came out, and said he supports the legislation. He shared the story about the wife and the husband, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing, a lot of that retaliation. And perhaps it is hate in our heart, perhaps it's, it's something more. But, we do have to create a law that does protect our people. If they are going to call the police to ask for assistance because, a crime has been committed against them, they should, be able to know that the law is working on their side and that there's not going to be any type of retaliation. And yet we are seeing a lot of that retaliation coming back to our victims, because the person is released and then they go back to the home or they go back to the community. And then something happens. So as was stated earlier, we are listening to the people. We are listening to the communities. We have made several visits to various communities and different agencies in 2019. And then, we're going through in 2020, but then COVID happened. But we are still hearing from chapters what is happening. And, we have tried to provide some information about how in-depth this issue is and how it's not going to take one council delegate or even one committee to make the change. It's going to require a majority of council, or in this case, 2/3 of the council delegates to make a change. So I really hope that, we have your support in this, because we do have to start somewhere. And this is what we're putting forward to say, let's start here, because what's currently in place right now is not working. And as far as Delegate Crotty's question, that regarding the statute of limitation, I perhaps I'm wrong. I thought that the email was sent to you, Delegate Crotty. It was sent to you directly from Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, but I'll leave him to answer that question. And then again, I think I did answer your question regarding the Monster Slayer laws and the Public Safety Summit. That was actually put together and hosted by Ethel Branch, the former Attorney General. We didn't see that with the current Attorney General, although that request was made to have a Public Safety Summit. But in 2019, none was held. And of course, we know that 2020, 2021, and also part of 2022, we did have laws in place that prevented us from gathering. So of course, that summit was not held. And so hopefully in this next coming year, we'll be able to have another public safety summit with the incoming administration. But as you stated, there was a presentation that was presented at that time that gave information. I'm not aware of that. Unfortunately, I was the prosecutor who stayed and covered two different jurisdictions during that time, so I wasn't able to attend the Public Safety Summit the 2 years that I served as a prosecutor. So I'm also curious to find out where that presentation is at, and hopefully Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson will be able to provide that information, as well as a high-level summary of what we're seeing in terms of the amendments that are being provided here. And I think that the utilizing the action plan to make amendments, for those laws that may be overreaching is certainly available. And, it is our right. So the 25th Navajo Nation Council will have that opportunity. Any council delegate will have that opportunity to amend the laws that they see that need to be amended. And then hiring attorneys to litigate against the Navajo Nation, that's what the public defenders are there for. And those are for indigent defendants who may not have the means to hire an attorney to represent them. The public defender's office does assist with that, with that service. And so we do have that in place. And I think that was one of the questions that did come about. I know that I have been asking for the TLOA, why the Navajo Nation has not, implemented TLOA, the Tribal Law and Order Act, which would expand, the sentencing requirements, and then also do some other things that a lot of tribes are currently taking advantage of. The Navajo Nation has not taken any stance on the Tribal Law and Order Act. Although we did try with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we did ask why the TLOA was never implemented in the Navajo Nation. And my understanding is that it was explained that part of that is that the TLOA would require public defenders and also prosecutors to be barred, to have a Juris Doctorate degree and to be barred with the state and then also with the Navajo Nation. And that, I believe, is one of the reasons why the Navajo Nation did not implement TLOA into the laws here for the Navajo Nation. We never received a formal written response on that, although we did try. So I can say that part of that was, the hiring of attorneys to litigate against the prosecutors, because the prosecutors represent the Navajo Nation. They don't really represent that victim. They represent the Navajo Nation because a crime was committed and it was committed against the Navajo Nation. So I think that, part of the education, would require the prosecutor's office to let the people know that, when a crime is committed, it's a crime against the Navajo Nation. And the same way with the state, when a crime is committed, it's against the state. And that's why you always see cases that say the state versus, John Doe. And in this case, it would be the Navajo Nation versus John Doe. So in terms of hiring attorneys to litigate against the Navajo Nation, we currently have the Public Defender's Office in place, but that may also be one of the reasons why the Tribal Law and Order Act was not implemented into the Navajo Nation. And then the administration of courts, and then their involvement in helping to work on the amendments for Title 17. I can't answer that question. That may be a question that may be left to the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, to maybe provide some input in that part of it. But again, and I could be wrong, and I'm hoping that the Chief Justice is on the line. But my understanding from the time when we talked about this was we just didn't want anything to look unbiased. We didn't want the courts to look like they were biased, against those accused who are coming in. But I could be wrong in that. I didn't ask about the administration. I didn't know that they could be a part of it. I did ask, the judicial branch if they were going to be a part of it. And that was, again, a discussion that we had. And it was almost 2 years ago, I think, when I had that discussion with the Chief Justice of the judicial branch. So I do apologize. My voice is kind of getting a little bit dry. I do have kind of a slight cold. It's not COVID. It's not RSV. It's not anything else. I did get checked. I do have a slight cold, so I do apologize. My all of this talking is irritating my throat. But I'm going to go ahead, Speaker So, if I could recognize my agent, Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, to help answer the question that have been posed by Delegate Crotty, and then also the comments that have been made by Chair Rick Nez, as well as Deputy Chief Silversmith, who may also be able to provide some input into the comments and the questions that have been posed here by my colleagues. Speaker So.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson.
Yes, good afternoon again. Vernon Jackson with the Office of the Prosecutor. regarding the statute of limitations, I just wanted to say that one of the biggest points I believe that these revisions really help to change in terms of what we have today versus what we need to have is going to be within the area of statute of limitations. And the way I want to present that is to share with you a study that was done by the Office of the Chief Prosecutor concerning 231 federal cases that were declined by the federal government. We were notified by letters that they weren't going to be prosecuting these cases, and so it was on us to decide if we were going to prosecute or not. That's why we need the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI to give us investigative material so that we can prosecute based on the investigation they conducted. One of the really clear points that really brings out the need within the statute of limitations is in criminal homicide, for instance. So a homicide occurs on the Navajo Nation, the FBI gets involved, the Navajo police get involved, and the case takes off in terms of the federal government investigating the homicide. 2 years and 8 months later, we get a declination letter from them saying that the case is not going to be prosecuted for whatever reason that it may be. So we pick up the case and we start asking the critical questions that need to be asked. We need to get the investigative material to prepare a prosecution, to prepare to prosecute in the Navajo Nation courts, and then it hits the time period of where we can, where we're allowed to prosecute, and it's 3 years currently, and that's not good because the victim's family usually really are perplexed by this idea that there's a limit, the time limit as to when we can prosecute certain major cases. Criminal homicide is one of those. And within this new revision, it actually changes the statute of limitation for criminal homicide. And before it was 3 years, now we're proposing that there be no limitation. How can we limit somebody's life? How can we put limits on that? So the statute of limitations is a real important part of this revision. And to Delegate Crotty's question, Honorable Chairman, Chairwoman, Delegate Amber Crotty's question, I just sent you the high-level chart that shows each one of the sections where the statute of limitations has changed. It starts with conspiracy, and it goes all the way down to arson against a family member. So it's 4 pages. And so there's a number of offenses there that shows that the statute of limitation has changed. That's in response to the statute of limitations. And I'm glad you brought that up. Delegate Crotty, that's a really important part of this discussion about how we change that to make it better. Added to that is the question about a high-level PowerPoint presentation. We will get that for you, and we will send that to you also to give you the highlights as to how the revisions translate into sort of a 3,000 foot in the air view as to what it looks like. We'll be glad to do that. So we will take care of that for you. That's all I have in response. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, thank you for answering the questions that were pertaining and raised by So I'm going to go ahead and thank you for allowing the answers provided for questions posed by Honorable Rick Nez and Madam Chair Karate. With that, we have a list on who are in the queue at this time. We're going to Honorable Freeland, then to Honorable Stewart from there.
Good evening, Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So, Speaker, other colleagues of Naabik'íyáti Committee, thank you for this legislation as well as your agents as well. I first of all want to acknowledge Chairman Nez's comments. I really appreciate that, and you mentioning what you did, Chairman. Thank you. Again, Sago, yes, you are absolutely correct on everything that you stated. And, you know, a form of cyberbullying does occur. And everything that you stated was very much appreciated and acknowledged. So thank you for that, Chairman. I skimmed through as much as I could, as well as over the 260 plus pages. And I appreciate this legislation as well. I was looking for areas of repeat offenders or habitual offenders, but more importantly, extradition and dealing with extradition. If there's a warrant on somebody who gets pulled over with, let's say, McKinley or San Juan County, and Naval police officer can't do nothing about it, at what point can we look at holding that person and having them extradited to answer that warrant, potentially? When will we ever get to that stage or that phase? A lot of repeat offenders, there's offenses that occur off the nation, and they come back to the nation as a safe haven of sorts. And that's, you know, something that Navajo PD can't do or can't deal with, unfortunately, because they don't have that. We don't have an extradition clause or an extradition agreement. I guess I think of the cases of international law or cases of thinking of countries, how countries deal with it. You know, I think of the extradition agreement between the United States and Mexico right now and how that's handled. You know, recently there was a wanted person that was extradited back from Mexico. And, you know, how do we get to that stage, or how do we get to that level of extradition? I mean, just our back door, San Juan County or McKinley County or other counties where there's a warrant in these judicial districts. And, you know, how do we deal with that, or at what point can we deal with that? It would also be nice to have some sort of communication at some point with New Mexico or Arizona or Utah motor vehicle departments. The cases of driving while intoxicated or DUI cases, states can't see that. And if you're caught off the Navajo Nation, you get severely fined and punished. But if you are caught in a nation, it's a different story. You spend 8 hours in jail and they tow your vehicle, but there's no cause for going through a process. I guess the due process portion of dealing with motor vehicle department, installation of a breathalyzer, meeting with probation officers or whatnot. You know, I guess I'm just thinking in the cases of these counties and how they deal with these severity issues. We're not at that level yet, and I think what Chairman said is so true. We've got to start somewhere, and I hope to see that at some point. Of course, I'm an outgoing delegate, but I'll continue to pay attention. But you know, I bring this up because I've heard this from law enforcement officers from Crown Point District, and a lot of this was brought up by them and asking them, what would we need to do to strengthen our laws? And the first thing that they brought up was extradition. They can't do nothing about extradition. So at some point, maybe the 25th, the 26th Council, if you ever get to that point, you know, it would be good to have some sort of agreement with the counties or the states that extradite repeat offenders or those who are under warrant. And vice versa. If there's a warrant on Navajo, the county should be able to hold those offenders as well. And Navajo could go get them. So just my thoughts this evening, Shanta, and I appreciate the legislation as well. I look forward to further discussion and further debate. I look forward to my colleagues as well. I of course, want to thank you all for this really good discussion this afternoon or this evening. Sheila, Chairman, Chairman, so my apologies. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? All right, let's go to Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Oh, Chairman, yeah, hey, sorry, I'm feeding my animals. So you hear pigs and horses in the background, excuse me. But I want to make a comment again on my previous question. For the nation requirement should don't need it. For the record, it's not requirement through federal law. It's only recommendation. Federally recognized tribes, we are allowed to possess peyote and a bona fide youth. Jackson, for the record, the comment is Chairman. Thank you.
Fukushima, thank you very much. I'm gonna go on to one more, then I'll come back to you, Madam Chair. Honorable Daniel So. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hey, Phyllis. Here, auto colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Chiyaja, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, and all the presenters and agents. I'm a little concerned. The agents are entering into the debate rather than just answering the questions. And that's really prolonging the Naabik'íyáti members' debate on this particular legislation. And I guess one of the things that I got out of it is you've been working on, to the group, the agents and to the committee, basically saying you've been working on it since 2017, but yet the memo from Public Defender Kathleen Bowman pointed out two items where the prosecutor, Vernon Jackson, says, oh, yes, that was an oversight. So I guess it's not a very complete document as what's being alluded to, and only in the last few speakers has there been the acknowledgement that it's not a perfect document. However, I do see the need that the statute of limitations should definitely speak to the more serious crimes, whether it be rape and sexual assault or homicide, or those particular items where there is serious bodily injury in an assault and battery case, where it would take perhaps many years to litigate. And so that particular item, I feel like, ought to be separated. And the other is Mr. Jackson basically says, okay, we'll eliminate it, based on the two repetitive items that Ms. Bowman highlighted in her memo. And I guess, number one, that amendment has to occur at council and not just a statement from a prosecutor. With that, other items, I do want to ask that public defender Kathleen Bowman to respond verbally to my questions in the aspect of how part of the process needs to involve those parts about referring to the Division of Mental and Behavioral Health Services, particularly in those let's say perpetrators that obviously need mental and behavioral health counseling, and for those folks that really how do we address the habitualism? And so that's the part I would like to ask Ms. Bowman to get on the call and give me her thoughts about my questions. And she can also expound on the, I guess, somebody that's charged with the DWI, they're on the hook for 10 years. And that's the reason I'm saying there has to be a division between the seriousness of the crime and the less offensive. With that, Speaker Otteso, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go down to back to the sponsor, Madam Chair, Charles New.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker So. So I will start with Delegate Mark Freeland about, I guess, maybe just everything that was stated earlier by Chair Naz. And I will address in terms of the repeat of offenders and the warrants of someone, how to hold the individual and get them to court, and how the Navajo Nation is considered, or how it seems to be a safe haven. And also your questions regarding extradition. So currently, and I could be wrong, but looking at the amendments right now, I don't believe that the extradition, the section, which is the Navajo Nation Code Title 17, subsection 1951, which is where it starts, the extradition statute policy statement, which was actually amended. It was considered to be Extradition and Detention Act under CJY-29-13, which was passed July 23rd, 2013. That part, or the extradition laws that are currently in place, are still in place. And you are correct in that we do have many people who may have warrants in the state or even in the county that come onto the Navajo Nation. They kind of hide out here on the nation. We did currently have a leadership meeting regarding this issue, and to talk about, what can we do, so it no longer looks like the Navajo Nation is considered to be a safe haven. However, because the extradition laws are in place, we have to abide by those laws. And that is basically the individual has to be picked up. They have to be brought before the court. A petition has to be filed. That there's probable cause that exists that the individual, did commit that crime. They do go before the court. A prosecutor is present at that time, as well as a public defender, and they do lay out, what the probable cause is and why that individual should be extradited off the Navajo Nation to face charges that are currently, brought against them from a different jurisdiction. The extradition cases that I've handled, and then also those that I've seen, I know that all of them, usually the individual is extradited, and they're given the opportunity to answer, to the court as to whether they have any objections to the extradition. Most individuals don't, they don't oppose the extradition, and they usually tell the court, I can go ahead and, serve out, or I can go to that, court and address my warrant. But then we also have individuals who run, individuals who hide. And as was stated earlier by Chair Naz, we actually have individuals who, they do it the first time, they get away with it, they do it again, and then, they I guess basically in our thoughts, they become criminals. We have a lot of very, very smart people who can get out of, the laws that are currently in place. It is, and then of course it falls back on the courts making those decisions, even though you have individuals who may be advocating on the other end. But we do have some very smart individuals who, I remember one case, this man said, well, I've been arrested for this, charge like 6 times, and all 6 times, it was dropped, and this is the reason why it was dropped, and it should be dropped, for that very reason today. And even though he admitted that he was brought to the court on, 6 different occasions for the same violation, he kept doing it, and the judge agreed with him. The judge agreed with him on that matter. And so it certainly is a little bit frustrating, but that does happen on the nation. And when we did have our leadership meeting, we did discuss having a warrant blitz. I know that Crown Point, and I believe it was Chin Lee, I think that was Chin Lee in 2016, they gave individuals the opportunity to come in and turn themselves in and to enter into a plea agreement or to get their issues addressed. And it was very, very successful. I do recall, long lines of individuals who came forward to say, yeah, I did this, I want to go ahead and turn myself in. But that doesn't happen a lot. I also recall, when I was younger, I remember the newspaper used to print, I think now they call it police blotters on the Navajo Nation. They still have it with the Navajo Nation Times. But I do remember Daily Times here in Farmington, and also the Navajo Times, they would print the names of individuals who had warrants. And they would tell them, that they had the opportunity, that there was going to be one day, and it was, I can't remember what they called that one day, but it gave them the chance to come in and to turn themselves in. Otherwise, there would be no plea that would be offered. So those extradition laws currently are in place. We are trying to, working with law enforcement, working with prosecutor's office, working with the Department of Justice because of the extradition laws that are currently in place, making sure that, when this does occur, we do follow what the laws say. And I always ask that question, which is, I'm a delegate, do the laws need to be changed? And I will share a story that there is one family right now that there was an accident that happened, and it took the life of 2 individuals. This accident happened in that bar. I don't know the name of that bar, but it's right between Winter Rock and Gallup. And it happened on state land. And the individual was leaving that bar, was intoxicated, ran into the 2 individuals who were on their motorcycle bike. Both individuals were killed. And the person who was, who was drunk driving, took off. And to this date hasn't been brought to justice, although the witnesses have reported who it is. And then, the individual had left his vehicle, so the registration reports his name. But this individual, has been hiding out in the Navajo Nation and has not been brought to justice. And my sense is they're trying to wait out the statute of limitations, which is currently in place, as a means of not being brought to justice. But I'm speculating there. So we do see that. And thank you, Delegate Freeland, for bringing that to our attention and for talking about that. And then you did mention, the 8 hours in jail. Most people are not held 8 hours. Most people, if anything, they're released immediately, right after arrest, meaning they go through corrections, the paperwork is filled out, and then they get released. Or if they're intoxicated, they're held until they're no longer intoxicated. So in most cases, it's less than 8 hours. I think that the only time an individual can be held is up to 36 hours, and that is if it's a family violence offense. And that needs permission right now from the prosecutor's office in order to hold an individual. But that's what one of the amendments that's currently being proposed, what it does is it does allow a cooling off period. That way, if a person is arrested, there's going to be a cooling off period where they're going to be held to cool off and to not go home and retaliate against the individual who called the police on them. So I kind of made a little note when you said 8 hours in jail, and I just put if you're lucky. And then the installation of breathalyzers, we did have that conversation with probation and parole. Probation and parole right now is under the judicial branch, and they don't receive enough funding to implement these things. And right now we don't have enough probation officers right now. And because of what is happening with crimes that are being committed, our probation officers are threatened. And in some cases, and the same thing with our social workers, when they go out and they respond, they are threatened. And so sometimes our social workers and our probation officers have to call officers to help assist and to have the law enforcement follow them out so that they can address an issue because of what is happening. But our probation and parole have reported to Law and Order Committee that they are not receiving enough resources right now, enough funding to properly track those who are on probation. And right now, what we are seeing is that many individuals who do violate their probation, when they go before the court, as I stated, some of our, some of the defendants who do go before the court are very, very smart, and they are able to put together an argument that's going to get them out of being held responsible. I've heard individuals, who can't pay a fine say, well, Judge, I can't pay the fine because I don't have a job and I've got 3 kids, to take care of. And, Judge, if you make me pay the fine, I'm not going to be able to pay for my kids. And so the judge, kind of leans in their favor and says, well, okay, you don't have to pay the fine that you agreed to pay, that you didn't pay. And instead, we can go ahead and we can work something out. You could do, community service. And then even then, we're putting our probation officers, in charge of making sure that the community service gets completed. And the report that we've heard from probation and parole right now is because there's very limited resources and lack of probation officers, it makes it very difficult for them to address some of the plea agreements that are currently being entered into with the prosecutor's office, or in some cases, those instances where individuals do agree to get help, for a lesser charge and then never follow through. And so there's a lot of things that are happening right now with public safety and justice. It's not just one thing, but this legislation, is a means of trying to address what is happening. And then as far as Delegate Wilson Stewart's statement that no requirement is needed to have cards, then I think that the council, should be sending out a message to all of the chapters and tell them, tell every Navajo person that they don't need a card. That the $20 that we pay or the funding that we pay to get these cards, to transport peyote or to go off the Navajo Nation, to attend ceremonies, that we don't need those cards. I would hate to think, what it can do. I have heard stories of individuals specifically in Salt Lake City where instruments have been taken from them as a result of them not having a card. But I think it goes back to the question of then why are chapters requiring that individuals have a card? Why is it being promoted at the conventions? Why are, board members asking people to have a card? I think we should just do away with it altogether if there's really no requirement to have a card. And that was the reason why we included this in the legislation, is to create a defense to say, yes, you may not be required to have a card, but if you have a card, you're protected. You're going to be okay. Your instruments are going to be okay. The fact that you may be in possession of peyote at that time because you're attending a ceremony, you're going to be okay because you have a valid card that was authorized and given to you by a board member that was elected by the people within the Naabik'íyáti to be, to represent them. They gave you the card, so you're going to be okay. So I think that, there's a lot of mixed messages that are currently being sent right now. And I hope that we do have ABNBN members who are listening in as well as North America. And I want to make it clear that you don't need a card. So this money that we're paying to get a card, you don't need that, is what I'm hearing. I would err on the side of caution to say that I would rather be protected with a card that says that I legally can use these paraphernalia, that I legally can have it in my vehicle, that I legally can attend these ceremonies on the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation, and know that I'm protected by the laws, than to not go without and then run into the issue of hiring an attorney, trying to get legal advice, because legal advice is not free in most cases. Legal advice can be costly. And then the last question that was posed by Delegate Daniel So, in terms of agents entering into the debate and not answering the questions, I beg to differ. I think the purpose of us having our agents is to, basically, if there was something that we weren't able to answer or we don't have that knowledge, they provide that knowledge. And yes, it is true that there were two issues that were pointed out by the public defender, Ms. Bowman, regarding, two mistakes that were made. But we have had many legislations that have gone through the process where mistakes have been made and they've been identified at the time when the legislation has been presented to us. That is the reason why we have amendments or technical amendments, as has been stated in the past. And so I think that it's unfair to say that, that these two issues, that it's not a complete document as a result of these two issues. And again, and thank you for making it clear that amendments need to be made by council delegates. I have stated that previously, and I'll state it again. This legislation is not going to be 100% perfect, and it's not going to satisfy 100% of the people. This legislation is a legislation to start with. And as we start to progress and we start to see, what is working and what is not working, we, the legislative body, have the ability to amend the legislation and to make corrections to it as we see fit, based on what the people are telling us. So I think, it just needs to be made known that this is just an amendment right now that we are currently proposing to the 24th Navajo Nation Council that has been in. It has been several years that this legislation has been debated, and several years that this legislation has been discussed by various agencies. And I appreciate the comments that are currently being made in terms of what is wrong with this legislation. But I do want to state, for the record, that we did hold several leadership meetings that were posted on the Navajo Nation Council page, to get people involved to talk about what is currently happening. We also visited chapters, and Chair Daniel So, we did visit, as you know, we did visit, I believe, with two of your chapters to talk about what is happening. And it was stated by your chapter officials and your members that there's a lot of lawlessness happening there in Eastern Agency as well. So, I would have, again, this is a response to what we were hearing, listening to the people and attending these various chapter meetings. You also mentioned the process involving mental and behavioral health services, and I know that you did mention that you want that question answered by Ms. Bowman. So I'll go ahead and leave that to her. And then, also the question: how do we address the habitual, the habitualism that's currently happening with those individuals who are committing crimes, and they're kind of the same type of crimes. I'd also like to know, how we can address that as well. I think that falls under the purview of Health Education Human Services. So, if there's anything that the Law and Order Committee can do to help address that, we're a part of it. And Chair Daniel So, as you may recall, when we were in Washington, D.C., we did both try to advocate to sit down with Indian Health Services to talk about, how can we expand the 638 contract services that are currently being provided, and then to also provide those types of services within the detention centers to help individuals who do want help. And so I appreciate, your advocacy in that area, in that, we did, from my recollection, we did try to sit down with Indian Health Services, and we were both denied, is my recollection of what happened. And then in terms of the division of seriousness of the crime, I think, had that been brought to our attention when we first started meeting, and then when we had these many conversations, that there needed to be a division, that certainly would have been something that we would have taken into consideration. But because this legislation is currently at Naabik'íyáti, I think that right now, every delegate right now is either going to vote green for this legislation, or they're going to vote red for this legislation. I think that every delegate has had the opportunity to make a decision on the way that they're going to be voting on all of the legislations that come before us at Naabik'íyáti or even at council. We already know how we're going to vote. We already know, what the issues are. And so my response to that is that I have done my best as a council delegate to listen to the Navajo people. I have done my best to listen to the chapters that have invited us, telling us about what is happening within their communities. And I have done, my best, to try to, to put something forth, and to say, this is what we're trying to do. This is, how we're trying to address it. Otherwise, all we're doing is listening and not providing the people something, tangible to say, this is what we're trying to do to address the issues that are happening on the Navajo Nation. So I think that, you're going to be a delegate that's either going to vote red or that's going to vote green. And as I tell my constituents, ask me how I voted. Ask me why I voted that way. Ask me, what I took into consideration when I voted the way that I voted. Because as elected officials, that is our duty. That is our job, to explain to the Navajo people why we voted the way that we voted. And if there's something out there that, that a delegate wants to propose, something that they think is better, we all have that opportunity to do that. And so this amendment right now is the only amendment that has been brought forth. So it's the 24th Navajo Nation Council that's addressing the entire Title 17. There have been little, I believe it was one prosecutor who stated, we've been doing Band-Aid fixes, and we've been Band-Aiding, a dam that's ready to explode. And so hopefully, we do have a favorable vote on this Title 17, and I hope that we can at least start with what's being proposed with this amendment and provide our victims some just, and to also, again, start with something and then maybe later on identify what is not working, but to propose to the Navajo people that this is what we can do when it comes to public safety and justice. So Speaker, I'd like to turn the floor over at this time to my agents, Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, and then also Deputy Chief Silversmith, and ask them to address any concerns or any issues that have been posed by my delegates, since they do serve as my agents. Thank you, Speaker So.
Hey, Honorable, might as well just call you Honorable now. Honorable Jackson. Chief Prosecutor Jackson, you have the floor.
Yes, sometimes they call me Chief Justice also, but that's okay. That's all right. I'll take any name that a person wants to give me, as long as it's a nice name, so to speak. I know it's 5:41 now, and I know everybody's getting to a point to where their thoughts are perhaps lingering a little bit, but I am going to try my best here to ensure that I answer as much of the questions as possible. To Delegate Freeland, what are we doing about extraditions? Honorable Delegate Freeland, I count on my statistics here approximately 24 extraditions that we did this past fiscal year. These extraditions were from the various counties, various states, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, and in other states within the United States that have requested extraditions of individuals who have committed crimes from homicides to sexual assault of minors to aggravated battery to domestic violence. So there are a number of extraditions that we have been engaged in, and many of them, most of them, as Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton mentioned, the individuals have not requested a hearing. They knew that, you know, this was coming, and they just allowed themselves to be extradited. Others request for a hearing. We go to a hearing and we file a petition, and we say what we need to say to establish probable cause to extradite them. So these extraditions are going full force in terms of requests that are being submitted to extradite these individuals. Perhaps we can do a better job in meeting with state and county officials, particularly in the states that surround us, to let them know what our procedure is and that it is possible to get these individuals extradited off the Navajo Nation. I'm also happy to report that we have an extradition from another Indian tribe up north in Wyoming that we're working on to extradite an individual who has been charged in the Navajo Nation courts for violating child kidnapping offenses, alleged by offenses. We are in the process of doing that. This is strictly on a Navajo Nation warrant. So we are actively engaged in extraditions. We would like to do more. It's a lot of work, particularly if the individual wants to ask for a hearing. But we are involved in extradition. So thank you for that question, and I think the public does need to know that is what is taking place. On the question of Delegate Freeland's question about what we do about repeat offenders, what is occurring, I'm going to direct a response specifically in terms of what these revisions say in Title 17 that you have before you. There are specific changes that have been made in various offenses across Title 17 that does deal with the issue of repeat offenders, first offenders, second offender, third offenders, offense that is offending on a particular offense. There are certain categories of cases that do, and most of them are serious cases, serious offenses that are involved. Bootlegging is a good example. What we've done to deal with repeat offenders. So that's to Delegate Freeland's questions. To Daniel So's question or point concerning DWI, expecting them to be prosecuted with a 10-year statute of limitations. Just a little bit of correction on that. The DUI traffic violations were not revised. Title 14 of the Navajo Nation Code was not revised. It's not a part of this legislation. So DUI as it now stands in Title 14 remains as it is. On the issue concerning the issue about dealing with individuals who need interactions by parole and probation, how that they're strapped for resources. One good example of that is the electronic monitoring. Title 17 does state that electronic monitoring should be implemented or must be implemented in certain matters, in certain cases. But as of today, there is no electronic monitoring equipment. One judge has alluded to the fact that he would initiate an order to show cause as to why there is not electronic monitoring when Title 17 says that it's required, but that's for another discussion. But I do just want to highlight the limitation of resources that the parole and probation has. Concerning Delegate Stewart's comments concerning the identification cards, your points are well taken, Honorable Delegate Stewart. I will only say that the cards, the request for the cards, the request to present a card to a bona fide peace officer of the Navajo Nation when it needs to be presented is not unreasonable. It's really not unreasonable because of all the reasons that were mentioned by Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. One of those is the abuses of the privilege to possess peyote for religious purposes. And so that's it. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Madam Chair Charles Newton, do you want to, any of your agents to answer?
Yes, I did recognize Deputy Chief Silversmith to also add in if there was anything that I may have forgotten or maybe possibly misstated or anything that he may want to add to the discussion that is currently happening right now in terms of the questions posed by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ronald Silversmith, you have the floor.
Yeah, Shanahdi Tani Shanantaido, Kodaya, Honorable Freeland Nagdish Kidido, Shananta J.R. Stewart, Shananta Daniel Soap, Heats in the Nalon Kobatish, Natida say, repeat offenders, needs a law, I see, Ni Kredi, the public intoxication offenders, you see that the Naashas zone a the Quid she Ashaij, Castana that's Ashladda that's a needs not that's a Nakij Quaggy, Yanabat, should the even not ya shut the Ashaw the 8-hour hole at this, that Ashaw Jo the net yapit or Kodo Analito yat Ehodo Adot and Kodo Kunde, the teeth out of an no conde. I don't the Asha Hale Kida Ada Hale Kida Adi Kunde Yanabat you see, you see, Hinan should they in the Kunde Nis law such a as far as dealing with public intoxicants on a daily basis, almost seems like it's a revolving door. Josh Kedai, I think Chief Prosecutor can attest to this, where it was a little tougher back in the early '80s and around there when public intoxication offenders were usually either on the second or third offense that were required to spend 180 days in jail. Asha Anza Wakunda Awalia, Kundat Nahaz Kodo, Yadon the Beta Adnito, Cadedo, do Hoteda, Ishi on the consent decree, do Kutatni Walia, that is Kuntabaho Zan Koagi, and need Awalia, not El Kadonde, not Ani Nez Ades, the Awalia, not El Kalib now, the Kushi, O Beta Adnito, and the Freda. Bekedan line de age og beda hat chi de ade edota die in die bahashnaigi or police recruit in the recruit na dan line edodan le is doesn't the skizo edota le Cuba City konanis des the age kumpa da ignito do aben ade beta had the cheat ade ben ade another ha a conde oyo abanan age ade ando gise abet chende ade aben o belat so de chios ade ne eskin atan ilgo do hit ada kode kade shi yabt nash kodo do ade nabat ikite ado o an atinit lej bka belat so de chios ade in hatta hata the John Nido Chief Prosecutor had the DUI offenders Title 14 job is so even quite get so the Nessa the DWI Vinaya had 8 hours even at little quite get another chito so the Anna at Liho quite get next day though touch that quite get Atlanta so that quite get yeah not job not it just has any but that then the as far as reporting driver's licenses to Arizona State or New Mexico State or insurance requirement that quite hidden because ani bahada tendo MVD registration quite the because ani bahada then even not such a quite or should yeah not this quite day I think that's the only thing that Navajo Nation officers are doing is to try to get these people off the road as much as we can, is to try to tow their vehicle. But I think in certain circumstances, I think Chief Prosecutor knows that at some point, sometimes judges can have that authority to report some habitual offenders to the state NVD as far as suspension of driver's license. EC not ani ahi, but the and again, it's true that Family Violence Act, though some of the domestic violence offenses require a 36-hour hold, but sometimes it's not always the case, especially when we have some of our jail facilities shut down. So for Window Rock and Shiprock, though Delcon area, I see Walia, Bahas Aniba, Bahata, Denibna, Hota, Nislas Aja. So, you see, Nisalande, Kopadat is not a late such did Nayan, Christianian date in the Halet, Behas Ani, though I yeg with Scale, though Nitoko, and Nadia, late though open and Nishadan. Ja, het aan de kato, van de abnaan is het zo. Gedaan bij de jos. Fato, nasja die aan die kato, jashi. Jo, het nebetje je dat. Kito, jashi, jo. Nza, junks, edo, ashish en nato kaso. Het had no dat je his laat naat. Dan is het gaan. Het af nebetje ja, die jo ne. Niet away, niet she, niet zile. He that job that no than his love and then he needs now extradition law when we do stop Navajo offenders that have state bench warrants or local city municipalities that have a arrest warrant in Gallup or Farmington or Flagstaff, today Adida not supposed to have a chance other ordinary extradition abe has under the cow not so some the chief prosecutor which and like is a lot they I done so the audit nego kila the it goes through the process though the not so data the next day or target jingle agenda not so data I see actually the cousins a lot of our courts are still closed and a lot of our hearings are scheduled, like months or even a year away. So they quite get so he said law I see check this kind of quite get a condition the Josh and Aliado had Jo be nice so she as far as J.R. Stewart requirement of a card, I think it's pretty much what I say is the recreational use. Salon that we cloud yeah, that but in Shikar that then that Ninigi or I guess in that Kai that I guess peyote, but إيشي أو ديش أو بتناندا أتجه كواجي إيشي نيجي كواجي حتى بتي نيلو كواجي أو نيجي تكون نحلنشين دشي كواجي أشي خات هذا أشجع نيلو Nana Daniel So كواجي نايدين كدي as far as statute of limitations I agree with the chief prosecutor and our LOC chairwoman as former prosecutor that 3-year statute of limitation do atahulyada generally federal court case gi anzad inda kwage baholish. So by the time a 5-year or 4-year court case comes about before the AUSA, the decline, not question he 3-year statute of limitation. So with this change, and as far as the statute of limitation to extending it to either an indefinite period or 10 to 15 years, so stop cases بيلات أو ليش نصنع كأجي لو شيء بيجاتو إن يحصل لو شيء هشلون ده.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Mr. Silversmith. Then back to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So at this time, I don't have any other agents. I know that Chair Daniel So did ask specific questions to the public defender, Ms. Bowman, that I wasn't able to answer. She does not serve as my agent, but I know that that was a specific request from a delegate, so I'll leave that to you, Speaker So, on how to address that. Other than that, we do stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe let me go back to the queue, and then I'll get Mr. Bowman. Well, is Miss Bowman on the call?
Another woman on the queue.
Miss Bowman, going once. *6.
Chair, Speaker.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you very
Joe.
much, Miss Bowman. You have the floor.
I am at home and I am diagnosed with bronchitis and I can't hardly speak. And a lot of my in-depth evaluation of Title 17 proposed amendments is at my office. So I can't recall all of the statutes that were need some revision before they're passed. And it's clear to me that we're not really dealing with the underlying issues of people addicted to substances and our high numbers of unemployment. We're trying to reduce crime rates by punishment. And I think some of them are overreaching. And not only that, we work with our people when we try to help them. We try to get them into rehabilitation. One of our clients was sent to Phoenix and he ran away and they found him stabbed to death the next day. Also in detention, there have been suicides. And I don't believe we even have a report on that. I don't know because we never hear about them, but I know that it happens. So there is a lot of information that we can provide as defenders in a work session on the things that we experience working in the trenches. So anyway, that is my position. And I only look out for the due process rights of our clients, and not only them, but all of our other relatives. And I know some of us have family members that have been arrested and put in jail, sometimes unlawfully, and we try to get them out. So that is what we do, and we've seen a lot of stuff. I've been director for 29 years, and same way with Ms. Cortez, and Mr. Watts also has not only 3 years in my office, but with another tribe before he went to work at Department of Justice. So if you don't mind, I can't speak further because I don't have the information with me at home, because it's a lot in detail, and because my voice is not good right now because of my illness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bowman. We'll go ahead and just allow you to focus on your well-being and get healthy again. And I'm sure that the delegates that wanted you to speak pertaining to the issue understands. But your health is important right now. Please focus on your health and get well. With that, I'm gonna go. Ms. Bowman?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this is Miss Bowman.
Yes, did you call me?
No, I just said
Okay.
that.
Oh, okay. Focus on your health. To get well. Shema. There with that. Moving on down the line. Honorable Elmer Brigade going once. Going twice.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Elmer Brigade. You have the floor.
Because you're not Canada, say where because also other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, other the people that are on the line though, Canada, that the uninvitation is honest. Other than Kotoda Shinadan Danido, so the not so it's only the legislation. The legislation 0240-22. Before I could go on, I'd like to offer amendment to this. But before I do that, I'd like to make a comment to this. Like how this I heard a comment and I heard saying that this legislation provides a cap for this through that starting to think about starting with the respect for others. The issue think about others, or you have to think about others in a good way, how you think about yourself. Then not only you care for each others, how you care about yourself, you have to care for others too. Not to hurt yourself or not to hurt each other. And then how much respect you have for others. You want that kind of respect. You have to treat others with respect too. don't asking the ya ikidil yat or khan sakis to gather sing around the issue around the yat or the ya FG destiny around the car ye do around sing the ya yat or sing the ya your what you see that echo around the yat or illo khan sakis will yahdi around the ikidil and then you see that here go around sing ya lot the sing ya yo what net if it goes ya ishin ya a can hodne will yahdi no no yet isn't ashin on the policy the law isn't ashin the old yako ishin to be not khan sakis isn't in niet in gedosi dat is should ook eerlijk dat is dat niet dat is niet in orde so dit het gaat het echt net go so that's one even as in test case ja en die could ja my concern is to under the section of 391 possession of marijuana and then the other one the controlled substance under B defense number 2 when the the amendment that's made I'd like to ask a question though, but that's in test case. There's a lot of Native American church organization, and there's a lot of affiliation that is part of this Native American church that comes onto the Navajo Nation land, homeland. Different indigenous Indian tribes, and they affiliated with other organizations in the Native American church. We invite them, and they come over. I don't know who some of their nephews and some of their elderly and they come over, and around the Hodo where the Delegate Stewart mentioned that it is true that this part of it is already had a federal law to allow enroll members of the federal recognized Indian tribes for a bona fide ceremonial purpose. It's already in the statute that they gave us law, and they allow us to possess and to transport and to purchase these peyotes. I thought that has on it a federal law, and now they would put in another law to require a membership within the Navajo Nation. Within the Navajo Nation. In this case, I don't see no resolution from the current. There's no current resolution supporting this legislation, especially on the Section 391 possession of controlled substance. I don't see no NAC organization supporting this. Has on Benani Nico quite a call what I should quite a day. So with that, she ain't a synergy. I don't have baseball on the synergy. Quite a got here with our We have a big organization that we have as a Benara of the nation in here. Out of these chapters, they do purchase membership course. Out of every year they put in money to have some organization, and they have that organization to put up general meetings and others convention dan ta se ko ya na kai ko to ya di do ba hon no ko di na gi se san ka ko response on the thing ko then na go. I would like to make an amendment to delete section under 391, subsection 391, possession of marijuana or controlled substance for kaji under the defense for kaji number 2. I want to delete that section there, where it starts a defense to the prosecution under the section relating to peyote, Bakaji, more commonly known as Z. I wanted to delete that. I want to make offer that motion. If we could, so.
Thank you very much, Honorable Albert Begay, for your questions, comments that you posed. Right now, another 5 more minutes, we'll be debating this legislation for 6 hours. So with that, Shananta. Okay, can you guys hear me? Alrighty. Internet, oh, you're not put the here and there. So with that, let's go back to Honorable Eugene So. He's back into the queue with a follow-up question. Thank you. Eugene So.
Speaker So. I made the motion.
Another.
Okay, hold on. Another, hold on. So, Honorable Elmer Brigade proposed an amendment. Has your amendment been sent to the Legislative Council? Is it ready? Legislative Council.
This is Legislative Council.
Legislative Council has Honorable Elmer Begay presented an amendment to be drafted pertaining to his request.
No, the first I heard of the request was just when he was speaking right now, but I am working on the amendment. It'll probably give me 10 minutes and I should have it out.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, Honorable Elmer Begay, since you motion, I'm going to ask you to pull your motion back, and I'll come back to you in about 10 minutes for your amendment, okay? So I'm not going to recognize it. And moving forward, Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor.
Nale. Speak ada. Ayo. About the Ondanila Twitter. Some of the council delegates not returning at all. We didn't ask for re-election. I'm not kidding. Since day one, I have informed the committee, Navajo Nation Council, 24th Honorable, of my witness, seeing my life 70 years. In regards to what is happening today. Example, January 6th, and etc. And today's discussion in regards to our Navajo Nation Council debating on Title 17, which is what we do as council to make amends to our laws or revise, revisit, and revise, re-amend. That's our main job. Today, I would like to say one more time, just bear with me. Our number one problem, the way I witnessed through my life, as me, the number one person, our problem, and we should more focus on, or else, is parenting. Everything we're doing today in regards to Title 17 is related to parenting, maybe 85% of it. And that's why Mom Grandma's prayer, she said when we came out, only thing that was given to us was kept, as mentioned by Mr. Rick Naz. Oh, yes, that's the Constitution of the Navajo Nation. And if you look at the Constitution, that relates to all positive way of life and harmony. Everything should be positive. What Elmer Begay was stating in regarding to the positive emotional regards to each other. That's what was taught, that was supposed to be taught into the future. But somewhere along the way, we lost focus. We began to feel that we are more powerful than anybody else. We don't have to listen no more to our grandkids, our elderly. So we sidestep away. That's where we got now. The more we ask for money to fight the negatives, the more it rises every year and daily. More funds need to be requested to get more police, more of the judges and lawyers. That's where the money is right now. If you want to survive, be a lawyer or be a policeman, because there's a lot of crimes out there. Gold mine. Be a policeman. So that's how I see what we're talking about daily. Throughout the years, 4 years I've been within the council. There's no way out of what I observe. It's all parenting. The reason why some of us can't really say yes, because we don't want to admit that's where some of us, I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about me as a first that didn't parent right with our kids, where these crimes are coming out now. And now they own the land. I always say that. At night, you don't go out in Chinle. You sure you have your phone charged and ready right there to call 911 and have your weapon loaded. These people, they around my house in Chinle, they busted all my windows, busted all the vehicles' windows out there. Happening. But I got this seed. This whole I need a because face of us need E so we can get more police to cry the other part of our family to wonder or negative. Hayat on sexes, side out on sexes, is the heatness daily. And that's the prophecy of the Navajo Nation, the elderly, hard to see, the question in not dot place. And then that's all just sometimes I see that. These artists, just what they were saying, our kids gonna become our enemy. Is that where we are now? So that's my thoughts and my thinking daily as we always debate on the legislation. When are we going to understand we have to go back to our house and start parenting our kids? Me, I'm an elderly. I got a great-great-grandson that I'm living with. He's 6 years old, yet 2 days ago. So he lives with me, and I try to talk to him about my own experience. I don't tell him what to do. I just tell him my experience so he can understand. One day he can make that right decision. And anything that's negative is going to confront him to make that choice and make the right one to positively go forward. Without knowing how you parent your son or your daughter is going to say no to anything that's going to be negative, that's going to hurt them, and walk away from it. Without you knowing about it, they might never ever tell you what happened. You did your job. They think, oh, they're parenting. Being positive. They think, oh, you're not walking in beauty. That's misinterpreted. There's a lot of language that's misinterpreted. And all these but I always said it to the next college or NTU in my front yard. I got university in my front yard where I used to herd sheep. I'm pretty sure you will never be hearing my voice this way anymore, but hopefully that I will go forward to my own chimney chapters and start voicing. But just you might not even know that person, but he sees the future, what's going to happen if you don't tie that shoes up, fall over and trip over it. But another has scalable. But just about you don't know it. Listen, all we have on the map of the north. So you can't do that no more. Social services on you because that's abuse not to say something to a young man or a young lady so a edges and live. They'll take you to court for it. So these I don't want to get up another. I wish you don't take it wrongly. Anybody that is listening out there, but I feel this is what I see, and that's what I witness daily out there in my portion of the land, and I see it across the United States and the world. That's what's going on. I don't know where we're headed. I'm just wishing for my younger generations. Hope they do the right thing. One thing I want to ask you is when they're extraditing, it was really hard when I used to work for a bondsman. Extradite people off the reservation, but there's ways that we did it. We went to dances and where these people are at, we hunt them down and we'll know where they go. And we had 2 young ladies that can influence the person to get some booze, and always the booze is off the reservation. If there's for the fines, okay, let's go get some. We'll go down to Gallup when they get together, you just put a handcuffs on them and take them back. So there's a way that we did it. I don't know if that was against the law, but they were wanted by bondsmen. Or increased conduct. Seal extradited any item that I got an amendment that's going to be forthcoming. I sent it to Dana in regards to liquor. There should be number one, not even a sip of liquor on the Navajo Nation. All the other sections should be deleted, and just one drop of liquor, alcohol, is not going to be accepted. It's going to be 365 days in jail, no questions asked. That's how we can do it if we're going to do something. That person violated the laws. No liquor on the Navajo Nation, and he had it, and he's drunk. So why just be raping him, slapping him on the hand? Why do we have DUIs? We don't have to have it. It's liquor. Anything that's related to liquor, it shouldn't be any other law that have sections in there in this Title 17. Just one. Liquor, drunk, 365 days. That's it. One sip, even one sip. That's how the law should be. But I didn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to go back to the agent, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker So, and also my colleague, Adult Shanala Engineer. You explain things right. Oshi, I'm just going to agree with you that that's the way that I was raised. And so I think that, you know, your teachings, the respect for others, the care for each other, you know, that it does need to be reflected in this, in Title 17. And I think it goes hand in hand with what Delegate Eugene So stated, that, you know, it all starts from home, the parents. You know, as parents, we teach our kids, we talk to them, we tell them, we try our best to, to try to display the best example to our kids. And, you know, some of us, we fall short. We fall short, and, you know, we fall short with what our teachings are too. And I think that, you know, what you stated, it is true. And as I stated earlier, you know, that argument of comes into place when it, you know, when you have a person standing there in court asking for leniency. And so what I always say is, where was that where was that respect for others? Where was that, you know, when you were committing that crime? I'm sure at one point, I'm sure that we have all been taught, you don't steal from others, you don't hit other people. What I always say is, you know, to my nieces, to my nephews, you know, I always say, use your words, not your hands. Your words are a lot more powerful than your hands. But, you know, sometimes our kids, they don't want to listen to that. They think that they know better than us. They think that, you know, they have more experience, so they go out and they do what they do. And even as adults, we do the same thing. You know, we're told, don't do that. But we do it anyway. And then we try to cover our tracks, or we try to cover up and say, you know, that's not how it is. You know, I always think back to what I was taught, which is you either did it or you didn't do it. You know, and so I think that, you know, what you said is very true. But again, this legislation is, you know, is meant to start us with something. And hopefully, people will remember that, as Delegate Eugene so, always says, and I'm glad that he spoke up and he said that, is that teaching, it starts at home. We expect our teachers in school to teach our kids. We expect police officers to respond to calls and to teach our kids not to do what they're doing. We expect everybody else to teach our kids, but we don't put that responsibility on ourselves. And so I think that, that teaching of F, it does need to be revived in a lot of homes. It needs to be revived, among families. And I think that, and then I could be wrong, but I appreciate that comment that you did make. And then in terms of 391, I think you contradicted yourself because you said, that there's no current resolution that's in place right now. My understanding from texting President Willie Tracy, the president of the Zet Ben Nagaha, there's no current resolution to amend either. So it's kind of contradicting that you're saying that we didn't, reach out to ABNBN to ask them, how they want the laws, but yet you're planning to propose an amendment. And I've had so many people who are texting me copies of their membership cards. And I have my membership card as well, and they're asking that question. Do we need a membership card? Can I throw my membership card away? And I can tell you that, when me and my husband, when we went down to Texas to pick up the Azet, we had to have a card to get a permit. And we had to pay for the card and the permit in order to transport. And I do recall that the peyote dealer did ask us for our permit. And so people are texting me right now, listening in, asking, are we being lied to? Do we not need a card? And I'm looking at my card right now, and I'll read it to you. This is to certify that Eugenia Jean Charles Newton is a member in good moral standing and entitled under the laws of the United States of America, Public Law 103-344, to all privileges, rights, and obligations to attend Azet Ben Nagaha ceremonial services, to possess, transport, and use Azet peyote and Azet Ben Nagaha instruments, which may include feathers and body parts of eagles, feathers of scissortails, water birds, anahinga, and other federally protected birds. This will be implemented in accordance with Azet Ben Nagaha of the Nez Nation Constitution and bylaws and other tribal, state, and federal laws. Signed, Stephen F. Benali, ABNBN President. And it also gives me my membership number. You flip over the card, it gives me my expiration date of April 21st, 2025, the last 4 digits of my social security number, my census number, my date of birth, the ABNBN officials who signed and gave me the membership card, and as well as my signature stating that I am a member. Every convention that I have attended, there's always a push for members to possess this membership card. And I am so glad that we've had 2 elected officials who have stated on the record that it's not needed, it's not required. Because now people are saying, well, if it's not required, then why do I possess this card? And if you want to get rid of that language, I'd be happy to go back to the original language. But I do recall attending a ABNBN meeting and also a Native American Church of New Mexico meeting where the discussion was on the preservation of peyote. And I wondered, how can this be done when people are abusing peyote, as was stated by Deputy Chief Silversmith? There are people who are abusing what we members are trying to preserve. And what we're focused on is the burden of asking our members to carry a card versus the preserving the sanctity of our peyote. I'm really glad that we have board members listening in and that we have ABNBN members listening in, because that's the text messages that I'm getting right now. And I have people who are texting me copies of their cards. And in fact, the president, Willie Tracy, did also send me a copy of his card as well, showing me, what he carries. So I guess officials are saying that it's not required to our Navajo people. And also, as was stated, child come on to the Navajo Nation. How are we going to preserve if right now we have
Order.
and all the members of ABNBN?
Hold on. Honorable Elmer Begay, what's your point of order?
My point of order is I just state that what that means. I went through that. In return, we have leaderships that are within these organizations, Native American Church organization. There's more than 10 that we have, that goes through this Navajo Nation. There's leadership, and I think we need to consult with them, and all the way down to chapters. They have their own leadership.
Honorable Elmer Begay, what is the point of order?
Consult.
Can you proceed to the where Delegate maybe Eugenia Charles Newton was out of order or out of line or something, Ha'ila?
So my point is that where's the consultation with these organization of Native American Church regarding this requirement of to attend ceremonies? The consultation is very important.
So your point of order is, where is the consultation? And it's not pertaining to any type of maybe some improper language or anything like that. But it sounds more like a question for Nanta. I can come back to you for a follow-up question after Madam Chair responds to her question. So in her answering of the questions, I didn't hear anything that was out of line or derogatory or anything of that nature. So I will come back to you. It sounds like more of a question that you're pertaining to the consultation of this matter. So I will not recognize that, and I'm going to go ahead and move back to Madam Chair to finish up her answering of the questions that were posed to her. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So, in terms of I was stating, I did for the record read the card that is in my possession and also in the possession of my husband, and then also consulting with the president of the Azteca Navajo, who also sent me his card as well. And then in terms of what was stated with I know that was brought up, and then it went into the amendment of 391. And as I stated, the statement was that that the leaders were not consulted, and yet there's an amendment that's going to be proposed to go back to the original language. Fine, we can go back to the original language. But if there's any other amendments, then I think that it also needs to be brought to the leadership, as was mentioned by Chanella, Delegate Elmer Begay. And then, and it's good, that we do because I know that Delegate Elmer Begay is also a member, and as well as Delegate Wilson Stewart and other members on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, as we stated on the record. But what I guess in terms of what the amendment is going to be, we don't know the amendment. We don't know what is going to be proposed. And as was stated earlier, there was a memo that went out by Mr. Herschel to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. But when the board, it was forwarded to the board, and I am able to present to the board. But as I was stated earlier, you know, some of the board are not a requirement to present this part. We hear about it, you know, we know that, you know, that there has been a push, and especially when you're transporting from Texas across state lines, you know, we're required to have a permit. That's all not the law, and maybe it isn't a requirement. Maybe anybody can transport, anybody can be in possession of peyote. But I was just reading again what my card states and how I am allowed to take part in these ceremonies and to also carry my instrument box, and then also the things that I have that have been passed down to me. And again, I would err on the side of caution because this is a legal protection, and it's saying that, you know, that I do have the right to carry these per this card that was given to me by my chapter and signed at by Stephen Benali, who was the ABNBN president. So I guess in a way I feel like, you know, I'm okay. And then just to be clear, I have flown with my boss to out of state, and all I did was present my card to get me through. So I think that the card does provide some security and it does provide some protection, but we can remove it. And, you know, I'd be open to what the amendment language is going to be stating. As far as Delegate Eugene So, as I think, what he talked about, you know, with the teaching beginning at home, I believe that. And I'm not a perfect person, and I'm certainly not a perfect parent. You can ask my son every mistake that I've made, and he'll probably, tell you to sit down, and he'll be happy to share that information with you, as would any of our kids. But we do try to teach our kids, and sometimes our kids will take that into consideration, and sometimes they won't. Sometimes our kids want to do what they want to do, and then they're going to get in trouble for it. And sometimes our kids come back and say, "Yeah, mom, mom, dad, you were right. I shouldn't have that, or I should listen to you." But isn't that the story of our life? We've done the same thing. We've made mistakes. We didn't listen to our parents. We chose to go a different route. Sometimes it worked out for the best. Sometimes it didn't. But I, agree wholeheartedly with Delegate, Eugene, and I also really enjoyed him being on the Law and Order Committee and how he would just come straight out and just say what needs to be said. And we always afforded him that respect. Because he was the oldest member of the Law and Order Committee, and we gave him, the opportunity to speak his mind and to talk about, what needs to be said. And again, what needs to be said, and as he said it, it's very blunt, but the teaching does come from home. If we're not teaching at home, then are off doing these things, and then, we kind of get in this situation right now as elected officials. We're in that situation right now where we're trying to, figure out how do we correct these behaviors? How do we address these illnesses? How do we, what do we do? The simple answer is it starts from home. And as Delegate Eugene So stated, in terms of the extradition off the Navajo Nation, and what he experienced and what he saw, really, what we have been hearing from our Navajo people. It has throughout the Navajo Nation who always, what they're experiencing, and also, as I stated earlier, the backlog of cases that is happening in the court. And then the one drop of liquor equals 365 days of jail. Is very adamant in addressing what is happening with alcohol. And we're gonna have people who are gonna come out to say, that no jail and it should be, counseling. But we're not putting extra money into, into counseling. I don't believe, and maybe I'm wrong, believe that there's been a legislation to build a rehabilitative, hospital or a detox center. I know that working with Dr. Gray Eyes, we did approach Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services that the Chinle facility be turned into a rehabilitative service building. And we were told, we were given permission to do that, but we were also told that no BIA funding, no federal funds could be used to do that. And so, it brings us back to, well, how much of the Navajo Nation funding are we going to, put into doing this, doing the changes that have to be made in jail right now and to offer that rehabilitative center. And right now, we don't have the exact amount of what it's going to cost to do that type of renovation, but we were working on it along with BIA Office of Justice Services to provide services to our Navajo people to address the issues dealing with alcohol and drugs. And we recently got a report from at Law and Order Committee, regarding the Phoenix facilities that are coming onto the Navajo Nation, offering assistance. And I know that a lot of people have reported that our people are being taken. Some of them are, stating that they were taken without knowing because they were under the influence of alcohol. Some of them are waking up there in Phoenix and not knowing, what they agreed to. But we also heard, people coming out and saying, I was taken and I agreed to get rehabilitative services, and, you guys just need to let these people do their job because, you guys are not offering that on the Navajo Nation. So you always hear both sides. We had people have stated on the record at Law and Order Committee, whenever people were approached, people don't want to bring charges. Some people are saying, what, I'm fine here. I'm getting the services that I need that the nation is not offering. Some people are saying, yeah, I was taken. I did give permission, but I decided, to get out of it. And instead of, I want to stay here in Phoenix. So we do get, different types of stories that do come out from individuals, who are trying to get help. And the truth of the matter is, again, this is the starting point. It's not going to fix everything. We're not going to wake up tomorrow and we're not going to, everything is going to be in order on the Navajo Nation. It's a starting point. And it's a response to what we've been hearing from our Navajo people and the Navajo community. So I will state that Deputy Chief Silversmith actually has to get off the call, for an important reason that I can't state on the, on the call right now. But if I think he's either off the call now or he'll be getting off the call here shortly. But we do have our Chief Prosecutor, Vernon Jackson, who is still on the call. And I did ask Deputy Chief Silversmith if we could have another member of law enforcement or possible criminal investigations, perhaps Director Michael Henderson, who could get onto the call and answer questions from the law enforcement perspective. But I do want to make my colleagues aware of Deputy Silversmith leaving the call. He already has left the call or he will be leaving the call here shortly. So with that, Speaker So, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over now to, if allowed, to my agent, Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, and then possibly a member from law enforcement who may be able to answer calls or to answer the concerns or maybe the questions that have been brought forward. Thank you.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. Vernon Jackson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Vernon Jackson with the Office of the Prosecutor. I have no viable additions to add to the eloquence of the Honorable Chairperson, Eugenia Charles Newton. I'll rest at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody from Public Safety? Know that the Deputy Chief of Police has gone off the call.
Shanantai, still here on the call.
Mr. Silversmith, you have the floor.
Koshi nanado kodoshi ya behada asti gishi kodo atsunshi kunde na antin lini kodo ashin ilsoni ilpeda hazin kunde amado jado chedo masanda ni lini kunde na atsun kodo kunde kat ishi kunde be nichel dan nichel estra igi kunde adon nasko nichel chendon hitso keben dan nit hini kunde Shananta Eugene so you had zigi oyo ni hot ado kunde sata ni amado ja justice jin kad need no sele betrachnel te do anche nicht es lado hot ani da ne sele sala sahat na hat ikeda dit do sahat she josh echo da annisto leltan zeni da kodo alsun so kunde alsun bikejdi tionjide jo bitrajdo kasto bijbel kan ada niledo kwage if you are able to transition yourself between different generation the Naabik'íyáti do abelaganik sad be yajil asan jileo kodo yat hoza kwahatitsa sado ishi yisi na antinide to kunde ze benahagat an lini de kodo jo chon jo amado nja chido masani dani klinigi kodo asan kodo yat to kunde atin binne benahagat de yat jo chon shi jo khaatoni jo shi na atoni da no da hata yata khila ishi benach kodo kushna Shanat Ani Kunde, Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, Oyot Abatisa, Koshi, Jo Besala, Goshi, Quagat Abansa, Kiso, the Nebena, Kisala, Nitlini Kunde, Heda, Quagido, Dojo, Chios, Odi, ze ail dele den albanse da kodo eshi ajin hini nan shidel na kun enle hajushi le Texas job yana alta ni permit do dinal so speak kunde cho ini do benya na ga cho ini she ani hajo bada hot nilzen do hajo ban sete kis konde di خیلی ایشی کنده دو جوچی یا اینی ایسی شبه هستی دو خواهی بنیه کن به از آنی ایتالیایی کنده لی لکان به واشنطن آدی به از آنی کدو آسون کدو کنده خواهی ایشی داد کدو کنده به نش کدو کنده نیه نانش دل آده اگدید آیدن لینی بچه خدال اون آج بدهال نی تشنو تو آبی هستی به نش کدو آنی Nina Tindo, Nina Lini Kodo, Nihalchin, Alsun, Bessela, she Kodo, Geno, Kodo, Alsun, Kodo, Kunas, and Hidayos, Kalishi Kodo, Yat Kodo Kunde, Kadishin Hidayos, Kasan, and the date, Kodo, Nizad, Hunde, Benda Hostin list, Nina Lini Kodo, Nina Lini Kodo, Hadishin, Hios Kaso, 空的亚掉去那的，印度的这那是但是掉是阿巴是这开始可多空的阿不给的是提到亚掉好多空的可多是啥ليني بخا ستيل لتوش نانتين ليني بخا ستيل لتو أتاودي سات خاطر تيتس لتو تلاو آيسي كون ده إني ده ناس تليش نا يو يدال تتلنا كده يو خش بتوه ده شيء ده هندا تيل جل ده كده أشين يجنا ناس كده دو بالذات ياس الله دون ده نو كده دو هتا نخيط أكيد أن كنا دين هيتشيدوني مثلا دن هيتخان دي أخوتي نو أوت نهجو بخان سمو جو شي ندوت إن لو تها نو ده جو إني الناس سلسلة الله ده بنيتين جو بالكان كش community oriented policing دو جو نبش نشني أجا بنسكيس ليني كتو جو حديد سلا اتلدا بدي نو ده بدأ يوش كاستو أبدنا نشد لك جاي هنا تنسلا ناس لتو إيه يديني لتو since she كتوش all with لتو I'm not going to be good enough to college and die.
Thank you very much. With that, we had Mr. Jackson respond to question and Mr. Silversmith respond to the question. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move down on the line. Before I go to Jimmy Yellowhair, immediate, let me go to Mr. Yellowhair then. Short and sweet, and then Mr. Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Yes, Telenana, Toriganda, or Kikanika Salmo Club, or Kito Kasitin Nago. We're going to have to vote now. So they're going to buy it. Adeya, we're a lawmaker. As a council, 24 Navajo Nation Council, we're going to have to vote on this. She yet as a done up at all. President Nan, AR is on sign into law. Judicial branch, judge it all. They have on it, they lay down. Those are just common sense with the Shanat Ani. Shadow credit now that this so party not on a very recreation judiciary committee in the town. It down Kodo Kenneth Mary for King the Four Judiciary Committee. David Clark is Asna. Ita Ada not Ani than Leon. Ita never in the Texas go. Ita is Dikodo Zeb. Ita Native American Church is no. It is enough is Ilya. Recreation at 80 those Native American Church as on those they been Rabato. Ne? They all use the whole lot and the Tahazon. No, Kushita is Mercasado, Joe, they been Havat and nation. Well, yeah, thought Nita Yobe Penashni. It thought on the technical is the other incident. The nation other is the country kinde. Epaga, Kia area for Yapato. Sheripavat, other no, but Sherita other leper Kagabita has stones are no. Itaya a only quotation. So, it is a good and the state of Texas is 100 current hidden. It is a Qatar with better state of Arizona. It is on that kid. So, not answer, not of other tasks sort of sleep. Oh, 8 yeah. You don't need to go through 360 degrees. Because your area, because you know that they are instead of Texas, a quick federal law to have ago that even that this kid, a thousand or Toka, Celia, not the Arnold Stewart or a could just state of Aquagen, Nikita Zogi, a thousand of the law. Oh, even that this kid, I'm ready to vote now, though, Quadosa for suspend 4 rule, this kid and so this lead off of Quadosa, but not our legislation. Thank you very much. I'll you about Jensen. yeah, it's not 24 councilman on the speaker. Also, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and Yella here for providing your question and your comments. Moving on down the line, Honorable Elmer Begay, your amendment is ready. Honorable Elmer Begay,
Yeah,
coming back to you.
yeah, yeah, well, yeah, no, because so, actually, I'll go ahead and do the amendment, offer amendment to the delete section. So, I believe that Dana Barber has it. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Elmer Begay, motion. So do you motion?
offer a motion, yeah.
Honorable Elmer Begay motions for amendment number 1. And the amendment has been sent out by Dana Barboff. And I'm going to go ahead and have Manuel read the amendment into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1, Exhibit A, page 84, delete section 391B2 as follows. Overstrike, it is a defense to a prosecution under this section relating to peyote, commonly known as Izé, that the position of Izé is by an enrolled member of a federally recognized Indian tribe for bona fide ceremonial purposes in connection with Nahaga. The person must present a valid Native American Church membership card when requested by a peace officer. End of overstrike. 2, renumber letters succeeding paragraph in sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker.
With that, amendment has been read into the record, opposed by Honorable Elmer Begay. I'm going to call for seconding motion for amendment number 1.
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Second by the Honorable Daniel So at this time. And with that, the amendment is to legislation 0240-22. With that, we come back to the floor. Do you have any questions pertaining to this particular amendment at this time?
Delegate Henio.
Honorable Henio, you have the floor.
Yeah, let's check. The chair, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and also 24th Nation Council. Looking at this amendment, I'm kind of confused here. We're taking away a defense because it says that it's a defense if being prosecuted under the Peyote Act. I don't know if I'm reading it right or wrong, but it seems that we're taking that defense away from a person that's being charged with possession of peyote, even if they have a valid membership card. This is a question for either the presenter or legislative council. Kayla.
Very much. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the presenter, and then correction. The amendment. Honorable Elmer Begay. Then I'll come back to Dana. Honorable Elmer Begay.
About to Speaker So, and then it's a question made by Henio. Yeah, as we know that it's already a federal law. The federal law already gave us a right. As an enrolled member, you can only have your census number. a federal recognized intertract to use and to possess, and then also to consume and then to transport peyote. So right now, with this amendment that we're doing is already federal law. So Navajo Nation law, we're creating another one that's going to be required to have a membership card. That's what we're doing right now. My main point is that the reason why I'm deleting the section is how was the consultation was made, the leadership. I know that our president, Willie Tracy Marnelli, was mentioned, but he's not the only the voice to the whole organization. There's some board members. There's a board of directors that we have. And in my area, I have my Nelly too, and he's at board of director for Dow County, so in the Wells White Cone, and then Jedito. And but these chapters has its own membership and has its own leadership too. They're the ones that has to voice it with their chapters because they pay fees. So that's the reason why I'm saying that how much of this consultation was made to this membership to do this as a requirement. That was just my only question. Why? So I think we need to delete this until that happens. I don't know how much you guys are all affiliated with this membership card, with these as I've been in the nation. So they don't up a this. My response to you, brother Shitila.
Thank you very much. With that, go over to Dana. Chairman Hinyo had some issues pertaining to the membership card, and can you elaborate on Chairman Hinyo's concern there?
Thank you. This is Dana Vagras, Chief Legislative.
Point of order, Hinyo, Delegate Hinyo.
Honorable Hinyo, point of order.
My Chair, my question is not on the membership card. My question is, my focus is on the defense portion of it. It is a defense against the prosecution, Bakagi. That's my concern. So not the membership card index, it's the defense portion of it. That's my concern. Thank you.
Okay. Well, getting to the defense portion of the language of on the subsection 391 B2 as follows. So
I get it.
Ms. Barba.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Chairman Hinyo is correct. What Delegate Vagay wishes to delete is a defense. I would, so that is, I think where the problem is going to arise is that I believe that defense is still a legit defense once you get into court. That you could bring up the federal law and then you'll have to prove very elements. But having the defense listed in the code makes it much easier, lack of a better word, for police officers to understand that could be a defense if they are going to be using it for ceremonial purposes. I would I somewhat think that perhaps the big issue is not with the language that it is a defense, but the language, that last sentence, the person must present a valid Native American church membership card when requested by a peace officer. My thoughts are, my recommendation is just that last sentence should be deleted, that the defense should stay in there as basically a protection for the people who are using it for a ceremonial purpose. It's a quick way to get out of being charged. So, Chairman Henyo, you are absolutely correct that it is reducing or eliminating a defense. And so if somebody did get charged, they would have to go all the way to court to defend against that charge. If, of course, they had a membership card or some other proof, that could be handled at the arrest level. And I apologize that I'm not better at all the prosecutorial vernacular. I just don't use it very often. Back to you, Speaker So, and thank you for the question, Chairman Henyo.
Thank you very much, Dana, for shedding light to that. And Honorable Chairman Henyo, does that answer your question? And do you want to propose a modification?
Chair,
Chair.
Delegate, Daniel So request to speak. Delegate Henyo.
Chairman Henyo, you have the floor.
Chairman, the Speaker should the defense portion. That was a concern I have because when it comes to prosecution, though, there has to be defense, and especially when it comes to the person will be sentenced or their freedoms on the line. I'm sure that the public defender will also have the same concern I have when it comes to providing a good defense. Yes, we can argue federal law and so forth, but it'll be up to the judge, a district court judge, whether they embrace federal law or not. I've practiced before some judges that were only solely focused on Navajo law. When you start bringing in federal law, it got remanded one time as it, you're talking about the Blakana law. Why are we relying on the Blakana law? If we focus on the NA law, the Navajo code, that's our law, should not need. That's why I bring this up today. And so it's just a concern I have that by eliminating this language, it just takes away any possible defense that a defendant might have when it comes to pleading before the court as far as being prosecuted by the Navajo Nation. So I just should concern Suche. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. So, Chairman Henyo, you're not requesting any type of modification to this, to Honorable Albert Begay's amendment?
Not at this time, but let me listen to some more comments, and I might chime back in.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll go back to the floor, and Honorable Daniel So.
Oh, yeah, Lawson Tilla, Chair Otto, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and to Elmer Begay. I too basically am concerned. Okay, in defense, let's also guide the perpetrators on how to avoid prosecution. This particular section basically is, I feel like, out of order. And what it should say, it is lawful for members of the affiliates of NAC or of AB, of AB Navajo, of the Nen Nation, to carry cards, membership cards, to authorize the use, transport of the Navajo. That ought to be the proper language rather than in defense. That would be, at this moment in time, I'm in agreement to eliminate the whole item. And of course, colleagues can also ask for an amendment to go at the Navajo Nation Council, that, and I may do the same to coincide with my thoughts that it is lawful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments and question. And with this, colleagues have the right to propose an amendment to this legislation. Even what Chairman Stowe alluded to, possibly preparing an amendment at council tomorrow. And with this, I just received comment and pertaining to that. Honorable and Chairman Henio's questions were answered. So with that, I'm looking at the queue. There's nobody else in the queue at this time. I have a motion held by Honorable Alma P. Begay, seconding motion held by Daniel Stowe to amendment number 1.
Point of order,
any more questions at this time? And to amendment number 1. Okay. Sir Jimmy Yellow here. What's your point of order?
Okay, not that it's transporting a medicine. The Naabik'íyáti letter, but I don't know it's not the kidney. It's my husband, but it is another kid. I thought the net out 8 thoughts in Chicago. About a car, the lava, no, but the native thoughts in it's unable to teach in stage as my as is in a gay karate of a parliament, that permit us to handle us for what I say. It's not the kidney, it's a Ruslan, he's not that only that's not a skid my colleague for Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, sir. Speaker. Also, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jimmy Yellow here for your point of order. Your point of order that you raised is pertaining to the main motion. At this time, the amendment number 1 is the motion, and the agent is held by Honorable Elmer Begay pertaining to amendment number 1. I will go ahead and have you rephrase your statement to Madam Chair when we vote on amendment, after we vote on amendment number 1. That way Madam Chair can go ahead and answer your questions. And
yes, thank you.
Here. Okay, with that, go on. Any
Speaker
questions? Any
This is
questions
Delegate
to
Charles Noonan.
amendment number 1?
Speaker.
Okay, hold on. I have Charles Nguyen, and then I have Honorable Walker. So let's go to Madam Chair Charles Nguyen.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so my understanding in terms of the comment that was made by Delegate Elmer Begay regarding Willie Tracy is not the only voice to the board. The Benagaha filed an incorporation with the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development Business Regulatory on February 5th, 2016, after 50 years of incorporation with the state of New Mexico. ABNDN President Stephen Benally officially registered the incorporation with the Navajo Nation. In doing so, ABNDN filed its articles of incorporation, constitutions, and bylaws. These are obligations to carry through all requirements to ensure compliance with incorporation status. ABNDN bylaws provision 3A4 specifically designates ABNDN president to act as an executive spokesperson for board of directors activities. And it does the information that was sent to me on behalf of President Willie Tracy is that, at this point, they are requesting, to talk to myself and the chief prosecutor. As was stated by Chair Henyo, we are taking away a defense from the members. We're taking away a defense, and we're also taking away a means of preserving that peyote. Right now, as was stated by Deputy Chief Silversmith, people are being pulled over with peyote, and all they're saying is, I'm a member of the Native American Church, or I'm a member of the ABNDN, and they're being released. We don't know if these people are actually members and if they are using it for ceremonial purposes. I think that officers are just believing what is being said, and that doesn't really go in line with preserving that peyote, which I understand the ABNDN, has been trying to do, is to preserve what we currently have, because we don't have a lot of that peyote. And I do want to state that, I am also concerned because it does take away this defense. So just to clarify to people who are listening, if you're driving and you have your paraphernalia or you have your azet with you and you get pulled over, let's say it's a cross-commissioned state patrol officer. He pulls you over and he says, why do you have peyote? You can give him that card, and I read that card on the record that's incorporated into the ABNDN bylaws. You can read that to him, and it's a defense. It automatically tells the officer, hey, by law, I can carry this with me. So you don't get dragged to court, and you're not required to prove that you are a ABNDN member. On the other hand, if this defense is taken away, you are driving through the state of Utah, you get pulled over by Utah State Patrol because of the cross commission, you have a ZET with you as well as paraphernalia. And if you take away this defense, you get a ticket, you have to appear in court, and it more than likely, might be a state court or it might be Navajo Nation court, depending on where the incident occurred. And then you have to hire an attorney to help you make the defense that within the federal regulations or the federal laws, it gives you permission, as long as you have a CID number, to possess that. But you have given up a day to go to court, and you may possibly have to pay additional funding to hire an attorney to make that argument for you. Because we don't know at this point, how the state responds to pro se litigants. Those are people who represent themselves in court. If it's the state court, we have to abide by state court. If it's the Navajo Nation court, pro se litigants are allowed to present their cases in front of the judge. But as Chair Henyo stated, sometimes we don't get judges who respect Navajo Nation law, and that was the purpose of including this defense into the Title 17 amendment. So, if the council votes to remove this, that's fine. We can go back to the original language that currently is in Title 17. But I know that there has been a request, as was stated, the purpose of this was the consultation, which is ironic because Delegate Elmer Begay made an argument that there was no consultation, and yet he's presenting an amendment where there's no consultation. The leaders have not been, they haven't been informed, or they haven't been asked where they stand. And my conversation was specifically with the board president, and I just read to you what the bylaws that were incorporated state, and that is that the president can act as an executive spokesperson for board of directors activities. And in this case, we're talking about a membership card, which is a board of activities, it's a board activity. Every convention that I have attended, every talk that has been made is about the importance of carrying this membership card with us. And and at the convention, they encourage the members, purchase this membership card. And it's very interesting that we have two elected officials who have come out on the record to say it's not recommended, we don't need it. When again, the purpose of this amendment is to create a defense, to give our people the opportunity to say, look, I am recognized as a member. I have the right, per this card that was given to me by my chapter, I have the right to carry with me this peyote. I have the right to, to also ingest or possess this peyote. And yes, I do have the right to transport this peyote. My understanding is that we do need this card to get a permit in order to transport from Texas into the Navajo Nation. And we're crossing state lines. So this is, it's a little bit more than, it's a little bit more than just saying we're going to get rid of this, defense. It's going against what the bylaws that the board agreed upon. And I asked this question the last time around, since when does council have the authority to overstep a board's decision, especially a board that's dealing with ceremonial purposes? So, I am against this amendment because, again, the purpose is to put this defense in there, to give our people the opportunity to defend themselves without having to go to court, without having to hire an attorney to argue on their behalf the federal laws. How many of our Navajo people can argue federal laws in court? It's a difficult, it's difficult to do that. And it's even more difficult to prove to a Delagana judge that what you are doing, the right that was given to you, is what you're exercising, and you're trying to argue to them the federal law, going step by step, making your argument, and then using the facts of the case. So again, the purpose of us putting this in place was to create a defense for our Navajo people and to preserve that peyote, because right now, as was stated by law enforcement, our chief, our deputy chief, there are people right now who are currently saying, I'm a member, and then they're released. But we don't know if they're really using it correctly. We don't know, whether they are members. And perhaps that is the reason why when we go to conventions, when we go to board meetings, it's always encouraged that we all have this membership card. So if council is making the rule right now that it's not a requirement that we carry these membership cards, then I think that's going to require a lot of involvement from the leadership, because my understanding, again, from attending these conventions, is that there is that encouragement. Make sure you have your membership card. Make sure that, you get your membership card. Make sure that you are with a chapter so that, you get that membership card. And I will say, I did attend a Navajo board meeting where somebody came out and said, that there are members currently who don't even have their CIB. They don't have their CIB, to even be using peyote. And this membership card, it does require that you do have your census number, because it lists your census number on the card. But maybe it's just my chapter. Maybe it's just my chapter from Sanasi in Northern Agency that's also a part of the Navajo that requires this. Maybe it's just us that are being asked to get a membership card. But I'm going by what my leaders stated. And my leaders in my chapter, in my agency, that is also a part of the Navajo, who are voting members of the board, have encouraged me to get a card here. I was a member of the Brown County chapter with the Potawatomi tribe in Kansas for many, many years. And then I transferred that to Navajo, and I am with the Sanasi chapter. So I do attend ceremonies with many of my relatives there in the Sanasi community who have come out to say, yes, she has been attending these ceremonies since she was a child. Yes, she's not abusing this, and we can vouch for her. So I just want to say that I'm against this amendment, and I hope that, my colleagues vote red on this. Again, because the board has not even been consulted on this. And in fact, they just now text me to say that they want me on the board meeting to explain what is going on right now. So I'm going to try to handle both calls at the same time, Speaker Sells. But I will state as a sponsor of the Title 17 amendment, I am against this amendment. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for comments and the questions there. Before I believe that was Carl Slater, correct?
So,
okay, Carl, I'll come to you. Honorable Thomas Walker has in the queue before you. So, Honorable Walker, you have the floor.
Yes, Speaker. So Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, showing 24th Navajo Nation Council colleagues, Taniki, Wadida is not Gido, the Nokadishin da Kadada, the Noka Dashin Adida is not on a co-chair, the Anigi. The Kweba Yati, isn't the sponsor of the amendment, Honorable Elmer Brigade, Kwaya Benin Yagi, Benike, Niyado, the amendment again. It did quite a this not only. Although the Peshman Sandani Clinic, Jonathan, they needed a Bande Craigie, they that's so give our legislative district. Because in my legislative district, there are 5 chapters. Each chapter has a ABNDN chapter affiliate.
ABNDN is it Ben of the Nation. The chapter affiliates in here the Hodlo, which is southwest part of the Navajo Nation, although up at the western agency. Western agency, the Native American Church of North America, which is another organization. The affiliate chapters, for many of my constituents are members of either the Zeben Hagab, the Nation organization, or the Native American Church of North America organization. Although there's another one, Native American Church of Cameron, so my constituents, the Nebanashagi, membership card, issuing the ne beta hodlo yeta hota yeta hota to badlanda atle. Although each chapter, I know that Zeben of the Nation, their chapter organizations, local chapter organizations, are similarly structured to the Navajo chapters. What the other districts to Enana, Ada Kwajan here, and the Navajo Nation government, local chapters. The Hodlani yet what beta Hodlon. What are you there about your dish? Called these have been of the Nation, the executive officers, though, but board of directors, Judo. So I did not any either on the district level. Although on the local chapters, the door would local. I could echo 8 hitching. Yada, Kido, 8 hitching, texting. What are you there about your dish article? Although with much respect to the leadership of Zeben Haga of the Nation, the governing board and the executive officials, it is needed called not local any shade I see I don't know how and though a hatchiyaki bit beans and bebevich now she get la nuns and as delegates, that's what we respond to. That's who we respond to immediately, because our constituents have access to us. What they call to James Jones and Ada and Edan Denigi. What are you? We are in contact with our constituents and local chapter affiliates. But the has the Aniki. I know through the Title 17 amendment that's proposed by Honorable Charles Luton, a lot of what was covered, what was presented today, the amendment presented, sponsored by Honorable Elmer Brigade. No, instance, is a Chiyos Indigi, is a Yentahaji, is a Chiyos Indigi, Yana Zindigi, Benanta, agent Oyat, Johotado Eya, British Tiona Ebe, every cases, Nindigi, dot that other dot, she don't need us. I need to say dot, then the Ashipa, the Daba, when Tiguyat, Johotado Eya, Shaban justification at any speaker, though colleagues. Although earlier, because last year, we received a report from our census office indicating that there are now over 400,000 Navajo people. For a 400,000, Nikki Hanel 80 أزيتشيور إذا بنهغا ابن هغا دو بأوتلا جون لا خانيل إيجا أولا جو كواجي بانسا كيساني أشي بهزاني جيت أهجو بد نانيل إيجو بالجنال يا جو كواجي إيه يات إيشاشنسن إذا أكوت أنت تيك تي إي أنيجي بيجي كواجي الشادو اللي جو هنو إيه amendment باليا كو تهاتوت زتو طبعا نهتولجش تنهجي كده إفايل كيولا شو هتادو إيه الخيات إنسان كوشنات آني الخاصين شدو إيه تو بنايسس كندو للكواجي members of council. I ask for your understanding and ask you to look to your constituents, the legislative districts that you represent, about the organizations. They may not all be the nation. They no doubt will have different names and different organizational structures, different bylaws and requirements and whatnot. But at the end of the day, you should net to deepen the hagat be neat. Ako to or the washo na haloda eat na hagat Diego tsago beta holta. Ebe has on not so do the sikit o yashinda at na habitzi lot at an hanslot eat shinat ani. Even idea had nenigit aqua teacher amendment quite hard also. Chadai Nasko the English policy making, law making, ishinda bad, or then the Jean Dodley. So that Bahas State of the not any speaker. So I'm going to give it back to you, though. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Walker. I'll go ahead and go to the Charles Slater, Honorable Slater. Then I'll go back to the agent of the Honorable Elmer Begay, who proposed the amendment number 1. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. I'm trying to understand things a little bit better. I guess my first question is going to be for the Department of Justice, and that is, as it presently stands, if this is deleted, will it maintain the status quo on the defense and enforcement? And then can we get an explanation on what that defense and enforcement is? Because I thought that you could not be prosecuted for possession on Navajo. But the second part of that is we're now discussing state law, and Navajo Nation law doesn't apply outside of the Navajo Nation. And so that's where I'm getting really confused about why that is being presented as critical here or a defense, because there's the federal law that supersedes the state law. And that federal law, and I think it's important to differentiate between, I guess, the research that I've done this afternoon. There's the law, there's the statute, and then there's the CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations. And Mr. Jackson earlier said 42 CFR 1307. I went and looked that up, and it deals with healthcare fraud, because 42 CFR is about healthcare. So I think he was talking about 21 CFR 1307, which is related to food and drugs. And that's about DEA enforcement. That's not under the American Indian Religious Freedom Act and the amendments, I think it was in 93 or 94. And when you look that up, there is no mention of Native American church. So, as I understand things, the statute, the law supersedes the regulations, the CFR, and that hasn't been amended because of lobbying by NARF and non-federally recognized tribes, because they want to maintain this sort of exemption where non-federally recognized tribes or members of those tribes can provide a defense saying they are a part of a Native American church organization, but they're not a federally recognized member of a tribal nation. And so, those two things haven't been brought to be consistent, and that CFR predates the 94 amendments. So that's my understanding. And this is where I think we really, in one breath, it was just mentioned that this amendment there was no consultation made, and that the criticism before was that there was no consultation made. And in the logic of that statement, you can either say that there was no consultation made with this legislation, and therefore there's no consultation being made now, but you can't say that there was consultation being made and now there's not consultation being made. And I guess lastly, in the explanation on the board of directors and the president, the issue here on the board of directors action is whether the legislation has been presented to the board of directors and they've performed some sort of action that the president can then act upon and say that this has taken place under consideration. That's how I understand those bylaws. It's not about membership cards. It's about the issue here on whether the legislation and its implications for ABNDN membership and enforcement on the Navajo Nation has been presented. And from what we understand on the record is that it's only been presented to the president, hasn't been presented to the board of directors. And we haven't been presented as a council any sort of resolution, letter, or something to that effect from the board of directors stating their position on the legislation. In the absence of that, as a legislator, it's my responsibility to speak with my membership and my communities, to speak with those who use it to actually get an understanding. And I don't feel that I can confidently get that understanding between now and is it 1 p.m. tomorrow when we're going to have the special session. So again, I think this is a serious issue with presenting a 263-page legislation the day before its potential final passage. And I know that it was presented a couple weeks ago, but still there hasn't been any sort of work session with any of the organizations just on this issue. And that's not even counting the fact that we haven't had some sort of work session with the public defenders. But again, if someone can explain why we're talking about the state law and enforcement and how this is going to affect them in Navajo when federal law supersedes that. And, as I read the statute, it doesn't require the membership cards. I would highly encourage it because it provides the strongest defense. And for all the reasons that Delegate Charles Newton stated, I think it's really a good idea to have those cards. But I would never tell someone how to practice their religion and how to practice their culture in that manner, unless they were my kids. And I think that we're seeing some of the issues here in how this legislation is moving forward at the 11th hour. So, those are a couple comments and questions that I just have to share because I still think that this should line up with the statute. I don't think that we should alter anything at this point related to enforcement or the defense right now until we've had the opportunity as a council to have a work session and bring all the parties together. And the fact that there was this peculiar citation, diminishes my faith in what is being presented thus far. There are a lot of other comments that I wanted to make to the broader legislation, but I'll reserve those for another time. So thank you, Chair, Speaker So.
Okay, thank you very much. With the 3 questions posed by Honorable Charles Newton, Honorable Walker, and Honorable Slater. So with that, I'm going to go back to the amendment number 1, Elmer Begay, who holds the motion and is the agent for amendment number 1. Honorable Elmer Begay, provide a response.
Okay, no. Mr. Speaker, so around the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee around. I think the only question that I got, if I'm correct, is from Delegate Slater. I know that if you think about it, that having a membership is good to have, but and there's ways about the way I think about membership is, you can go to a wellness or gym where you can buy a $10 membership card for maybe a month or two months, and to go in there to make sure that there's where the water is operating and the heater's on for you, and make sure that all the equipments are adjusted and they're being calibrated, and all that machines that you're using, so make sure that they're guaranteed that it's safe for you to use it, and you'll be satisfied that you're using those equipment. So, but on this side, when you say membership, this way we have a lot of questions. That like how my brother mentioned that Dr. Walker, I have leadership through the chapters that we have. They're the one that pays fees, and they have to pay the fee to another nation executive part of the executive office of that to update or to be keep up with the charter, to be an organization part of that for that year. So that's how they do that. So that's the reason why I'm saying that, that if we can do that section that we're going to be putting on amendment, making that amendment, we need to do some consultation. There's a lot of questions that we have, and I think that's the reason why my main emphasis is to have a more consultation, see what they say. As I look through all this legislation, the attachment, the comment, and the opposing part of it, and the supportive, there's none. That's where I started out with that we say that this legislation consists of so we went down the line. So where we did the consultation, if you didn't to go to this organization and talk about to present to this leadership that we're going to be doing this amendment. So that's where a lot of the questions will be raised. So that's what was my main reason why I'm making this amendment. So that's my response. Speaker, so.
Can you guys hear me?
ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue. Please enter the meeting password followed by pound.
Can hear you.
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Internet goes up and down here at the chamber, so I got to call in. But with that, I guess the answers have been given back to an answer to
Sure.
Madam Chair, Moon, and Walker, and Honorable Slater. So with that,
Delegate
any
James.
other questions?
Chair, I asked for the Department of Justice to present I didn't get that. Obliged.
Speaker, so this is Latanya Johnson. I can answer Delegate Slater's question. Speaker, so this is Latanya Johnson from DOJ. I can
Latanya,
answer.
go ahead and proceed with your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. I wanted to answer Delegate Slater's question regarding the issue regarding Amendment 1. I do want to point out that section that is being deleted, 391, is related to controlled substance. And there is a definition of what is included as controlled substance. And the definition is very lengthy. If you go to page 77 of the proposed amendment, it's on page 77, 390 subsection C, controlled substance, and peyote is defined as a controlled substance under C subsection 2, F as in Frank. So generally speaking, the general rule is peyote is deemed as a controlled substance and would be, and having it would be in violation of the Navajo Nation law. However, the amendment that's being proposed provides an exception to having peyote so long as if there is, if the person who is in possession of peyote is using it, one is if they're a member of a federally recognized tribe, two, they're using it for bona fide ceremonial purposes, and three, that they show proof that they are a member of the Native American Church when requested by a peace officer. So, in other words, generally, peyote would be deemed in violation of Navajo Nation law because it would be deemed as a controlled substance. But the exception to that violation is if a enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe is using peyote for in good faith for ceremonial purposes, and in the event that they are asked to show proof that they are a member of Native American Church, they would have to do so to the peace officer. Now, going to the second inquiry about federal law, this the federal law that's governing this issue is the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978, and that law provides, it's very similar in nature to the exception that I just noted, and which is the Amendment 1 that's being deleted. That law provides that the use, possession, or transportation of peyote by Indian for bona fide traditional ceremonial purposes in connection with the practice of a traditional Indian religion is lawful and shall not be prohibited by the United States or any state. Now, I do want to draw your attention to the notation where it provides prohibited by the United States or any state. As you know, in this case, the Navajo Nation Council is considering a proposed law under Navajo Nation law. So the Navajo Nation on its own to determine whether or not peyote is deemed as a controlled substance, and if is there any exceptions to that to the use of having peyote. The exception that's noted in that paragraph E2 that's included is consistent with the provisions of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978, which would be applicable to the state and federal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that answers Carl Slater's question pertaining to his questions there, and it was posed to the Department of Justice to provide an answer. With that, Honorable Vince James, you're in the queue.
National Speaker. Ado kodo she'elkaha sinchlo shenat noltaniki beshban sa'ane do shedine noltane isenolts igi yat eko di li bi ko I ani bi e kwaiki ikil nada huilne ado nana kodo sheta kodo nal sosen lene be hatin na di kodo sa di so hot alke hona aze be nahaga aje nal sos benia hwe holoniki jo kwaiki acha nal yehe do acha dahil sose nal sos dat awad liya kot ko kodo be ahwazen aze be nahaga aje jit khahiki jo kwaiki nacha khado zohten ne ko akord oyohna ye do bilt da ado benina additionally she large na khahida ze be it onsen alto akon lede khas twin hizani de khai akord anhand aze be nahaga aze be inata huitla gata iya ilnast oda anle anhand enoda akot aze ben dahuitlao nihiyata hazli ade nal sosto hat nego dahwail jij anahund hot tadatil zendo aze chadenil aind jonoda has tweedo sani hashit eshi hot ya yaltitle ko ado kodobe hazani bi gun nacha nihichin na kenzo nacha bi soho ada nihil hodeshijdo al kunzate al au da hit nitje sele ado anta behazani nant behazani yaje bylaws da bedi na an hikoje ze benhaga at khode yit hishnasht hite ad an nasht hite donne sala da laat ya has tweedo sani anada ne ashon de hey shalchene satoka shenalika koje ze beta no trato yahanta kahiki ashon den hinal sos holon inosen nihil non hien hije yaltio nihianata hasli ko di denal sosiki be ahwazeniki ta denol soso kunne no bal benache nata ahtole benache da hot nata holla dole ado hashit eshi na hallahe aze benahara benahallahe benal sos hwe hollon go to na holla o hot ado be ahwazen nanan lede aze hollonte aze abeniacho galo o konte so ya o to ishan hinal sos hollon dole do put nihiyata hazli ko kun nihishik at nashti hete ko alpedishne that's a base at ko base need do base at on see case ko kodo hajo ba ayata nel de jihete nelli lidiat o totism be yajilti on led and jono shama aze hollonde na halle akon jono deepest kai di kota liahiki kota de kai de in jono ba di shal di ni kota nal sos da ni jaho lidiat nal sos ba hata inle ni het ada hade tleo khashi nal sos konsenelo begin da ralo jono aze bakati shal jono aze hich kwaliado le jono aze belnanch kaitole di nego digi it anal sosen lenigi baha il onda akot a khahoshinal sos alla igi azista bi sanelo ad heje khanle ko adet a hananat aze benyanat taho ben nahote ki khayshin is it banjil nihiki khad in hinal sos where's your membership card, where's your documents, what the nego okot a ben nahote kitle ako HAAA akobanses kesola de la anjono sa di stoto hot out of bakae kadeto tanati ne ako oyoto bilt eda ako khote ni hitene ni hinat ani tan lenikin khata na highest hot district beta hitni jido ado agency be nada hitni jido convention khishin adate adeka shish sezenjiko yanta oka Aje board members dan Liniki district members agency members is it ben haga Aje benat dan Lini yanta oka ashon ni membership card da holon innocent ashon please have your membership card ni go yanta oka ako yena kote be has aniba satobe ba Babidinil Bob a quite nasi yesto le at nacha hat zo nati neko. Oko Asian hot Altran Altbets Altran nata di kishi upon nane kaiko. Oko da hot aho la banses keso la kot yen hije yaltien sen ako. Ashi dot aheta or the chipen. Di kodo amendment be hat des naigi AO the chiche that did kondienda speedway the membership card done here the whole long Latin or rewards membership card that the no belhada deal chitle ako do kot edi ni go ko de in hinahaga at edon hit sotizen that ko be ahuzin do le hiki binian hi membership card the whole long ado bans not the case or sto not the zel a kodo agatit ahas kehas anje yen hichen hat zi ako aniden hilcho na ako tra on isto to identify yourself that you're a member of the Native American Church as a benahaga of the Nen Nation. Akoko benachin sanaze keso hat gita zel ingo da jagaho a prescription while sos medication beniyako hashint is a can cause dizziness at the baka or no driving at the baka according to that a prescription beniyako sos di kwado membership bigi benachin sanaze kesala Asian akot ahigi shi ananat at onajnitsi Asian akotat alban saha kesi gi itat beninat hajo dodli hajo kodo shekodo na shahado for the chapters tat shahiki yego yanta o kahako. Please have your membership card, your Native American Church membership card. Ha de shin ni hits yayitos ni hits dol yashi be kodo as it change it no da had gita kodo na so sha gota edo da so dol zenos is cow ni hilta hat ya gota hat da chite hitenes da hota na in da hat gita hones akoko ad biniya da konda membership card ni here da hodno okota hot ego ni hit no shikwaje chapters but hat shahi ke what baba akon ako ajishinat dan linigi ako kodo be hadis to na oka linigi di chije kodo amendment be kidney it ajiki ya ajus le chiche that dit hajoto le koje an hidden na azet chite yos edo each hajo pa adings and open the abe has on the bylaws at out ahanishi at go hit the whole oko hot the bakat to have your membership card oko quat ba khasti do list shinale speaker adosh ta dosh chebe ke no ajiki dosh khasi lo shinat no leniki quat do list yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Your comments and questions, Honorable Jane. Going to move forth on down the line. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Chairman Naabik'íyáti, could earlier the Department of Justice delegates later clarified, but further, Joe, Title 17, the key to AD the tepe at for any incident could only that Shanale Toya in Nachian Hasnagi acquagi a sub in Yapi tot such a note I mean a be soaking Nachahato Nachahato such an Niki to equagit ani in a way on but again a lot of time Kodo Sato relate at a lato hit all a jot be kin do tato be kiss je that is faith organization kato also nego be papakin sto katiki git abasis zinge akoko benagoko. Maybe the question is kodo the motioning party Khela Yisiki and Nikoko Ashin Senziniki Abetadin Kazos Dikwaki motion in La Ado. The other question is to the sponsor of the legislation. Khela and Nikoko AD Ajabi Hitza. I mean, I think that's the question. Akoko Dikodo chairman who's advising that this particular section of Exhibit A, page 84, to delete subsection 391B2 to ADG in do Kodos legislation Hateliaki La Ni Go Bihitzola. I may have missed the overall presentation in some areas. I believe we're going on the 6th or 7th hour discussing this particular issue, which is a more comprehensive one, which is okay. I mean, this is the purpose of our duty. Kodo has on the has on go and Liniki has your public candy dust. Akoko dikat earlier Jodi Zibin Haza at the nation doors and Azutata Ede, but so there's an Yosiniki. So earlier thought there's another legislation, so on it, so quite a bit I'll done it. Quite a lot that I could on Hanola Nash. Ako Kajosha be Eastern Osseto Ado. The consultation had on me at the 11th hour. Dikat play I don't 8 o'clock though. I'm sure from the area that I represent. So one time is specifically for the inclusion of the other legislation. Kodo the Chinli agency Sato Sahaslago Goti it Ashito near Ebe Benashot I don't limit it be kids and Zito should don't need it down. According if I don't get any input directly from the local the of course, just as I mean, I don't want to be in a position to where dit abe ketninia do hit a in bahozon of the ketninia do dit a in astroshe the don likishi holdon sto a coben go etik at shizing the way I read it. I mean, it's just a matter of kodo if it's something hajo nash enahatot sincho nikigi baby nash go e sahatot socho called nitik just because it is listed as a substance controlled substance hajo ego baby so go e I get shown iniki baby nash go jo hat ashi baby get test ben nango go e kodo did ask the baby hada itsi did baby nash kodo jo she needs on do cho on of course she quite get the to be part of this legislation in Chicago, aid or page, so hey, quite I did out so there's an indicate basis in what I change hit out quite again, or just for a traffic stop. Without the aid or aid, baby, not aid, I don't be within the Navajo Nation, do it down with Kodo be his army. Did he do Title 17? I mean, it's internal, the Navajo Nation. I mean, once you get off the reservation, of course, we're out of our own jurisdiction. But of course, Kodo need it at the federal level, the state level, site the Dalia, Ajabin, he can honestly get on to next door. Speaker Kodo Nakiko desk to the motioning party and to the sponsor of this particular amendment to give the inclusion of it and who's asking to delete it from this legislation. Speaker, that's my two questions.
Very much, Honorable Keon Begay, for your question. With that, I'm going to turn back around and go back to the sponsor of this amendment, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker So, this is Latanya. May I make a clarification on my comment earlier?
All righty, Department of Justice, Latanya, I'm going to come back to you. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. So I appreciate it. I wanted to clarify my comment that I made earlier. Earlier, I noted that Section 391B2 appears to be consistent with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978. I do want to note that the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 does not require a Native American enroll member to show their membership card with the Native American church. So I just wanted to point that out. Second, I do want to note that there's this provision is very similar in nature to the current language, which is noted in 394, which is on page 91, and that language is stricken out. I just wanted to clarify that currently Navajo Nation law does provide that the vesting of peyote in subsection A does not apply to the use of the Eze by a enrolled member of Indian tribe for bona fide ceremonial purposes in connection with Naabik'íyáti. Individuals who use, possess, or transport Eze for use in Naabik'íyáti are exempt from this prohibition. Eze is lawful on the Navajo Nation. So I do want to point out that there is current Navajo Nation law on this particular matter, but the current Navajo Nation law does not require a person to show their members, their invalid Native American CURTS membership card. Rather, this provision is new language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Department of Justice gave us an update pertaining to the provision of the card.
Delegate Daniel So, request to speak.
Required.
Motion.
So with that, I'm going to go back to Honorable Elmer Begay to answer questions. Daniel So, you will be put into the queue. So Honorable Elmer Begay, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to provide answers to the questions that have been posed to you. You have the floor.
Speaker So. I don't know that should that the comment that he made James Gado Arashinde ya Tashinde Ashin Actually, yeah, assistant kilpahasin, kasi sa dahan kilpahasin da.
Okay, that the sponsor of the amendment all dropped. So, okay. With that, I'm going to pull back to Honorable Key Allen McGay's question pertaining to the primary sponsor of the whole legislation. But Honorable Key Allen McGay, that question that you posed, I would kindly request that you re-ask that question when we get back to the main motion. That way, Madam Chair will make that response to you. Honorable Key Allen McGay.
Chairman Ako.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Elmer McGay. Once. Honorable Elmer McGay. Okay, with that, I'll wait for him to get back on the line, and hopefully he can get the questions that Honorable Daniel So is going to be asking. So, Honorable Daniel So, have the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold on, Daniel So. Honorable So. Albert Begay, I'm going to go ahead and call on Daniel So to proceed with questioning. So I'll come back to you. I know you called drop. So
Okay.
I'm going to go back to Honorable Daniel So.
Yeah, Lance Attila, Auto Naabik'íyáti committee members, Auto Shache, Kialam Begay, 19 Kadigi, at Ilvin Gekwagi, at the amendment, the yes, Kate no as. So you see, Bansis KC, out of the sponsor, hey, the bylaws of the Navajo of the nation. So it's a requirement for them. But then, where is it in our best interest to require a church group to carry a card? For those people that ask for a church lease on Navajo Trust lands, do we request a church card from them? Are you a member of that particular denomination? What the date niche? Just say Kwagiban KCG. In the practice of Nahaga, we telling somebody that walks into a teepee and a relative asks the roadman, the Shia Shawe Azeta Adili that Nigo, of course, a quaggy. Say, hey, membership card had been lay. When the AD they sleep, I wish the date needle. They are in this case. So that is the ananta. So I don't know to late out a question. They been Hagagi, the Stotney came dolta. The Ninda Craggy to Craggy. Oh, so Craggy Sato. Hey, 18 months ago. Court, Nalia go into a Craggy and Nantato. Go into the Craggy. But Pastole. Go into the 8 chitole. Just the day needle. I think that egg I see you go. She's always had a sleep and then also quite a set in car what long goes in that of a day needle. So quite the religious freedom, Liagi Oyo, chato religious requirement. Echo equagity amendment or the legislation be so ko ilaban na say akidniya kadot so hada sin nas neje le te hadata but nach din nach nach oh I see this ani kre di kwagi bito so there's din need a saint to a but hot ito list so it's not a perfect legislation to kwagi the so under who is so without able to see kwagi I see this imperfect statute that we're being asked to adopt. 11 Asia Kidney Ado Asia Chija Ado Live. What Ela? It's
Hey, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and go back to Honorable Elmer Begay. Then we have 3 more people in the queue this time. So, Honorable Elmer Begay, can you provide a response to the question posed by Honorable James, Honorable Kealan Begay, and Honorable Daniel South?
Yeah, no, not I don't know if I identity that Yogi James the reason why maybe because of the age difference that's between AIA, we're understanding this amendment differently. So easily so the thought just like I said, that not only in the clinical although there's an organization that we know that they have owned their bylaws and they have their membership still. So what but with that membership still you have it allows you to make a motion and also to vote on it too. And also to discuss it so then how the go. Even if it is like I said, that looking at this legislation,